Welcome out here to rounds number 7 and 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series in Firebird Motorsports Park, just outside of Phoenix, Arizona. I'm Jim Beaver along with Mark Wright. We're going to be bringing you the action this weekend on a warm spring day. Mark, we are into round 7 and 8 this weekend. Obviously, the Championship Off-Road Racing Series got the start this fall right here at Firebird Motorsports Park. Now we're back after a trip to Southern California, and I got to tell you, the points battles are heating up. The action on track is on fire, and we are set to see some great racing action this weekend.
Heating up is exactly right. We're at round 7 and 8, and I've been talking about it all season long, how critical it is for the points chase here for the championship. We're down to our last 2 events here, 7 and 8 this weekend. It's going to be a lot of stuff to get together here for this race. Temperatures are increasing here today. The heat came a little early here. We're in March here, and as we know here in Arizona, it normally is not this hot. So temperature is going to be everything today. It's going to be hot down in the car. By the end of the day, it's going to be hot on the track, and everybody is going to have to prepare for the heat today. So it's going to be incredible. We're bringing the heat in points, and we're bringing the actual heat here to the track.
Yeah, 94 degrees out here on this warm March day, and drivers are preparing. And we've had about a month off since we last had our series at Glen Helen, which was awesome to return there to Southern California. Laid host to some amazing battles, and like you said, Mark, the points chase is heating up. We only got 2 weekends left of racing, 4 rounds. And I got to tell you, man, these points battles, there is a lot on the line, especially this weekend as we go into that finale event here back at Firebird Motorsports Park in April.
Yeah, every race, every lap, every position is going to be a key factor in here for that championship chase. Every position that you can grab, it'll get you more points here for each lap. And when it comes down to the wire like this at the end of the season, some of these battles aren't decided yet. Some of these battles aren't won yet. There are some people that have them, but, the battle of the points chase is still pretty close.
Well, and as we talk about these points chases, obviously we are going to have some action on track momentarily. But before we do that, we've got to bring in the third member of our broadcast team, Tiffany Stone.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, it feels so great to be back here, especially after rounds 5 and 6 at Glen Helen. Now, I had a chance to talk to some of the drivers. They're excited to be back. This is a lot of the drivers' home track. They know every corner. They know every line that they have to take. And like you guys were talking about, this is for the points battle. This is what the championship is going to be won on. We only have a few more rounds, so every point, every turn, every checkered flag is definitely going to count. But we do want to get the day started. And before we do anything, I do want to introduce Chaplain Steve Hansen with Racers for Christ for our invocation today.
Please bow with me as we pray. Father, we just come to you with just humbled hearts this morning. We are just so blessed that we get to come out here and race and just enjoy passions you put in our lives. And just our biggest challenge is just shaving some time off our lap time. So, Father, we just thank you for the position you've put us in and just how grateful we are to be out here in Arizona and enjoying this great weather. And, Father, we just thank you for the off-road community and the off-road family, and we also lift up the other half of our family that's down in Baja right now, racing and chasing, that every one of those individuals would come home safe with a great story to tell and no tragedies would happen. But, Father, we just lift up the off-road community to you and just pray that you keep us strong and we just not take anything for granted. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Chaplain. And if you guys are here, please rise for the playing of our national anthem. right, everybody, thank you so much. Now, we've got a great day planned for us. We've been talking about this all year long. This goes down to the points. This goes down to every turn. This goes down to every checkered flag like we were just talking about. I'll be here all day long talking to our top 3 drivers and our Maxxis Fast Lap Award winner after every single class. So we'll be here, but I'm going to throw it back to the booth right now with Jim and Mark to get the day started. Back up to you guys.
Hey, Mark. Well, we are definitely going to get this day started. We're going to get the day started in a big way. We've got 170 production that's going to be out on track first. And, Mark, I mean, this is one of our biggest classes. Obviously, some young, up-and-coming talent here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Some of the future pro drivers we're going to see later on in the years to come. But this 170 production class, Mark, I mean, throughout this year, we've seen some of the closest battles we've seen in any division right here in this stack field of young drivers.
Yeah, we're getting it right along right now during the track, but man, back to this 170 production class. Grayson Gentry has been very strong all season long, but man, right on his tail, Bryce Tomasi, and Bryce simply on fire out there in Southern California. It was an actually exciting race to watch, and look at this, why we get a great view of the track here. We're going to go around the track so you can see it. This is the ski jump that we got coming over right there into turn 3. Turn 3 is a hairpin coming up around into a step-up jump. You guys are going to love this. It is incredible. This is where the race is going to be won or lost right here on that step-up.
Yeah, that step-up definitely has been a place of lots of passing and lots of action throughout the rounds of racing we've had so far this season. As we're looking at this track, obviously they've been putting water in it, and the sun's been out, it's been drying it out, and I was looking at the track this morning, I go, this is shaping up to be a beautiful track today. I think the racing line's going to come down all day long, so I think we're going to see lots of passing out here this weekend at Firebird Motorsports Park. Yeah,
the water management's going to be very important here as the temperature is dry, as the temperature is hot. The moisture is not going to last but one round, so Kelvin's got his hands full making sure that track stays nice and full of traction.
Yeah, we've got a slight breeze also coming in, and that helps dry the track out as well. So between the heat and the breeze, this track's going to be fighting to keep moisture in, but it's going to be fun. Might end up seeing a little bit of dust out there, I think, especially when we get to some of those pro classes.
Yeah, this is going to be a great weekend to showcase your tire selection and what you're going to do and how you sipe it or how you cut it, whether you do or you don't. We're great to have Maxxis on board here. I was down talking with Adam Young yesterday at the Maxxis booth, and they've got every tire ready for you out there, including a brand new prototype short course tire that, looks like it's ready to go right out of the box. Put it on your car and go race in the right conditions.
Yeah, I know they were mounting I don't want to say balancing, but mounting tires yesterday, getting these drivers ready to go because we've got a full gamut of racing yet to come today. Starting out with our youth-filled morning, we're going to have 170 production. We're going to have 170 limited. We're going to have 800s and a lot of youth divisions this morning. And, that's kind of been the basis of the CORR series from the start. Getting these drivers behind the wheel at a young age and, grooming that talent up through the ranks, as we've seen some of these drivers that started out in some of the beginner classes now emerging into things like, even pro side-by-side.
Yeah, pro side-by-side. A lot of the young stars out here in the series before this one. Mia Chapman, as you know, she raced it. Connor McMullen raced it, and they've all stepped up. Ryder Chapman, Ryder Van Beekum, all of them's got their start out here in these classes, just like these 170 production class out here.
Yeah, with that, we are getting ready to go racing with the 170 production class as we get a look at our R&R Steel Racing 170 production points. Mark, give us a lowdown.
Creighton O'Connor's going to be taking the lead in this, and he's followed quickly by Grayson Gentry. A newcomer to the sport, Ryan Jones out there, top 3 in your points chase with Jamison Olsen right behind those 3. Rayleigh Lucas, doing a great job there in 5th. Knox Penrod in 6th. Wyatt Bulgarian in 7th. Points chase, Maverick Atterbury. Man, Atterbury crew very busy out here at the weekend. And Graceland Schuster and Daxton Kilgore out of Parker, Arizona with you in 10th place for the points chase.
Yeah, we see Daxton's father also running out here this weekend. We'll see him later on today in the SR1 division. We're getting ready to go race. I'm just looking at those pin flags starting to blow there a little bit.
Yeah, a little windy yesterday, so I think the wind's going to play a factor, but that's good. As you said, when the track gets a little dusty, let's take that dust right out of the way of these racers, so that way we can have some great racing and they don't have to race in the dust.
Yeah, there's the R&R Steel Racing water truck laying down some of this moisture into the track. as Mark said, might be one of the big storylines today, fighting to keep that moisture in the track with both the heat and the wind starting to emerge. But we're slated for 8 laps of racing, 14 drivers in the 170 production class. This one is run wire to wire. We don't have that mandatory competition caution at the midway point, so 8 laps of racing here for some of this young up-and-coming talent.
Yeah, this is a driver's class. If you're out there watching it, we always say this here at CORR. The classes get faster as it goes on, where the cars can be driven through the course rather than carrying your momentum. 170s, these are basically all the same car out there with minor changes in suspension and steering angles and all kinds of things that they think give them the edge or suit their driving style. But the one that you do have to maintain throughout the whole class is momentum. You have to make sure that you choose the correct line to carry that momentum into the corners so you don't scrub any speed. And that's the clear thing right here. If you scrub speed, that can be the difference of whether you get a position or lose a position. And that's very important to watch out here. You'll see that this is a driver's class. You might see some of the faster drivers shuffling for position or finding their line that makes their car go the fastest they can through the corners.
Yeah. You know, and as we're getting ready to go racing here in the in the 170 production class, we're going to step out for a short commercial break. And when we come back, we are going to be going racing.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing. Double E Racing. We help build champions.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think this is going to be a great thing for the sport.
And we're back here to Firebird Motorsports Park and rounds number 7 and 8 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright. We're going to be calling the action all weekend long. And right now we're getting ready to go 170 production racing. Excuse me, I keep saying Razor 170. So the background on that is all these cars are based off the Razor platform. The class is called 170 production, but I keep out of habit calling them Razor 170s because that is the base vehicle mark for all of these young racers in this class.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's not really a mistake because they definitely are Razors, whether they're 170s or the big 1000s like they have out here, what you will see out here later on today. So that is definitely not too big of a mistake to call these Razors. I don't know that there's any other manufacturers that make these 170s, so great to have them out here. But, man, the biggest thing out here in this class, it is a driver's class. Grayson Gentry's done a great job out there. All right, and Bryce Tomasi, you know, I went back as you and I do as announcers, watch all the things were our biggest critique on each show. And, man, I must have said Bryce Tomasi over and over and over for the weekend out there in Glen Helen.
Yeah, you know, and Tomasi's had a great season so far. But, you know, just looking at qualifying, I know we're going to get to our grid here in a little bit. But Grayson Gentry, a full 1.2 seconds faster than Bryce Tomasi on the outside of the front row. So I'm looking at that going, Grayson Gentry threw down the gauntlet for the rest of this class. 1.2 seconds faster in qualifying. It's unheard of.
I mean, what do you do if you're the rest of the class? You're sitting out there in the grid and you're looking over there at Grayson Gentry with a full second. That might as well be almost a whole straightaway right there in this class, because the 170 classes we talked about, these are equally matched cars. There's not a car or a setup that actually stands out because of the setup. The engines are identical. If it was a drag race, I mean, there would be just mere tenths of a seconds between each finisher. So these cars are literally almost identical, and it is all about the driver. So incredible to watch that being a full second up there for Grayson Gentry.
Yeah, it's all about the driver. It's all about lane choice. And in this class, it's all about momentum. You know, you get out of the gas in this class for these young drivers, and you lose so much crucial time. I mean, you've got to have these things spooled up and on the pipe the entire way around this track here, this 1 mile track here at Firebird Motorsports Park, because you get out of the gas in a momentum-based class, and it's rough going. Which brings us to the Liquid Moly 170 production starting grid. Take us through these rows, Mark.
In row 1 is going to be Grayson Gentry. He's got P1, as you said, a full second ahead of Bryce Tomasi. That's probably going to be the battle here for the weekend. Wyatt Dolgarian there in the second row will take the inside, with Creighton O'Connor out there, another points chase person out there in row 2. Johnny Savino out here in row 3, and Rayleigh Lucas will round off our top 3 rows with Dr. Penrod and Grayson Schuster in row 4. Yeah, it's going to be quite a battle out there. Bryce Tomasi, I have a feeling that Bryce Tomasi is going to step out early and start making the pace, and telling Grayson Gentry that, Grayson, you're going to have to hit your marks. You're going to have to carry it in. And, you know, this is no class for binders. Like, you cannot hit the brakes in anywhere in this class unless you are avoiding a collision out here on this course.
Yeah, I do want to mention, you mentioned in the in the lead up to this when we were going through the grids, Johnny Savino, not a name that we've seen so far yet this season in CORR, but this kid's been doing a lot of racing. I know he was just at the Mint 400. Family's been involved in off-road for a long time, local to kind of the Parker Lake Havasu area, so really looking forward to seeing him out here. But I think it's somebody that obviously a new name to this class this season here, but a name coming in that could possibly put something on the podium.
Nice. I'd like to see that. It's funny that you mentioned that. As I was reading, I was like, Johnny Savino, I don't think that's a name that I've said yet here at CORR. So it is great to see that we're starting to get ripples out in the off-road community and say, hey, CORR's the place to be. As you can see, a complete stacked field right there.
It is a stacked field as they wind their way around this. Yet again, this is slated for 8 laps out here on this 1 mile course at Firebird.
Yeah, we were going to bump the laps up here this weekend. That was the talk back in our meetings, all getting into this weekend. But, you know, as temperatures have gone up and everything, the idea of having more laps out there was just simply to give the racers more track time. And CORR listened, and they started adding some laps. However, we found out a discrepancy that these cars just simply do not have a big enough fuel tank, so they can't stay out there on this course for an extra 2 laps, so we cut them back down, and Jim Beaver, we're getting ready to get green.
Yeah, we are going to be looking for that green flag here. 8 laps slated. We are racing here for round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
Very exciting start. You can see early Bryce Tomasi and Grayson Gentry out in the top 2. They are going to be the battle to watch out there, and already down the back straightaway, I bet that's Grayson Gentry out front.
Yeah, we're going to have Gentry and Tomasi leading the way.
Great drone work in here. We can already hear an active spotter out here. It's already active here on the first lap. I love hearing the spotters out here and how the energy that they bring to their drivers.
Yeah, I had some aerial footage there. That was Rayleigh Lucas in the bright pink car.
Great shot of Bryce and Grayson as they come up the step up here. As we talked about it, this is a critical jump here for the chorus, and indeed, Bryce Tomasi in the 26 car is going to have to get to Grayson Gentry, but this is going to be the battle that we're going to watch out front. Bryce Tomasi, and there you go, what we were talking about, how aggressive he is, and Grayson Gentry choosing that line to get it. And look at that corner speed that Bryce Tomasi just brought in there into turn 4.
Well, I think this is really important for Tomasi. We saw that blistering qualifying lap Grayson Gentry had. Knowing that he's got speed around this, Bryce Tomasi wants to put that pressure on early. Try and get around as soon as he can. Then he can control the pace of the race. Much easier to lead and keep a faster driver behind you than it is to let him check out on you. As we're seeing now, Grayson Gentry starting to stretch that lead ever so much over Bryce Tomasi.
Yeah, 2 different driving styles here. You can see Grayson Gentry, great position out here to keep it, steady. But Bryce Tomasi, you'll see him come back into frame here with a little more aggressive into the corners and maybe just a smidgen more corner speed. But at this moment right now, he's got quite a gap between first and second.
Yeah, already starting to stretch things out. That is a dangerous thing when you get somebody like Grayson Gentry with a big lead over the field, especially with no mandatory competition caution, as we see the rest of this 14-car field starting to cycle through.
Yeah, Bryce Tomasi's got his work cut out for him. Going to have to analyze the line and hope that he can pick up a few more seconds per lap to get back up in there in the rear bumper of Grayson Gentry.
All right, we're making our way through this track. Couple laps in the book now.
Great aerial footage that we got. Oh, a little bit of slip up there from our 2X driver. And you can see the gap between the 2 front runners already. The gap from second to third place right there. Almost a full straightaway as they come back into turn 1.
Yeah, that is Dulgarian there in the 102, that teal car. Trying to find a way to get around.
Yeah, it's looking like the real battle now is shaping up here in the 3rd and 4th spot. Dulgarian's going to have to hold that line or keep that position because those 3 cars right there on the screen, they are where the battle's at for right now.
Yeah, Rayleigh Lucas starting to come into picture there, trying to put a little pressure on the 102 of Wyatt Dulgarian.
Wyatt Dulgarian with a pretty loose car here into so many corners. I'm wondering if he's scrubbing that speed purposely or if he's got his hands full with a loose race car.
We get a glimpse there of that American and the Arizona flag flying over that big flyaway jump. Glimpse there again of the 823 of Rayleigh Lucas trying to put a little pressure on the 102, that 102 teal car. That is Wyatt Dulgarian.
Rayleigh Lucas looking great, having a very consistent lap times out here, and I think that's key. Sit back and, this is even though we've shortened the laps, this is still a long race to do with no caution. So it's very important that you literally race your fastest lap every single lap. There's no real strategy here other than get it to out front early so that way you can lead this, because if you don't figure it out, the person behind you will figure it out.
Well, and I think, that's one of the big things here is without a mandatory competition caution, if you make a mistake, it punishes you for the entire race unless there's a caution flag that flies.
Yeah, and these kids are competitive. They get really angry when they make a mistake. I mean, I've seen kids literally cry on the podium because, like you just said, they'll make a mistake in a corner and let their competitor by in a corner, and man, that can be heartbreaking.
Yeah, so right now the 911 of Creighton O'Connor getting a lot of pressure by Wyatt Dulgarian and Rayleigh Lucas. So Creighton O'Connor making his march. Oh, it looks like a little hiccup there. It looks like Wyatt Dulgarian had a glimpse, narrowed the gap a bit. Look at the run-up, though, that Dulgarian's getting there on Creighton O'Connor.
Yeah, Dulgarian was able to squeeze in there and take advantage. O'Connor definitely having a very loose car out there. And again, I don't know if that's the car or the driving done out there, because you'll see it right here, a little bit loose again, as you notice. And there is a loss right there as the 102 car comes back into play and was able to make a run for it one more time.
Yeah, Dulgarian slowly reeling in Creighton O'Connor. Keeps getting a glimpse of the outside. Looks like O'Connor continues to push high around these corners. And we've got Dulgarian that drops all the way to the bottom trying to make his way around. And we've got Rayleigh Lucas in the back. She is not losing step, almost in lockstep there with Wyatt Dulgarian.
Yeah, I think if I was Creighton O'Connor, I would make sure and keep that car what we call fat and happy right now and don't try to stress the point of going outside in, because, again, with a loose car, whether it's your style or the car, that's not the line that you want to take, because you can definitely hand the position over. And Dulgarian right there with a very smooth line will be right there and will take that position if he slides out in a corner with that loose race car.
And this is a battle for a podium spot. Currently, Creighton O'Connor in a podium position, so Rayleigh Lucas and Wyatt Dulgarian both in the hunt for that podium spot.
Yeah, they're going to have to keep that car right where it's at and make sure that if it is the car, you're going to have to drive that car that way and make sure you keep it up front. But look at that. They are very close to each other. Not one mistake can be made right here.
As they work their way through this interior portion of the track. The battle for third place.
Love that step down right there. Coming out of turn 4 into turn 5, and this is our final turn here before the front straightaway, turn 6. And as you see, tons of lines out there in turn 6. And that also, we talk about the step up, but turn 6 is very important on how they set it up coming down the front straightaway right there, because the front straightaway is basically a drag race. So coming out of turn 6 down the front straightaway is a very critical decision to make there as well. You take it wide and carry the momentum, or do you tighten it up and accelerate down the front straightaway? And that's very key, because if you accelerate and keep it tight, your car is going to have the power. Oh, but now we've got a challenge. Dulgarian getting a wheel in on O'Connor.
Yeah, it was a mistake there by Creighton O'Connor, and we've had Dulgarian right there hunting him the entire race and almost able to make something happen. Looked like, oh, look at that, another bobble. It almost looked like it was pulling off the side of the road. There's something there that with Creighton O'Connor, something's not right in that car. And it's leaving the door wide open for Wyatt Dulgarian. Dulgarian's got to be on the lookout, though. Rayleigh Lucas right behind him.
Yeah, that car's loose for sure. We've been talking about it this whole race. Lots of corner speed lost. So it's amazing that O'Connor's been able to hold on to that position, hold the thrust of Dulgarian.
Look at those three cars just almost identical around this course. Almost like they're drafting one another. I don't think drafting in 170 Productions is a thing, but they're sure trying.
Hey, well, let's just say it is. Let's make it a thing.
Look at that. Rayleigh Lucas pulling side by side there with Wyatt Dulgarian all the way to the bottom. Is there something there? Rayleigh Lucas trying to pinch off Dulgarian. Rayleigh Lucas going to take the 4th spot away.
Great exchange right there. And that is exactly what I was talking about earlier just a moment ago. If you got to choose that position coming out of turn 6, and it paid off for Rayleigh Lucas.
And look at Rayleigh Lucas. She wants that podium spot coming on strong late in this race. Dulgarian trying to battle back. The 8:23 of Rayleigh Lucas got her sights set there on Creighton O'Connor.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Dulgarian got a little frustrated right there and now is going to have to get aggressive to get that position back, to get the battle back between O'Connor.
All right, so this is the battle for third. It is Creighton O'Connor, Rayleigh Lucas, and Wyatt Dulgarian. 3, 4, and 5.
Well, Creighton O'Connor doing a great job, even though that car is loose, or if it is his style, but he's breaking that car loose. But now can Rayleigh Lucas get that? She's only got one more lap to go, but can Rayleigh Lucas reel in Creighton O'Connor? We're about to find out. We've got one lap left.
Yeah, Gentry taking the white flag, current leader. Going to get into some lap traffic here. As Rayleigh Lucas there in the 4th spot, trying to get hunted down by the 102 of Wyatt Dulgarian as they're both chasing down on this final lap. The 911 of Creighton O'Connor. Been in 3rd since the drop of the green flag. Hasn't looked back, but he has had a lot of pressure.
Yeah, great job by Creighton O'Connor. As I said, I don't know if his car is loose or if he's doing that purposely, but able to hold on to that final position on our podium. But, man, what a great race so far by our number 1 qualifier. Grayson Gentry showing you why he is the number 1 qualifier.
Yeah, checked out on this field. Got a few corners remaining. Let it wire to wire. Coast to coast so far. We're going to see if 208 Grayson Gentry can make this a perfect opening day. Oh, as we've got the 102 and the 414. That is Wyatt Dulgarian getting collected up with a 414.
That's got to be frustrating for Dulgarian out there. Had the opportunity to get 3rd place away from Creighton O'Connor, but now getting taken out. I didn't see the incident, but that doesn't look in any way fun right there.
Yeah, tough run there, but it is going to be Grayson Gentry taking home the checkered flag from the pole position. Going to Bryce Tomasi, going to finish up 2nd with that Maxxis Tires checkered flag flying for these drivers.
Yeah, we're very fortunate to have Maxxis Tires on board for the rest of the 26th season, and they have signed on for 2027, and we're going to be great support out there from Maxxis Tires.
That is going to be Creighton O'Connor with the third spot, followed closely by Rayleigh Lucas. Great run for her today to finish up in fourth.
Yeah, Rayleigh Lucas, great job out there. But the hard luck trophy of the day out there for Dolgarian had to go backwards after Rayleigh got around, but then an unfortunate mishap taking Dolgarian out of that chase.
Yeah, see that Maxxis Tires checkered flag flying?
What a fabulous morning so far out here. The temperature just perfect for racing.
All right, we are going to come back from a short commercial break, and we are going to catch up with our podium finishers return here to Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Meet up at the countdown group up. That's 10-4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
And we are back here to Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. 170 production, just wrapping up. 8 laps of racing, and there was one driver that stood out on this one, Grayson Gentry, leading this thing wire to wire from the pole position. A little pressure there in lap number 1 from Bryce Tomasi, but Grayson Gentry, flawless victory.
Yeah, Grayson Gentry, just absolutely incredible here in this opening event here. And I really thought there was going to be a little closer race between Bryce Tomasi and Grayson Gentry, but still a great race, and Grayson shows you why a full second in qualifying matters right there, and there is our 170 production finisher.
Yeah, this is our Maxxis Tires 170 production results. Grayson Gentry on top, Creighton O'Connor in the second spot. Oh, looks like Rayleigh Lucas sliding into the third. Wyatt Dolgarian, Knox Penrod, Graceland Schuster, Johnny Savino in 7th, Sawyer Redden, Maverick Atterbury, and Daxton Kilgore in the 10th spot.
Like seeing Johnny Savino out there, the new name out here, finishing 7th place. What a great showing here for Johnny Savino.
We've got some great young talent in the 170 production division. As we get a glimpse here of this track, and you can see the banners blowing. And as you know, Mark sitting here in the booth, we're starting to get a little wind here, so we're going to see how that plays into the racing action here yet to come this morning.
Yeah, it's getting windy up here. Hopefully we don't repeat the incident that we had the day before racing down there at Glen Helen, but it is getting windy. When it gets dusty, that's going to be incredible. When it gets hot, that's going to be incredible. We have a little bit of a breeze, but right now it's just more of a pain in the butt than anything.
Yeah, it's going to dry this track out and keep it nice and interesting. I like it when we throw the elements at these drivers, see who can come out on top.
Yeah, indeed, and great job there. Grayson Gentry was able to get it done. A full second ahead out there in qualifying, and a great job out there at the race.
Well, and talking about these 170 production drivers right now, we've got Tiffany Stone standing by with our podium finishers.
Thank you so much. It's so good to see you down here, Rayleigh. Nice job. You were able to capitalize on some other people's mistakes. You always drive to the checker flag, and that's exactly what you did. Tell me about your day. You're all good. Listen, who would you like to thank today?
My mom, my dad, 2X Motorsports, Robert E. Porter, VP Racing, Hoosier Tires, and Rugged Radios.
Listen, if I drove just like you did, I would be speechless, so don't even worry. I would be like, man, I'm so excited here. Nice job on third place for you, okay? All right, we're going to head over to Creighton O'Connor. Creighton, nice job. We want to chat with you. You were able to drive. You did some great things out there. Picked great lines, made it all the way to the end. Who would you like to thank?
2X Motorsports, my mom, the Atterberries, the Lucases, and whoever else works on my car.
Well, you look awesome in those shades. Nice job, bud. And we're going to talk to our top finisher over here, Grayson Gentry. You pretty much put a clinic out there. You checked out. You had a great qualifying time, and you never looked back. Tell me about your day.
It's good.
Wonderful, bud. You are a man of few words, and I love it talking to you. You are so fast out there. Who would you like to thank today?
My mom, my dad, Jacqueline, my grandpa, Blue Gone Warrior, my grandma, and my uncle and my aunt. That's it.
Wonderful. Nice job. One more round of applause for your top 3 finishers in 170 production. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, great run there. Grayson Gentry, man, a few words, but tell you what, he lets his racing do the talking, and he talked a lot today.
Yeah, the results alone speak volumes out there, especially with a stacked field like that. Bryce Tomasi out there did a great job as well, but didn't see him there at the podium. So Grayson Gentry, full second ahead of everybody out there, and was able to maintain it here at the main race.
Yeah, great run for him. So up next, we're going to shift gears. We're going to take the speeds up just a hair. We're going to move into the 250 modified division, Mark.
Yeah, this class is pretty cool. I really love this. It's basically the same chassis, but a little more modified, a little wider. A little faster, can accelerate a little more. Still a class of momentum, though. This is still going to be a driver's class, but like you said, the speeds are going to be just a little bit faster and a little more spicy here in this race. So we've got some great racers out here. Only 3 here have showed up today. Murphy McKay out there, a veteran. Elliott Brook, we know Elliott Brook. Elliott Brook's been solid, and Elliott Brook did a great job out there in San Bernardino. So can Elliott Brook put down the performance that he did there in San Bernardino? But Mason Atterbury out there of the Atterbury crew. It's hard to beat. When you see the Atterbury name out there in this field, boy, you know you're prepared to race.
Yeah, the Atterbury family got a few entries out there, and I know we're going to see here in next race or two Addie Atterbury, who's been having a phenomenal season in her division. So yes, Atterbury family definitely out here in force in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We take a look at our R&R Steel Racing 250 modified points.
Elliott Brook with a great job out there. He's leading this field, but right behind him, I did catch it there. That was there and gone. But there it is. We'll try it one more time. Elliott Brook with Brody Klein out there. Brody Klein with a great lead out there, not being able to be out here in the last few events. But Murphy McCain now sliding up here. You'll see him in the 250 out there. Grayson Gentry. Don't see Grayson out here in this grid so far. But right now, I think the man of this class to watch is going to be Elliott Brook. Elliott Brook solid out there at San Bernardino and Glen Helen was a great job. So can Elliott Brook get it done for today and take those points ever higher and into the championship chase?
Well, and look at it, the qualifying times, Murphy McKay and Elliott Brook, very, very close, in a half a second of each other on this track. So I think we may have a little bit of a shootout there with Murphy McKay and Elliott Brook.
Yeah, Murphy McKay, pretty much solid and consistent. Murphy McKay has done a great job, continued to advance, continuing to learn and get up there in the top 3 very consistently throughout the season. So Elliott Brook more than likely is not just going to run away with it if Murphy McKay is having a good weekend of racing.
All right, so we got our pace vehicle bringing things around. The 019 pace vehicle.
Yeah, great shot there so far. You can see how Kelvin and the boys down there on the track keeping the moisture management. That's going to be very important for today as temperatures increase. So you're going to watch for that. But right now, no dust coming from the back of these cars, and that means that's going to be a great race here for these competitors.
All right, so that 019 pace vehicle, bringing them around. Thanks to having 019 on board for all the support here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, all the banners and easy ups you see, and custom canopies and a lot of the vinyl wraps and stuff, all being done by 019. So big thanks to them. Also doing window tinting and quite a few other things there at 019.
Yeah, they're pretty busy over there. Already, though, it looks like not being able to make the curtain call, the number 695 car of Mason Atterbury being pushed off right now. So, unfortunately, that could spell end of the weekend, as long as they're probably going to push it back to the pits and see if they can get that car started, or they're just trying to get it started. But it looks like that Mason Atterbury is not going to make the curtain call. There you can see clearly the 019 out there for the pace vehicle, the official pace vehicle here of the 250 modified. So right now just two cars lining up, able to make the curtain call as the pace vehicle comes out of the way. And I think we're going to go to racing here and get this green flag this time around.
All right, we are green flag racing here. Ellie Brook tucking behind.
Yeah, Mervyn McKay, you can't give Mervyn McKay that lead early because you're going to have to earn it if you want to get around him. As I said, Mervyn McKay, if he's having a great weekend of racing, he has just very consistently stepped up his game. And if Mervyn McKay has a great weekend of racing, you can see him sawing on that wheel going into turn 2 down the back straightaway as they come over the ski jump. But Elliott Brook, as I said, great momentum coming out of Glen Helen. Can Elliott Brook here put that momentum to work, or is Mervyn McKay just going to walk away with it?
Yeah, and you see a lot more speed out of these cars. 250, obviously stepping things up, bigger displacement. You can hear him get up on the pipe a little bit more, a little bit quicker. Some of these corners having to back out a little bit more.
Yeah, for sure. Then that backing out of what we're talking about, this is a class you really don't want to have to use the brakes unless, you're avoiding a collision. But, and there it is. Mervyn McKay with a big mistake, opening the door for Elliott Brook. But Elliott Brook having a mistake there, too, in turn 5.
All right, so it is Murphy McKay followed by Elliott Brook, 1 and 2. Very, very close this first lap by, but we're going to see how things shape out. Elliott Brook trying to make something up on him. Qualified about half a second back of Murphy McKay.
Yeah, I'm not seeing that speed back from Elliott Brook. Elliott Brook loving that course out there at Glen Helen. Elliott Brook, this is Elliott Brook's home track, though, and a lot of the racers out here at CORR, this is their track. So I'm very surprised to see Elliott Brook going to have to earn this one if Elliott Brook wants to be on top of the box.
Yeah, that course out there at Glen Helen that Mark keeps referring to in rounds 5 and 6, a little bit more technical of a course here than this one at Firebird. Firebird got some bigger jumps and things. That one was a little more technical, more corners than we saw here at Firebird, some tighter spots and things like that. So definitely a different type course for these drivers, especially when you start talking about the pro drivers and the rhythm section that we saw there at Glen Helen. So caters to two different types of driving styles, so we're going to see a little bit different look at some of these drivers' skill sets. His big mistake there from Murphy McKay, sliding up way wide, allowing Elliott Brook to get back into things.
Yeah, Murphy McKay is having an issue there in turn 5 rather, before 6. Murphy McKay pushed wide. That's the second time he's gone really wide. And if Murphy McKay continues to do that, I do have a feeling that Elliott Brook will take full advantage of that here in one of these laps.
And Murphy McKay picking his lines. Elliott Brook slowly reeling things back in. It looks like the straight line speed, though, of Murphy McKay just continues to stretch things out on these straightaways. Then Elliott Brook kind of narrows the gap in these corners, but once they hit those straights, it's like Murphy McKay is just gone, Mark.
Yeah, it would appear that Murphy McKay has that top-end speed, that drag race speed that we're talking about out of the straightaways. But I've always said it a million times, short course racing, desert racing, any type of racing, you don't win them in the straightaways, you win them in the corners. And that's the way that this is going to happen. You can see Elliott Brook great with the corners out here. And, we were talking about Glen Helen and being a lot more technical, indeed. But one thing that is also critical in this racing is look at the terrain. Look at the traction difference that we have. Tons of traction out there at Glen Helen, but this is a desert course. And there again with Murphy McKay going wide out of that turn 5.
Yeah, that corner, he just continues to push out of it. It opens the door briefly for Elliott Brooks. So you got to think Elliott Brooks spotters are on the horn to him saying, hey, that's where you're going to make your pass. Get things together. They've still got quite a few laps remaining in this one. They're slated for 8. And I think if you're going to see Elliott Brooks make a move, it may be in that corner.
Yeah, Elliott Brooks got his dad over here spotting for him. So, and, that's a great team out there. And that's very critical. One thing we do overlook frequently out here in short course racing. Short course racing is a relationship between your spotter and the driver, and that can make the difference in this class. With 2 competitors out there, you're just kind of going through the notes. You're saying, hey, this is what we talked about. And as I said earlier before this race started, if Murphy McKay gets out front, it's going to be hard to get around him out here. This is his home track. He has been increasing his skills as time has gone on in racing, and here it is, a prime example, and he's able to showcase his skills right now.
Yeah, Elliott Brooks with that bright yellow and blue at number 16, working his way through, trying to hunt down our leader, Murphy McKay, who's led this thing from the drop of the green flag. Is also a pole sitter. You're going to see Elliott Brooks try and narrow the gap. Take it a little bit lower line, it looks like, occasionally than Murphy McKay, trying to get those ever-crucial inches here in the 250 modified division, but it's all for nothing right now because Murphy McKay just absolutely flying out here.
Yeah, Murphy McKay for sure taking the wider line, and in contrast, Elliott Brooks to the inside, trying to make the course a little shorter for him. But, both styles can be good, can be bad, but I think right now, Elliott Brooks is making the right decision to try to tighten up this class and find the short way around it.
Down over the big ski jump. Murphy McKay leading, Elliott Brooks in the second spot. This is 250 modified, slated for 8 laps.
Now we talked about a lot of the obstacles out here on this Firebird Motorsports Park course, but one turn we haven't talked about is turn 3, where they just came out of. Turn 3 is arguably one of the widest turns other than turn 1, and turn 3 is very critical on corner entry and how you accelerate out of it. And again, a lot of the places the race can be won, as we talked about over the step-up, but turn 3 is probably, arguably, one of the most critical corners here on the course.
I got a slingshot around down in front of the grandstands. It is Murphy McKay leading, Elliott Brooks in the second spot.
And look at that, Atterbury back on course. They were able to get that car repaired. Now, Atterbury, unfortunately, several laps down, but getting out there and make sure you get those necessary points for the championship chase. And Elliott Brooks getting out of shape there down the back straightaway, getting into the fluff.
Yeah, and Atterbury now coming out, knows, you finish up, you're going to be grab a couple of points in the third spot. But the big thing is we're going to see Mason Atterbury back out here tomorrow, and this is crucial laps. This is lap time. And for Mason Atterbury, this is a lot of homework's going to be put into tomorrow out here today.
Yeah, for sure. That is 100% accurate, and Atterbury right now would be wise to get on the bumper of Elliott Brooks to see if that car is set up right. It does appear that Atterbury's still having problems with that car.
That 696, a little bit different look than the other ones. A little bit narrower chassis, probably a little bit lighter. Kind of interesting to see the take. And then it's 250 modified. It's a different approach we're seeing out of a few of these different car builds.
Yeah, I really love that this is really a builder's class. And I said it out at Glen Helen that these are I-beamed cars, but if you look at Atterbury's car, that is a double A-arm, so that's where that modified comes in. You can choose to run the beams, or you can run the double A-arm, the LSA. That Atterbury's car very distinctly has, and they all have, as you see right there in Atterbury's car, a live axle rear end. So that's a solid live axle rear end, not independent. The engine actually sits on the swing arm that the axle sits on, so the entire engine and the whole assembly there is on its own plane. But the front end difference is the I-beam you can see of Murphy McKay. It is only one beam that comes out onto the spindle. But I don't know that there's really an advantage. As you know, in desert racing, I-beams on the Ford, on the classes, on the limited classes, I-beams were the way to go. Lots of travel for an inexpensive price and a rock-solid, reliable travel from the I-beams.
So we get a glimpse here. Once again, we're on board or flying just above the onboard with Elliott Brooks, chasing out Murphy McKay, our current leader. Looks like McKay had just about a second on Brooke that last time by as the white flag flies. 1 to go here. 7 laps in the books. We're going for 8, so it is McKay, Brooke, Atterbury, 1, 2, 3 in this one.
Yeah, that time is going to be the telltale right there for Atterbury, as you see right there with the 120. And the leaders are about 112, 111, so that's a full 8-9 seconds behind. So that's where I was saying I'm wondering if Atterbury's still having problems with that car. But we're going to find out here on this final lap if Atterbury is able to pick up those 8 to 9 seconds there. And if not, that is the telltale sign that Atterbury's still having problems with that car.
So the white flag is out here. Half a lap remaining. It is Murphy McKay leading.
Murphy McKay tightened up that corner quite a bit. I'm wondering if the spotter said, hey, man, inside, keep that car tight. Again, another tight turn right there from Murphy McKay, and we'll find out right here. This is the turn that's been really he pushes wide on, but look at that. He tightened it up. So I would venture to say the spotter said, hey, tighten those corners up. You're going to have to hold on.
McKay coming down. Looking for that Maxxis Tires checkered flag. It is out. It is going to be Murphy McKay from the pole, keeping it perfect all day. 8 laps in, 8 laps led. Checkered flag is out. It is going to be Mason Atterbury in the 3rd spot and Elliott Brooke finishing up in 2nd.
Great performance from Elliott Brooke. Not the one that we saw out there at Glen Helen, but Elliott Brooke staying consistent. And it is going to be a lot of necessary points here for that championship chase.
All right, we're going to come back here to Chandler at Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series and catch up with our podium finishers.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
Today? All of them. I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've got another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
And we are back here to Chandler, Arizona at Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright in the booth. The 250 modified class just wrapping up, and man, it was all about one driver, the number 98 of Murphy McKay on the pole. Led it wire to wire as that brings us to our Maxxis Tires 250 modified results, Mark.
Yeah, I know Murphy McKay is going to be pretty happy there as he won this one with a great 9:41 out there, but right behind him, Elliott Brooke with a great performance as well. Couldn't get anywhere around Murphy McKay on the track, but Mason Atterbury started off slow, did not make the curtain call, did not make the green flag, so Mason Atterbury had to get that car back into it, but Mason Atterbury picking up those necessary points here for the championship chase.
And we have our drivers getting ready to go down to the podium. But I got to tell you, that 250 modified class, Murphy McKay, great run. I love hearing those engines scream. They get spool up, and you get the horsepower. It's definitely a different sound than we saw there with the 170 production.
Yeah, it's one thing to watch the turbo class, the modifieds, and everything get that power into those corners, but it's a whole nother watching these kids carry that momentum into the corner. And that's where they can win or lose a race out there, is how they choose their line in the corner. And it was great by Murphy McKay. As I said, Murphy McKay's skill has been progressing as time has gone on, and Murphy McKay just showed that he got it done here in that race.
Yeah, so it was Murphy McKay, Elliott Brook, and Mason Atterbury, 1, 2, 3. Obviously, we saw Mason Atterbury emerge from the pits late into that one, getting some crucial lap times that or laps in that probably going to be beneficial when we move to round number 8 tomorrow, Mark.
Yeah, that's a tough break for Mason Atterbury having to watch the race take off without her. But it looks like they got her back in the pits and got the car at least good enough to make the last few laps in there. And as you said, that's going to set Mason Atterbury up for tomorrow's race, and I know that was very necessary for Mason to get out there.
All right, so talking about our podium finishers, we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone, standing by with them.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Mason Atterbury. Now, Mason, we saw that you had a little bit of a car failure in the beginning, but you were able to come back, grab some more points, finish the race. What exactly happened today?
I lost fuel pressure, but my dad, Mike, and Jeff were helping me to get more laps in.
Well, I love that because we talk about that every single point matters from here out to the end of the season. Who would you like to thank today?
My mom, my dad, Carson Greco, my brother, 2X Motorsports, Lone Star, Rugged Radios, Off-Road Vixens, Evolution Power Sports, 518 Designs, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Quirky Racing Seats, SRI Performance, SPA Technique, Elko Racing Suspension, and Rome Aventurica.
Well, nice job. I love seeing you come out there. You know, you had, like you said, a little bit of problems, but you came out, got some laps, and got some more points. Nice job. All right, we're going to head over here to Elliott Brook. Elliott, it seems like you're just getting faster and faster as the season goes on. That smile says everything because you know exactly what's happening out there. Tell me about your day, bud.
Yeah, I was trying to pass him. He's fast, and yeah.
Well, who would you like to thank today to get you a second place for round 7?
My dad, my mom, my grandma, 2X Motorsports, the American Legion Post 35, 518 Designs, and everyone else who supports me.
Wonderful. I mean, between you and Mason over there, you guys got your sponsors unlocked. I love that. Nice job. All right, we're going to head over here to Murphy McKay. Now, Murphy, nice job over there. Elliott said you were fast. You put a nice show for everybody out there. You said racing was fun. You loved it. Tell me about your day.
I keep getting faster and faster, and when my dad and my uncle thought it was the right time to put a 204 motor in it, we put it, 2X helped us put it in it.
Well, that's wonderful. I love seeing that everybody's coming together. A lot of people are helping you three out here. Who would you like to thank, though, today for everything to get you that first place?
My mom, my dad, my yaya, my cousins, the Foresters, the Ledbetters, the Bulgarians, 2X Motorsports, Economy Plumbing, Servworks Plumbing, Mobile Force Refueling, and Tucson Equipment Haulers.
Wonderful. Nice job. One more big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in 250 Modified. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And I do have to say that, man, I'm actually really impressed with Mason. That was a lot of sponsors just off the cuff, just running through it. I think our jobs might be on the line here, Mark. Mason might be taking over.
I love it. That's okay, man. Hey, if you can do it, we both were racers too, and we've had to make our way up here, and here we are. Calling the action now. One thing I wanted to point out while I was looking there on the monitor, though, I've been the announcer out here at CORR since their second season, and I remember these kids while I was down there on the podium just, bending down, just like all of them. Connor McMullen, same thing. Mia Chapman, I used to bend down. Ryder Chapman was tiny when I started interviewing him. But now look down there. Murphy McKay, what is he, 25 years old already? He looks so mature. These kids, Elliott Brook, the same thing. And there's only a month or two that we go between seeing these kids. What are they putting in the water here? They look like they're 25 years old already.
Well, definitely, we're seeing a lot of these young kids drivers, grow up. Obviously, that's one of the big things about the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, too, is the ladder system. As they grow as drivers, as they grow, into teenage years, things like that, there's a proper ladder system in place. I think that's one thing I love about this series. We see these drivers, come and, every year in, year out, grow into faster and faster cars and better race car drivers. As that brings us to the R&R Steel Racing 170 Limited point standings. Mark, take us through these points.
Man, I'm so excited about this race. A stacked field, man, of at least 18 cars. We're going to start out with Stetson Wyman will be in your P1. The Rooster, Zeppelin Ledbetter out there in second in P2. Jason Stowell out there in points as well. Top 3 with Grayson Gentry rounding off the top 4. Braden Lucas, Mason Atterbury, Madden McCormick, Mason Bulgarian, Steele Earp, and Bryce Tomasi will be your top 10 in points.
All right, 18 drivers slated to go in this one. It's going to be 8 laps, 18 drivers. That is a lot of cars out on course here. 18 of them in the 170 limited class. You got to love it. A little bit quicker than we saw in the 170 production. So 170 limited going to take the speeds up just a hair. And we're going to see some really close racing action in this one as we get a glimpse there of everybody starting to get put together and get these drivers. It's like herding cats out there with 18 of these 170 limiteds trying to get them lined up.
I don't think I've ever heard that in my announcing career ever. Herding cats. Okay. I got one for my repertoire. All right. Rooster's going to lead us off, though, in P1. And Rooster, just what a racer that Rooster has become. Been racing everything. You know, I get online, as we do. I try to stay up on all the off-road races that happen here in our community. And, man, Rooster has been just a dominant force in all the other forms of racing, and right here shows it. Rooster up there in P1 of Zeppelin Ledbetter. He's doing a great job, and you'll see that orange car out front. You can actually see it already there from our shot. You look at the top of the screen right there, you can see that bright orange car of Zeppelin Ledbetter. And right next to him, Cason Stowell, absolutely solid in the 170 limited class here. So this promises to be quite the battle here, and this is going to be one of the battles of the weekend, sheerly because of the numbers.
Oh, yeah, surely because of the numbers. I mean, we've seen some close racing. I mean, there's a lot of great talent in this 170 limited class. We're going to see it on full showcase, full display out here at Firebird Motorsports Park this weekend. Some of these drivers, I believe, that we're seeing in this class, you're going to see them in the next year or two graduate into some of the bigger, faster cars and be the future stars of the sport, hands down.
Yeah, it's hard to call who's going to be the one. You know, you never can, when you're out here announcing short course off-road racing, who's going to stay in it and who's going to continue. You know, we talk about Mia Chapman. She is now a Red Bull athlete because of where she has progressed along the way. And I cannot wait to see this class right here, how many of these racers are going to stick around and become the next fast names out here in off-road short course racing.
Well, you know, and just, you know, getting a glimpse down, you'd mentioned Zeppelin, a.k.a. Rooster Ledbetter. I mean, we got Grayson Gentry. We saw him earlier on, you know, this weekend. We've got Stetson Wyman, another young name that we've got to talk about here. Mason Atterbury back. I mean, Braden Lucas, McCormick's, Bodden. I mean, you go down this, Mason Bulgarian, there's so many good drivers, I mean, top to bottom, you know. It's just, you know, where do you go? It's crazy. It's anybody's race.
Yeah, one of the names out there, too, Banks Bodden. I mean, Bodden out here, the Bodden name, fairly new here for this season, and the Bodden name just coming out here, hitting the scene and heading right to the top, right to the front, and very exciting to have the Boddens out here.
Yeah, and one of the things I look at, you know, as we're going to get to our starting grids here in a little bit, but I look at qualifying times, and what's got me excited about this, where I'm thinking this is going to shape up to be a really big slugfest, you got Zeppelin Ledbetter on the pole, minute 15.69. Cason Stowell, minute 15.89. Grayson Gentry, minute 15.94. You've got our top three drivers within 0.3 of a second of each other. That means we're going to see some racing. We're going to see these kids slicing and dicing. I mean, this is shaping up to be a really fun race to watch.
Yeah, I mean, everybody here on this list is capable of running those top laps out here on a good weekend, great setup, and, you know, great spotter. So everything out here, this can be anybody's race. As you said, tons of big names out here. Stetson Wyman out there, too, in row 5. Going to be on the outside there, and Stetson Wyman with the 120 out there. So 120 to 115 from Rooster, you know, that 5 seconds can be made up because of a slight adjustment that happened on the setup of the car. So you can use qualifying to come out here, get the position that you got out there, but then you still got time to make adjustments on the car and make up a few seconds.
Well, you know, and I got to give Rooster some credit. Zeppelin has been putting in the work this year. We saw him in the opening rounds here in the fall, and you know he was quick. But we're seeing him emerge, and I mean, I look at young drivers, I go, who is getting better throughout the season? And I mean, everybody gets a little bit quicker, a little bit better, but I'm seeing Zeppelin, I mean, leaps and bounds, getting quicker every single weekend, getting more competitive. I mean, you know, we talk about, you know, one of the other divisions we're going to see, another driver we've seen this year do the same thing, Chloe Hearn. You know, it's like, who are you seeing making those huge, large gaps of improvement? And I've seen Zeppelin Ledbetter. He is definitely one of those drivers. I think Chloe Hearn in that same category. But it's I love seeing that, where you see these drivers make these monumental leaps forward throughout the season.
Undeniable. Rooster has done a great job of making a showing in every race. A lot of the other races that I told you I've watched with Rooster involved has come out victorious as well. So, indeed, great improvements there by Zeppelin Ledbetter.
All right, we've got 18 drivers gridded up for the 170 limited class. This one's slated for 8 laps out here, but it's just insane to see 18 of these drivers.
Yeah, thank you, Nitro Rallycross, out there having us on that starting grid out there on the tarmac. So we got these big numbers stacked up, and, you know, we got the channels and everything out there. Makes me wonder what it would look like four wide like that as we look over the entire field right here at 170 Limited.
Yeah, I got that 019 pace vehicle going to be taking us out onto the track, out into the arena as we're getting ready to do battle with 18 cars here and 170 Limited, slated for 8 laps as brings us to our Liqui Moly 170 starting grid, Mark.
Zeppelin Ledbetter is going to do it in P1 with Kason Stowell right there next to him in row 1. Grayson Gentry will start off in row 2. Banks Bodden, the name that we're talking about here, in row 2 as well. Row 3, Mason Dolgarian and Madden McCormick will be your top 3 rows. Right behind them, Braden Lucas and Murphy McKay in row 4.
Brings us to row number 5, Mason Atterbury and Stetson Wyman in row number 5. And then it's going to be Knox Penrod, Gavin Young in row 6, Carter Cadwell, Steele Earp, and then Bryce DeMasi and Knox Salvatore in row number 8.
Row 9, though, going to end it off here in this race. Going to be Rayleigh Atterbury with Knox Penrod. We'll round off this absolute stacked field of 170 Limited.
We got that 019 pace vehicle bringing him around. It's going to be turn number 2 we're going to get a glimpse at, and then that big flyaway jump under that American flag, an Arizona flag. One of my favorite parts of this track here.
Yeah, that thing's incredible. We're talking to Will Leslie. Will Leslie's been out here with the previous series pretty much since its inception, and Will Leslie said he was here when they put that up there and the ski jump, and it's been a fixture here ever since. And what a great thing, you know, just a great addition out here to the track here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
This is a lot of drivers out on track. You know, and I think that's what's important. When you have this many, you know, this first lap's going to be really action-packed because I know these drivers, when they're all bunched up, they know they've got a shot to really you know, make some moves in that first lap when everybody's bunched together. Once things get stretched out, it gets a little bit tougher. So really excited to see how things shape out here.
Yeah, the thing that I love about a stacked field like this, if you're out here at the track, you can see there's a lot of people, a lot of spotters out here, but the energy right there, all those competitors on the track, no matter what class this is. I know this is 170 Limited, but the energy out here that over 18 competitors are putting on this track, you're about to find out as the pace car will probably pull off this time around, and we're going to go green.
All right, looking for that 019 pace vehicle to pull off, and it's going to be the bright orange 747 of Zeppelin Ledbetter taking us to the green flag. Green flag out, we're going racing. Look at that, we're going 3-4 wide throughout the pack here. Oh, look at that. We've got, was that Gentry, I believe, tucking into the second spot.
Yeah, Rooster with a hole shot coming out of turn 1. So Rooster's going to lead him down the back straightaway into turn 2. But indeed, Rooster has his hands full with the entire rest of the field out here.
Yeah, Rooster getting a little pressure there on the inside. I believe that is Kason Stowell in the white car.
A little bit of congestion down here in turn 2, and Rooster now bumping into the 194, opening the door for several cars. 124 taking advantage of that.
Yeah, Banks Bodden in the 124.
Banks Bodden.
Big move by Bodden as you've got the 194 there of Cason Stowell now getting back around Rooster. Rooster going from first to fourth on this first lap, getting bumped around, and whoa! And that was the 194 there, I believe. Was that Stowell? I can't.
Wow, so much action going on, it's hard to call. The number 73 car now coming into frame of Madden McCormick from the 12 West car, and Rooster still staying right there. Rooster's going to have to play smart right now and run his own race, because you can see right there one of the cars completely checked out from the rest of the field with all that carnage going on.
All right, so we're going to get our timing and scoring updated here. It's going to be Grayson Gentry leading, Banks Bodden in second, Zeppelin Ledbetter in third, Madden McCormick, in fourth, and Braden Lucas in the top five. What a wild first lap out here.
Madden McCormick getting up into turn one there as well, getting collected into the wall, but was able to maintain down the back straightaway. Man, this class so far, what an opening lap here in the 170 Limited.
It's definitely a wild opening lap. Don't know what to say other than Grayson Gentry just check it out on the field going, I'm out of here. I don't want to deal with this chaos.
Yeah, and that's exactly what you don't want to happen if you're the rest of the field. You don't want a big mistake like that to collect everybody like this and have a runaway situation just like that. There is no mandatory caution in this class, so right now, if you're Grayson Gentry, just hit your marks and take it easy, my man, because you're going to have to make sure that you make no mistakes here if you want to keep that lead that you have extended out here early.
Yeah, it's quite interesting. You got row number 2, which was Grayson Gentry and Banks Bodden in third and fourth. They started. Now they're up to first and second spot. So row number 2 flip-flopping with row number 1 and taking over on that first lap as we're almost ready to wrap up lap number 3 as we go getting a glimpse there of this battle between Zeppelin Ledbetter and Banks Bodden.
Yeah, Banks Bodden doing a great job out there as well. And you can see that bright orange car of Rooster, and Rooster out front early. I'm going to assume, because it happened off frame here, but I'm going to assume that he got collected from a car behind him.
Yeah, so Ledbetter starting to crawl back, dropped all the way back to fourth at one point, starting to pick positions back up. Now got his eyes set there on the leader of Grayson Gentry, which is going to be hard to chase down as he continues to get pressure from Bodden in the 124. So right here, this is a battle for second. It is Zeppelin, a.k.a. Rooster Ledbetter in the 747, and Banks Bodden in the 124 battling for that second spot. Currently leading, it is Grayson Gentry, though, with a full straightaway lead over the rest of the field.
And Lucas up there in that top 4, that's a great place to be as well. But, man, Gentry's going to have to make a mistake if the rest of this field is going to do anything to get back in the race. You can see the gap right there between first and second, and Grayson Gentry just going to run away with it.
Yeah, as we've seen time and time again, you give Grayson Gentry that clean air out front. He can just put in the time, put in the laps, hit his marks, and check out on the field. Right now, though, looks like Rooster Ledbetter starting to get a little bit of a gap over Banks Bodden as he continues to drop the hammer trying to chase down our leader, Gentry.
Yeah, right there you can see how these cars are just a little bit different out there in this 170 limited class. But, man, 18 cars, and, I think that opening lap is exactly what you don't want to happen out here, because as we talked about, this is a class you have to carry momentum, and you can't make a mistake, because if you make a mistake, the rest of the field's just going to stack up. It's just going to pile up right there and get collected into it. And if there's a car that was able to avoid all that carnage, we have the exact situation that's happening right now, a car just running away with it.
All right, so current running order, it's Gentry, Ledbetter, Banks Bodden in the third spot. Then we got Braden Lucas, Matt McCormick, Bryce Tomasi, Mason Delgarian in the seventh spot. Stetson Wyman clawing back, started deeper in the field. He is now moved up into eighth. And then it's Carter Cadwell and Knox Penrod in your top 10.
Yeah, that's a great top 10 right there to have. Not to say that anybody behind them is not equally as fast, but, man, that's the thing about this class. There are just seconds from first place all the way down to the 18th car. I mean, there's just merely seconds, and it's a little bit different from qualifying to racing, because qualifying, you're out there just racing against yourself. But when you're out there in the position and you're stacked up in that field, it's a whole different ball game out there, and you're definitely going to want to shuffle up to that position. You just see right there the 73 car, Madden McCormick now getting around. Now it's just
Lucas in the 302.
Yeah.
Yeah, a little bump there, a little like a bump and a run almost, a little side swap there from McCormick against Lucas, and getting around pretty clean. And get a glimpse here now of this mid-pack battle. Tomasi now in the number 26 getting chased down by the 73 of McCormick.
Tomasi making his way through the field, getting up there in the top 5. That's quite an achievement. Madden McCormick, we've been talking about these drivers that are getting better and better and just bridging the gap there and their skills. And Madden McCormick, as right as I said it, with a big mistake coming out of turn 4 right there. Or turn 5, rather, sorry.
All right, so this is the battle right here. With the number 73 of McCormick being chased by the 302 of Lucas. Look at Lucas all the way to the bottom. Oh, a little bump and run. Oh, there was nothing there. Having to tuck back in.
Yeah, I don't know if there was any contact there. I think it was just a slip up by Madden McCormick. Madden McCormick getting pretty loose in these corners. And again, I don't know if that's the car or the driving style alone. What it looked like to me as McCormick was coming out of turn 1, which is a little flick of the wrist there, and was able to get that car a little out of shape going down the back straightaway.
All right, so the 302 here, right over the shoulder there of the 302 of Lucas, chasing down the number 73 of McCormick.
I wonder what it's like for these competitors to look over their shoulder and see that drone right there at, 35 miles an hour looking over. That's nothing you can really prepare for. Like, nobody's out there while you're practicing. Oh, another mistake. I'm saying Madden McCormick's car very loose out there going into these corners.
Coming down the front stretch here. Gonna have 1 to go next time by. That's our battle there for the 5th spot. McCormick and Lucas. So you got McCormick there, taking a look down to the bottom side. Didn't look like anything there. Now going to the top side. Got McCormick dropping down to try and block. Looks like the 302 there reeling him in on that last straightaway of Lucas. A slingshot to the outside over the big ski jump. Nothing there.
That was a great move right there by the 302 car, trying to get that momentum on the outside. That, again, we've talked about that at the last race. That is a pro move right there. And Madden McCormick trying to guard that inside, which is really instinctively what you want to do when you're racing a class that momentum is the whole thing out there. But 302 did a great job out there and getting around and trying to make that pass. White flag flies for Grayson Gentry and the entire rest of the field out there.
Yeah, Gentry getting around that front row on lap number 1 and now trying to, it's number 73. That is McCormick with a big spin there. Didn't see quite what happened, but that is McCormick. Was in that battle with Lucas for the 5th spot. Got turned around somehow.
And Matt McCormick having to deal with that car on all the previous laps out there. Had a corner or two every lap that car got loose in. So I wouldn't be surprised if Madden McCormick was the cause of that and that car being loose just coming around.
All right, so that is our leader there, Grayson Gentry in the number 208. Got a couple of corners remaining. Trying to make it almost a perfect race.
Yeah, a lot of carnage in the opening lap, so we weren't able to see how Grayson Gentry inherited the lead. But no matter what, Grayson got up there, Grayson was able to just stay out front, run his own race, and that's going to be a great podium for Grayson Gentry.
All right, so Gentry now coming around that final corner. See the interstate there in the background?
Somebody's racing a big rig out here.
1 jump to go for Grayson Gentry. The Max's checkered flag is flying for Grayson Gentry, taking home the win. Started in the 3rd spot, got around in the 1st lap, and able to bring it home. So we're going to get the remainder of our podium.
Well, I love hearing the spotters up here. I think all the energy here from our crowd is happening from our spotters, and I love that.
It's going to be Tomasi finishing second, and Zeppelin Rooster Ledbetter on the podium in third, followed by Banks Bodden, Kaysen Stowell, Braden Lucas, Stetson Wyman all the way up to seventh, Mason Dolgarian in the 8th spot.
And I don't think Madden McCormick's going to finish there at 9th, but it did come in like that, so we'll see how that shapes up.
All right, so we're going to catch up with our finishers and our podium sitters when we return here to Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in from multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think this is going to be a great thing for the sport.
And we are back here to Chandler and Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright, just getting done with the 170 Limited Division, 18 cars out on track. And that first lap or two, Mark, was something to write home about. But, man, clean racing throughout. Great run there by some of these young drivers. And, it was definitely a fun one to watch.
Man, I don't care what class you have. If you have 18 cars out on an off-road track, it's going to be an exciting race. Unfortunately, with this class not having a competition yellow, there was some carnage that collected probably, I would say, 1/3 of the field out there on the opening lap, and that was unfortunate for Rooster. He was collected up in that, but not unfortunate for our winner, Grayson Jett. He was able to take advantage of that and extend the lead past all the carnage happening. And, pretty much if this class is like that, doesn't have the competition yellow, that's exactly the situation that you want it to happen.
That brings us to our Maxxis Tires 170 Limited results. It was Grayson Gentry on top, Bryce Tomasi finishing up in the 2nd spot, Zeppelin Ledbetter in 3rd, Banks Bodden and Kaysen Stowell 4th and 5th, and it was Braden Lucas, Stetson Wyman, Mason Dolgarian, Madden McCormick, and Carter Codwell finishing up your top 10 here in 170 Limited.
Yeah, but one thing to watch, as I said there, you can look right there between Bryce Tomasi and Grayson Gentry, a full 20 seconds after the whole race was done that Grayson Gentry was able to carry out there. So it makes me wonder, no matter what would have happened, would Grayson Gentry have still had the same result?
Yeah, it was once Grayson Gentry got that clean air, in lap number 1, it was just smooth sailing from there. Just a great run for Grayson Gentry. As we said, that one was, we knew it was going to be a great race when your top 3 are within 0.3 of a second of each other in qualifying. It's shaped up to be a great round of racing. And with that, we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone standing by with our top 3.
Thank you so much. Yeah, we're going to talk to Rooster over here. Rooster, nice job driving on there. I know that you got the whole shot. You got a little mixed up into the pack with some things, but you were able to come through, get a 3rd. Tell me about your day.
It was crazy. We went to the third to last turn. This guy spun out, and the guy Stelwell almost he almost I slowed down a lot that screwed up my lap time because I was right behind him and he spun out in the barrier.
Well, you were able to do that. Even though slowing down sometimes, you came through with a full, nice car, no carnage on that, so that's a really good driver move on you. Who would you like to thank?
I'd like to thank my family, Andy, Atlas Ship Report, Ref 6 Sports, Mustard and more, A-Better Plumber, and big thank you to Gilmer's Off-Road for getting me, for supporting me. And I'd like to thank all my old boys at Ignite for keeping me strong lead turn races.
Wonderful. Nice job for you, Zeppelin. We're going to head over here to Bryce Tomasi. Nice job over here once again. It's really good to see you come into your own for the rest of the second half of the season. You've been driving really great. How was your day for you?
It started off the car wasn't working good, and we were just trying to fix it. And I really like to thank Jimmy and Tyler. They fixed everything, and they got me and Garrett Gentry for letting me get out here to even have the chance to be here. So I'd like to give a big shout out to them.
Wonderful. Well, I know it takes a bunch of people to get you here, and especially on the podium, so nice job. Anybody else you'd like to thank?
I'd like to thank my family for coming here. I'd like to thank Garrett Gentry, Warrior Machinery, Louis Gong, and everybody else that's out here giving me competition.
Wonderful. I love that. Nice job for you. And taking that top spot again is Grayson Gentry. Now, Grayson, nice job over here. I know that it was a great race for you. Anybody that you'd like to thank or anybody you wanted to say thank you to?
Lugong Warrior, my dad. Jimmy and Tyler, my mom, my grandpa, my aunt, my grandma, and my uncle, and Jacqueline.
Awesome. Nice job. One more round of applause for your top three finishers in the 170 Limited. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And that was a fun one. I love racing like that, especially when you got that many drivers out on course and putting in the laps, doing the time, and awesome. I look at these names, and like I said, Mark, I can't wait to see where some of those drivers are here in the next 2 to 3 years in this series.
Yeah, looking down there again at that podium, being with CORR as long as I have been, man, I love watching these kids grow up. They've like I said, they've literally grown 10 years in the past 3 years. I mean, they are so old, so mature, and I love it. And indeed, their racing skills have came up with them as well. So all of them are doing a great job out here and doing their homework, and the results show that.
Yeah. Well, we're going to switch gears here. Cars are going to get a little bit bigger. We're going to move up to our 800 Open division coming up next. And I got to tell you, I'm looking at this list. This might be the most cars we've had in this division all season long, Mark.
Yeah, it's great to see the 800 class. This is the true intermediate class between the two. You got the cars in the 170s and everything, but this is the true class that sits right in the middle, because from the 800 on here, these are all going to be full-size cars or larger cars here and really fast. So it is great to see everything here in this 800 class.
Well, and, we've been talking about our 019 Pace vehicle so far today, bringing these drivers around to the green flag. And earlier this weekend, we were able to catch up with 019. All right, we've got Joey here with 019 Wraps out here trackside at Firebird Motorsports Park. Tell us a little bit about the involvement with these side-by-side racers and the series here.
Yeah, so, we've been out here. Our shop is based out of Tempe. We've been doing some work here with CORR for the last few years, wrapping the side-by-sides, wrapping their trailer, and just, trying to help out as many racers as we can out here with side-by-side wraps, trailer wraps, event tents, and all that good stuff.
Yeah, I was going to say, in addition to wraps, they also have full tent. You guys do easy ups. What else do you guys do?
Yeah, absolutely. Full automotive and commercial window tint, residential window tint, keep your homes. And then the vehicle's cool too, so do all of that. Anything that you really need printed, we can get it done for you. So, but that's signs, banners, tents, vehicle wraps, you name it.
Well, things are heating up out here at Firebird Motorsports Park and 019. They're going to keep you cool all summer long. Yeah, great having 019 out here on site in Chandler for rounds number 7 and 8. I know they do a lot, not only car wraps, but a lot of printing and window tinting. And I tell you what, as warm as things are getting here this spring, Mark, I think window tinting is going to be crucial over the summer for anybody that doesn't have it. So
yeah. My shop in Tempe, I'm right across from a window tint business, and as the temperatures increase, so does the business.
All right, so that brings us to our R&R Steel Racing 800 Open Points. And this division all season long, I mean, it really has been about 2 drivers, but one driver in particular, at number 66 of Addie Atterbury, Mark, she's just been on a roll this year.
The rock star. You know, I love it. I love her presence up there on that podium. She generally makes the podium almost every event. If she doesn't make an event, it was absolutely a catastrophic failure for that team. Chloe Hearn there, as you said, probably one of the most improved drivers out here at CORR. She's doing a great job there with just 32 points behind the rock star, and it's going to be a great job here to watch them battle it out.
Yeah, and obviously we got Wrecker Earp, Zeppelin Ledbetter, Jamison Olsen also in the mix. I like to talk about Chloe Hearn, though, because we've seen a different Chloe the second half of this season than we saw start. I felt like, those opening rounds, there might be a little bit of a timidness to Chloe Hearn, but we've seen her take things up a notch. It's been ratcheting up notches throughout this season, and, we are seeing her absolutely charge now. She is charging, Mark.
Yeah, I think you said it just perfectly right there. Very timid Chloe Hearn in the beginning of her racing career. She had a lot of other races. She was doing a lot of GP races, I would call them, or scrambles, the other events that are not quite a desert race, but, like I said, the best thing to call it is a GP. But coming out here to short course, totally different animal. You got to really pick up the aggression, and that timidness doesn't really have a lot of place out here at a short course race. You got to be aggressive in the corners. You got to be accelerating and great. And you know what? 100%. She has definitely improved by at least 50% as when she first started off, and she loves the competition now. And I think she's a little more competitive here.
Yeah, we've seen her on, kind of sitting on the podium more often than not here recently, and it's great to see. And one of those great young up-and-coming talents in this series, as we get ready to go racing here with the 800 Open. Been really, really fun this morning, and I love the way this progresses. We get bigger cars, faster cars throughout the day, and we got winds. From what we understand, they've hit their peak. They're going to start to go down. Winds, and I think the temperatures are going to swap with each other. It's been a very relatively cool morning with windy conditions, and it's going to be a hot afternoon with no wind. I don't know if that's good or bad.
Yeah, we're trading the wind for heat. That's going to be great. All right, thank you, wind. We're in about 2 hours, we're going to be saying, wow, I wish it was still windy. Because it's about to be 95 to 100 degrees real quick.
Well, I will tell you, there's one thing you never pick a fight with, and that's Mother Nature, because she's always going to win. You do not win when it comes to Mother Nature.
I love these people that think there's actually weather modification going on by our government or they, and I'm like, dude, you can do whatever you want. Mother Nature has other ideas for you. And there ain't a power big enough to even come close to messing with Mother Nature.
Yeah. Well, and our booth's always windy anyways. Between Mark and I, there's a lot of hot air blowing around up here. So.
What? What just happened here? Everything was so great and professional, and next thing we off the rails out here.
We got to go off the rails at some point. I guess it's better earlier than later.
Glenn and Jason walk up, and next thing right into Comedy Jam.
All right. So we've got 800 Open Division up next. Getting ready to go into some action out here. It's Addie Atterbury, Chloe Hearn, Wrecker Earp, Zeppelin Ledbetter, Jamison Olsen, and I'm looking at qualifying times, and the beginning of the year we saw Addie Atterbury just seconds ahead of everybody else, and I'm looking at these qualifying. Chloe Hearn about a second off the pace of Addie Atterbury, so I think that says more about how fast Chloe's gotten. Because Addie's been on point all year long. She's just been a rocket ship. But to see Chloe bring that within a second, I don't think that was Addie being off pace. I think it's just Chloe's getting faster.
Yeah, I think you're nailing it right there. This class, everybody's had to step it up if they want to come out. I don't think any competitor comes out here to want to just race. They want to win. So the Hearns have definitely been doing their homework. I can see over here we got some smiles here from the Hearn crew. Even a little dance going on right now. So it's great to see Chloe Hearn and everybody over there at that pit ecstatic to be out here racing against Addie Atterbury.
I got to tell you, we got Zeppelin Ledbetter in here too, and it's always fun to see him. That kid wears more helmets. I mean, he jumps in and out of cars. It's crazy to see how many cars that kid drives on any given weekend. I mean, he's behind the wheel just about everything.
Yeah, but serious question. You came from a racing family. Did you not get in every race car you possibly were offered growing up?
The answer is yes. Just nod your head. Yeah. Yes, you just nod your head.
Yep.
Yeah, that's it. If there's a steering wheel and a gas pedal, yep, I'll drive it.
I mean, your dad, we were talking about it the last race. We were talking about legends. And, man, I'm sorry, your dad, definitely an off-road racing legend.
Yeah, he's definitely been around for quite some time, done his fair share of short course and desert racing. Get a glimpse there of, looks like we got 4 drivers, not 5. We got 4 of them on the grid, so we'll see who isn't out there here in a few seconds. Oh, we do. That is Zeppelin. He's going to get there, and that means we're going to have our full 5-car grid as the Jones Ford Pace Truck is going to be bringing us in here to the arena for some 800 open racing.
Yeah, growing up in desert racing and where it all started for me was in Parker. The only Beaver name I knew was Dan Beaver. So when I first met you here coming into CORR, I think I said to you, hey, I might once in there again call you Dan, but I haven't done it once, thank God. So, I've had a lot more interaction with you than I had your dad, and you know what? I know who you are.
Brings us to our Liquid Molly 800 Open starting grid. It is Addie Atterbury on the pole, Chloe Hearn on the outside of row number 1. Probably the race to watch is going to be there. Then we got Wrecker Earp and Zeppelin Ledbetter, row number 2, and it's going to be Jamison Olsen all alone on the inside of row number 3 in that 5th spot.
Yeah, Jamison Olsen going to have to watch this field unfold in front of him, and can Addie Atterbury still, Rooster sitting behind you. You got Chloe Hearn and Wrecker Earp, big names out here in this class, and they can all get it done. So Addie Atterbury not going to just have it handed to her on this race. She's going to have to race with them.
Well, and I think if you're Chloe Hearn, you know how fast Addie Atterbury is. She's been darn near perfect all season long in this division. If you're Chloe Hearn, if you're going to make something happen, you got to do it quick. We have seen Chloe throughout the season, as we have talked. She's a second-half racer. She always puts down the best lap times there in the second half of these races. So, we may see after that we regroup everybody, that second half of the race, we may see Chloe turn it on, but I think you're going to see her, if she's going to make a move, she's going to have to do it early here in this race because Addie Atterbury gets that open air and she's tough to catch.
Yeah, it makes me wonder if the skill set for Chloe Hearn is also not just the way she drives or the experience she's gaining behind the steering wheel. I'm actually wondering too if Chloe Hearn is getting good at conveying what the car is doing to her dad to make the necessary changes. In other words, make the setup also suit her driving style, and that's critical as well. It's one thing to learn how to drive, but your equipment has to evolve with you because there is ways to set the car up a little more aggressive so when you go into a corner, it responds the way you want it to. So it makes me wonder if she's able to convey to her father the adjustments she'd like to have in that car and the adjustments made, and her also making that skill set fit her driving style.
And I think the big thing, too, is Chloe's in an interesting spot because she's really eyeing Addie Atterbury. Hey, I'm going to have to make a move, but at the same time, you got Wrecker Earp and Zeppelin Ledbetter right behind you going, you got to pay attention to your rear view as much as you got to do outside the front window with this class. So this is going to be fun. It's that Jones Ford Pace Truck looking for them to pull off, and we're going to go racing here in the 800 Open Division. Points leader, Addie Atterbury in the number 1 spot. Second in points, Chloe Hearn in the number 2. Jones Ford Pace Truck pulls off. We're looking for that green flag. We're going to go racing here in 800 Open.
They're spooling up as they come down the front straightaway. Green flag flies. Addie Atterbury will lead him into turn 1. Chloe Hearn doing a great job at holding her line there and not collecting.
Looked like Wrecker Earp pushing Chloe. It looks like Chloe a little bit of loose car, not what we were expecting. Wrecker Earp able to get to the bottom and get around Chloe Hearn. So it is Addie Atterbury and Wrecker Earp 1 and 2. Zeppelin Ledbetter in the 3rd spot. Chloe in 4th. Almost like she might be having a problem with that car. Way off pace.
Yeah, starts are critical here in short course racing. This is a thing where you've got to get that start. And you got to be up there in that top 3 into turn 1, or this is exactly what's going to happen. Now Chloe Hearn definitely going backwards. And Rooster up there in the top 3. Rooster, I have a feeling, is going to set his sights on Wrecker Earp.
Yeah, it looks like Rooster now trying to reel in Wrecker Earp. They had almost identical qualifying times within 1 1,000th of a second of each other.
Wrecker Herb going to the inside and holding that inside line and making it work. That's a great job. But Addie Atterbury right now enjoying a little bit of a gap out there and just racing her own race. But Addie Atterbury, wow, I call her the rock star, and man, she's definitely showing why she's earned that name.
Yeah, Chloe Hearn now in the 4 spot, trying to get back into things. Looks like she's gathered herself. Kind of got pushed to the outside in that first corner and had a little bit of a bobble. Dropped her all the way back from 2nd to 4th. So she's going to try and get back in this as we go up to the front there. That is our leader, Addie Atterbury, followed by Wrecker Earp and Zeppelin Ledbetter in the 3rd spot. As Chloe Hearn now makes her way around that corner in the 4th spot.
I think the race is going to be between 2 and 3 out there. 2nd place and 3rd place, Wrecker Earp and Rooster right there, the HBR car. As you see it right there, Rooster's going to have to pick up that pace right there if it's going to put that bumper right there on that 2nd place car of Wrecker Earp.
I will say that 747 there is Zeppelin Ledbetter. Always easy to spot with that bright orange paint. Trying to reel in Wrecker Earp. Dove in early, had a great start to this race. Green flag dropped. Wrecker Earp absolutely shot out of a cannon. Dove to the bottom, got around Chloe Hearn, and now has been in the 2nd spot since then.
Well, Chloe's got a lot of time to analyze the track and see how it's doing out there. Chloe not too far off the pace, but as you said, Chloe is a second half racer. And there's a great shot of Chloe going into turn 1. She's tight and happy right there, and that car looks like it's set up for her driving style. So I'll bet you, I'm going to foreshadow here right now, but I bet you Chloe Hearn's going to pick up a pace here on the 2nd half.
Well, and I will say, Addie Atterbury only 1/10 of a second faster than Wrecker Earp last time by. So Wrecker Earp running almost identical lap times to our leader, Addie Atterbury.
Great shot of Jamison Olsen there coming into turn 1, getting ready to go over the ski jump. But right back to Addie Atterbury. Oh, a little bit of a bobble going over the step up, and you know, that hasn't played into a lot of factors of racing yet, but it could happen right here. The step-up is a very critical place that can come up and bite you really quick. You either got to clear it or you have to roll it, and there's no in-between. If you're in between, it's uncertain. It's going to make that car a little upset, and it's going to be hard to get it into turn 4.
Yep, Addie Atterbury there. Very colorful livery. Wrecker Earp there in the 2nd spot. You see him in the background. Zeppelin Ledbetter in the bright orange 747.
Yeah, so far all these cars are finding their pace this first half. I have a feeling that we're going to have a very exciting 2nd half of this class.
Tell you what, Wrecker Earp running in the 109s last time by, continuing to get faster. Wrecker Earp, I think the 2nd half of this race, especially after we have that mandatory competition caution, I think Addie Atterbury is going to have her hands full.
Yeah, and in that case, if you've got a car that's equally prepped and equally as fast, your selection of your line is going to be very important, because if you open the door for somebody that's matching your speed, that can be catastrophe for you, and next thing you know, you hand the lead over. So I think you're absolutely right, and I think we're set for an incredible, exciting 2nd half. Oh, Rooster way wide, making me wonder if that was a mistake or there's something wrong with that car. That was
almost hit the wall.
Yeah, that was pretty weird. Kind of the same thing there. I'm wondering if there's something going on with the car.
All right, so setting the stage here, we have Addie Atterbury leading. It is Wrecker Earp in the 2nd spot. Rooster Ledbetter in the 3rd spot, Chloe Hearn in the 4th spot, and Jamison Olsen in the 5th spot.
Yeah, it's great to watch that bright orange car of Rooster doing that. But look at that, Chloe Hearn. You know, she's not too far off the pace either, and I bet, like we said, I have a feeling she's just sitting there taking everything in and taking her notes and going to apply her notes to work here on the 2nd half.
Yep. That is Jamison Olsen there in the 21 in the 5th spot.
Jamison Olsen's car looks fast, just sitting there in our frame right there. Big tires, and that car looks great out there. So I'm wondering if Jamison Olsen will also have something for us in our 2nd half here.
Yeah, I feel like Jamison Olsen just trying to get his feet wet out here, trying to figure things out. As we're approaching that midway point here in the 800 Open division, it is Addie Atterbury leading. So we're getting our aerial view there of Jamison Olsen in the with a 112 last time by. So actually a hair quicker than Chloe Hearn.
Wow, I mean, it's really shaping up here to a 2nd half. The whole race You know, Atterbury definitely going to have to come on strong on the second half. Going to have to guard her lines and make sure that car is impassable. How about that? If that's a word. I don't think I've ever used that word in announcing. Impassable. Is that the right way or unpassable?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I think we're creating words here, Mark.
Hey, you know,
I think it can go either direction.
Unpassable, I think, would be the correct way. I think it could go almost any direction, though.
All right, so this is our leader, Addie Atterbury. She's going to be bringing it home here to the competition caution. Got that drone flying right next there.
You know, I never thought in off-road racing that here in the modern, and I should have thought about it, but, you know, we always think about flying cars in the Jetsons here in 2026, but nope, all we got are the same race cars with drones.
Atterbury going to come around this last corner. Going to bring her down in front of the grandstands.
And there it is, the competition yellow for Addie Atterbury and the rest of the field here. So that's going to bunch them up here. And wow, Jim Beaver, I think we got a great second half coming up.
Well, and speaking of one of the drivers in this division, earlier this weekend, Tiffany Stone was able to catch up with Zeppelin Ledbetter.
All right, down here with Rooster. Now, Rooster, you're no stranger to this track back here in Arizona. You've got a few podiums earlier in the season. What do you think it's going to take to get another podium when we're coming back here?
Just don't lift and go fast.
Well, we know that you know how to go fast. You just got a great win in a desert race at the Mint 400. Now you're back here taking some of that knowledge and bringing it over to short course. What do you think is important when you're here at short course to do to win races?
This be number one qualifier and stay ahead.
Wonderful. You're absolutely correct. Well, we keep talking about consistency all weekend. Seems like you have it. You're doing great in this class. Now, I heard that you got some new wheels and tires for this race this weekend. Is there anybody you want to thank?
I like to thank Gilmore's Off-Road for giving me the tires.
And I think that it's such a good job because you know how important it is to have a great tire, especially on this track. We're going to see what happens for Rooster in this class.
That's great with that young talent, Rooster Ledbetter, running multiple divisions out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. As we got our Jones Ford pace truck on track, we're a hair past the midway point. Going to be looking to go back to green flag racing right now, though the story is Addie Atterbury out front, but Wrecker Earp in the second spot, throwing down almost identical lap times to Addie Atterbury. So we're going to see here if Wrecker Earp has a little something on this on the drop of this green flag to start the second half of this race. Also, obviously, you got Chloe Hearn back there in the fourth spot. Had a little issue there on lap number one. Dropped her back to fourth. As we've seen week in and week out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, though, Chloe Hearn is a second-half racer. So wonder if she might have a little something up her sleeve on this restart.
Yeah, I think she is going to have something. Addie Atterbury looking strong here, and she's looking for that green flag as she leads the rest of this field down the front straightaway. And stepping out, Wrecker Earp early, but Rooster getting right up next to him. Rooster going to carry it into turn one. But once again on this restart, Addie Atterbury getting out front early. And now Rooster going backwards. Chloe Hearn, as you said, shot out of a cannon there in turn one and finds herself in third place right behind Wrecker Earp.
Yeah, Rooster going for the second spot, drops him back to the fourth, pushed up really high and opened the door for Chloe Hearn. Tough break there for Rooster Ledbetter as Addie Atterbury got a little bit of a lead there over Wrecker Earp in the second spot. We're going to see if Wrecker's got anything in the tank for Addie Atterbury, who has been phenomenal all season long in this division.
Yeah, Chloe Hearn's going to have to pull out all the stops right now here in the second half. And you are 100% accurate when you said Chloe Hearn is second half racer, and she's showing it right here. And look at this Rooster again with that wide line coming out of turn four.
And look at Chloe Hearn starting to put the pressure on Wrecker for that second spot. Really coming on strong here. As well, look at that, way wide and a little bit of almost a spin there for Addie Atterbury. You don't see that very often.
Yeah, she doesn't make a lot of mistakes out there, so that was great. That was great that the camera was on there to watch that one. Chloe Hearn, though, keeping her lead extended over Rooster, Zeppelin Ledbetter, and Chloe with a little bit of a mistake there coming out of turn one. She can't afford any mistake right now because at this moment, if this race finishes where it is at, she will be number 3 on the podium. And Wrecker Earp there getting that car locked up into turn 2.
All right, look at that. Wrecker Earp now starting to pull in on Addy Atterbury. Addy really this season hasn't been challenged much. So I'd love for Wrecker Earp to be able to get in the mix here and challenge Addy Atterbury, because she's been so much faster than the rest of the field most of the season. She really gets out front and just doesn't have any challengers.
Yeah, look at that car set up great. If you lift that inside rear tire like that, that means your suspension's about as bitey as it can go. Is that a word too? Bitey? It has as much bite as it can into the turns if you lift up that inside rear tire.
It looks like she's pulling a little bit of a gap there over Wrecker Earp. Had him by about 0.8 of a second that last lap. So Addy Atterbury definitely faster than Wrecker Earp currently.
Yeah, this is an example where you can see just a second per lap makes the difference. And, that just means that these racers are very close in skill and very close in car setup and even power and everything like that. But this is where the race can be decided by just a mere fraction of a second.
Look at that. Wrecker, is really reeled in Addy Atterbury.
Well, I'd really like to see that right now. I wonder if Wrecker Earp can see the lines that he thinks he can go faster in. Like right now, he's looking to the inside, Addy a little bit outside, and that's exactly what we're talking about. But he wasn't able to get any positions there going to the inside. But and as I was just saying, can he analyze what Addy Atterbury's doing and make it work for him and his style? Again, seems to make up but then lose things with the line choice that he's doing here against Addy Atterbury.
Addy's very quick out of the corners. She's very quick out of the corners. Wrecker making up some ground, but Addy really coming out of the corners has a lot of momentum. But Wrecker Earp really starting to pour on the pressure down the front stretch as the white flag is out. This is a final lap. Addy Atterbury got her hands full with Wrecker Earp. Not something we say much often in this series, but Wrecker Earp really putting it to her on the outside. Look at this.
Wrecker Earp making a race of it here on this last lap. He's going to have to make it happen. He's all over the rear bumper of Addy Atterbury, and I'm wondering if Addy Atterbury can feel the pressure there of Wrecker Earp as they come down into turn 3.
Yeah, you got to love this charge from Wrecker Earp. Got a couple corners remaining. We're going to see if is it going to be wreckers or checkers? We will see.
Wreckers or checkers, and it actually is for real this time. Here we go. Addy Atterbury is going to take it into turn 4 here, coming down into turn 5. There's only 2 more turns to negotiate, and Addy Atterbury is going to find herself on top of the box, but Wrecker Earp trying everything he can to get a wheel in on Addy Atterbury.
I'm going to see I wonder if he's going to go outside and really try and carry his momentum through this final corner. No, I don't think there's going to be enough there. As Addy Atterbury going to take the Maxxis tires, checkered flag, come home victorious. Wrecker Earp, what a phenomenal run for him. Chloe Hearn battling back from that early mistake to finish up on the podium, and is going to be Zeppelin Ledbetter just outside the podium in 4th.
What a great race there, and what a great second half race right there. Chloe Hearn, definitely, as you said, a second half racer. Once she got in that podium position, she just was not letting it go for anything.
You got to love Wrecker Earp there, putting the pressure on Addy Atterbury, making it a race here. What a great wrap-up to this 800 Open division. We're going to catch up with the storylines and our top 3 finishers return here to Chandler and round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Liqui Moly. More performance, more driving pleasure.
You ain't seen nothing.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Meet up at the Concon Group up. At turn 4.
Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog.
Good little driver and straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully this is a great thing for the sport.
This small computer and a GoPro, a couple cables and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think it's just going to be a great thing for the sport.
Welcome back to round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series at Firebird Raceway here in Chandler, Arizona. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright, wrapping up the 800 Open Division here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. This one a little bit different than most of the storylines we've seen so far this season. That brings us to our Maxxis Tires results. Mark, take us through what was a very eventful race.
The Rockstar Addie Atterbury did a great job there holding out this entire field. She was able to get out front early in both halves of this race and just lead it from wire to wire. Wrecker Earp, though, had something for her in the second half and was not able to get it done there and get around Addie Atterbury. Chloe Hearn, though, again, that second half racer, she was able to get it done with a final spot on the podium. And Rooster Zeppelin led better. Great job there in fourth place, but all you can do is watch that top 3. Just check out on the second half. James Olsen looked great, and a lot of room for improvement there.
As we go through the results there, it sounds like Tiffany Stone standing by with our top 3.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, let's talk over here to Chloe Hearn. Now, Chloe, we keep talking about this. You're kind of the second half racer, second half of the season. It's really cool to see you come into your own. When you came out of the Comp Yellow, you kind of just shot out of there into turn 1, and you were able to capitalize on another spot for the podium. Talk to me about your day.
It was pretty well. I mean, my car's been having some issues. I just don't have the right tires, so we have to change that tonight. But overall, it's been a pretty good race. Definitely some challenging moments, but in the end, I'm up here, so it is what it is.
Well, I love that. We always talk about perseverance, and obviously you're showing that for this round over here. Who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank VP Racing Fuel, Lone Star Racing, Rugged Radios, Off-Road Vixens, Sinfab Racing, Flying High, AmSoil, Hoosier Tires, Extreme Machine and Fabrication, 2X, and Double E Racing.
Wonderful. Nice job over here. Good to see you up on that third place box. We're going to head over here to Wrecker, nice job over here. Talk to me about your day. It seems like you were able to capitalize on a few mistakes from others, pick the correct lines, bring it all the way for the checker.
Today was good. I was kind of nervous, but we got to the end.
Well, I love that. From us checking out in the booth, it didn't look like you were nervous at all. It looked like you knew exactly what your car could handle and how to take every single obstacle that came to you. So who would you like to thank?
I would like to thank Machinery, Talavera Trucking, UTV Works, Select Glass, Stansel Ranch, All Balls, Papa, and Maxxis Tires.
Wonderful. Nice job. Congratulations to you. We're going to head back over here one more time to the top spot, Addie Atterbury. Addie, you put a clinic on in this class. It's really cool to see you here. You've pretty much figured out everything you needed to know about your car, figured out every single line, every single thing that you did. Tell me about your day, because you pretty much took that green flag and never looked back.
It was really good, and I'm very excited tomorrow to battle with Chloe and Wrecker.
Wonderful. Who would you like to thank for this round 7?
I'd like to thank 2X Motorsports, Atterbury Motorsports, Off-Road Vixens, and anything that I forgot.
Well, you've done it here again. Nice job. Hop up on number 1 for me. Big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in 800 Open. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. Yeah, it was a great race. I think it's going to be exciting to watch that one tomorrow. You know what I mean? It was drivers are getting quicker, and I think that one's going to be definitely one to watch. Put that on your to-do list for tomorrow.
Yeah, to hear that he was nervous coming into that race, that I think the nerves went right out the window there in the second half, and was able to get that pressure on the rock star, Addie Atterbury.
All right, so that brings us to The next division we've got up, it is the youth production class. This one's slated at 10 laps. This is going to be our first division with the full-size side-by-side cars. So really ramping things up here now, moving into youth production, Mark.
Well, this is where the powerful racing is starting to begin. You'll see these cars accelerate out of the corners. You'll see these cars brake coming into the corners, and that's a big change out there because the fast guys brake late and accelerate early. That's the way it works out here, and that's the way you're going to win out here in short course racing. Kyle Niner's out there, Tatum Forrester. These names are synonymous with this class, and that's why they're 1 and 2 out here in the qualifying rounds here in the youth production class.
Yeah, definitely going to be fun to watch. Tatum Forrester, Kyle Niner started out the season and really kind of had was best in the field, and we've seen Tatum Forrester come on strong and really challenging Niner now.
Yeah, Tatum Forrester, synonymous out here in CORR racing, definitely has a clinch on any one of the courses that we have. He's got an advantage. He's fast. He's poised. Car setup is always on point, and Kyle Niner. Wait till you see his aggressive driving style. Kyle Niner will back it in. He will have that car set long before the corner, and he has a driving style that you will see that is very aggressive, and it's exciting to watch, and this is going to be a great race. If you're watching out there online, this is one to watch.
Yeah, it's won 8 drivers, but I want to talk again about Forrester and Niner. Qualifying times within 2 100ths of each other. So that 1 and 2 there, Niner and Forrester, almost identical qualifying times. That is going to be a shootout here.
Well, take that all the way to 8th spot out there. There is only 2 seconds separating 8th place all the way up to 1st. So that tells you right there this is going to be quite the class.
It is going to be quite the class. Brings us to our R&R Steel Racing youth production points, and we talk about our top 2 that are gridded up, and you got to talk about the top 2 in points.
Kyle Niner out front with 214 points, 22 points Tatum Forrester, and that's quite a lead right there. So Tatum Forrester is going to have to come out victorious if he has any concern of wanting to win that championship. Harper McKinney out there just 37 points behind. Ryland Gahn 57 points behind our leader of 214, and Vincent Weber, your top 5, Wyatt Schmucker, Evan Atkins, Brenna Gorky, and Liam Cadwell, and Anderson Porter is the remainder of the top 10 in points in youth production.
Yeah, notably absent Ryland Gahn. They are down in San Felipe for the big desert race this weekend. Family running in one of the open divisions down there. So, right there in the points, and unfortunate to miss them, but they're having fun south of the border, having some tacos, and I'm sure Ryland isn't having some cervezas, but I know his dad is.
I would love to be having tacos, but right now, row 1, Tatum Forrester in your P1 place. Kyle Niner right next to him will round off row 1. Row 2 is going to be Declan Shields. We haven't seen that name yet in this weekend. And Liam Caldwell will do the last place in row 2. Row 3 is Vincent Weber on the outside and Harper Kennedy the inside. Desi De La Cruz. Row 4 with Brayton Penrod finishing up there in row 4.
That is our Liqui Moly starting grid. Big thanks to Liqui Moly for all the support out here, keeping these racers dialed in and keeping these machines running strong. So big thanks to Liqui Moly for all the support here of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series this season, as we get a glimpse there of the Jones Ford Pace Truck, another brand that's been big supporter of the series over the years.
Yeah, it's great to have all the people that support here. New for 2026, Max has tires on board coming in here next year. They've got some great tires coming out here. They actually have a 100% dedicated short course tire for the UTVs coming out from Maxxis. I'm very excited to see that happen. All right, man, looking at these cars, I was thinking about Polaris and these RS cars, these single-seater cars. This was a phenomenal idea. I think it took root here in short course, but then Polaris stopped manufacturing these cars, and I think they kind of bit themselves in the butt here, because if you look out here, 90% of the cars out here in this class are those single-seater Polaris, and I think that Polaris really shot themselves in the foot by stop manufacturing these cars here.
All right, so we have the Jones Ford Pace Truck going to be pulling off here after another corner or two. We're going to go racing 10 laps. We're going to have a mandatory competition caution. 8 drivers getting ready to go green. Things are going to heat up here. And for those of you at home that things are a little bit warm, don't forget we got Looney cooling and heating, or heating and cooling. I don't think we need the heating much, but we need the cooling. But big thanks to Looney as we're going to go green flag racing. It is going to be Tatum Forrester taking us to the green flag.
Yeah, it's a great start right here. Tatum Forrester already getting an early start into turn 1. He takes the whole shot. Kyle Niner here, though, is going to start showing you that aggressive driving style that I was talking about earlier to a much smoother Tatum Forrester. You can see it right here, and Kyle Niner is going to have to drive the wheels of this car as Tatum Forrester sets that car up in turn 2. Wow, we're off to a great start.
Yeah, Tatum Forrester on rails out here, absolutely flying. Look at that. I mean, Kyle Niner going, man, I'm going to have my work cut out for me today.
Yeah, these drivers are going to have to be on point. They're going to have to hit every one of their marks here if they're going to stay within contention to get up there in the top 3, because these top 3 drivers are going to be very tough to beat.
Yeah, as we get a glimpse there, that is the 108 of Desi De La Cruz.
A little bit of a mistake there coming out of turn 4 rather. And Declan Shields doing a great job keeping the top 2 in his sights. Kyle Niner, you can see, with that aggressive driving style again, but wow, Tatum Forrester definitely driving aggressive this opening lap.
All right, so it's Tatum Forrester leading, Kyle Niner in second, Declan Shields, Harper McKinney, Vincent Weber, your top 5 through the first lap of this 10-lap feature.
Yeah, that's not disappointing. This is not disappointing at all. Look at how close these cars are. They're all within a few car lengths of each other, so that means they're all on the same pace here, and it's going to make for a great race.
On Harper McKinney making her way through the field. Harper also in that points battle. I believe they're sitting in the top 3 in points. So Harper McKinney just a factor in here as much as Forrester and Niner.
Yeah, Declan Shields there with some great new livery on his car. That looks awesome. Kyle Niner. Oh, Kyle Niner setting that car in turn 5 and just holding on to it. And that's that aggressive driving style I was talking about from Kyle Niner.
Yeah, Forrester right now running 0.8 of a second faster than Niner last time by, as the yellow flag is out.
Yeah, I'm wondering if there's something we don't see that's off our frame right now, out on course, because this is a full course caution. Oh yeah, right here in turn 3, right in front of us. When we get the cameras out there, we got a car down with that. It looks like we have a suspension problem right in the middle of turn 3. That's a good call here. Doing a full course caution.
Well, first caution of the day. Took us through, our first 3 or 4 races of the day. We went 4 races caution free. So a great start to round number 7 here in Chandler.
Well, I don't got a number on the car here, stuck in turn 3. You're going to see it, though, if we stay on the cars. What a great shot right there. A pretty brave cameraman walking really close to those cars, unless that was from our drone. You can see the car here, but it looks like they might have had a contact coming into turn 3.
Desi De La Cruz, possibly?
The 108 car? Yes, indeed. De La Cruz. That is De La Cruz. Good call on that one, Jim Beaver. Makes me wonder if there was any contact between De La Cruz and another driver.
Yeah, tough, because Desi moved up to, I believe, the top 5 there at the end of that first lap. So Desi De La Cruz charging hard and, gonna take a ride there. And
De La Cruz, first thing does look at the car.
Am I going to be able to race tomorrow?
Yeah, right.
That's immediately. How bad is it? Can I race tomorrow?
It's almost too bad that the radios aren't on the suit, so that when they get out, they can start screaming at, Dad, the car's broke.
Yeah, car looks like it's in pretty good shape. Maybe some broken front suspension, but looks like overall in good shape. Yeah, looks like that left front maybe having a bit of an issue.
Yeah, there's a lot of things that can happen there, though. There's an axle in there. There's a shock in there. There's an upper control arm and a lower control arm. There's ball joints. There's a spindle. There's brakes. There's so much stuff there that can be damaged that is unforeseen, but right now it just looks like a broken shock right off the bat. If I was to say anything, venture to say anything, either a broken shock or the shock has broke off its mount.
All right, we are looking to go back green flag racing. Kyle Niner going to have another shot at Tatum Forrest, who had a big gap on the field.
Declan Shields staying right there, letting Kyle Niner know, hey, dude, you're going to have to hold me back, because if not, I'm going to take advantage.
Yeah, look at that pressure Shields is putting on Niner, though. Wow.
And look at this, some pressure from the 548 car coming into turn 2.
Yeah, Harper McKinney now going, hey, I want a shot at this podium.
Yeah, this is what I love about this class, man. The top 4 or 5 drivers, they can be in any position here, but they've got to earn it. it. They've got to drive correctly. They've got to hit their marks, and they've got to accelerate and brake perfectly on this course. If they miss any of those marks right there, that's the difference of handing the position or the position that they have.
They're pushing way high. Tatum Forrester going way wide on that one, but then Kyle Niner following the same race line, almost in lockstep on that high line. Declan Shields now trying to reel in Niner, making a little bit of a mistake. Looks like we're going to have McKinney now getting involved.
Kyle Niner, so aggressive in turns 4 through 6, man. Kyle Niner sets that car up early and just stays in it all the way around the corner. I don't think that's the line that I would take, but you know what? It seems to be working for Kyle Niner, and he's there again, already set into the corner and accelerating through the corner. He loves to drift that car all the way through the corners.
Harper McKinney putting a lot of pressure on Shields. Watch this battle for the third spot. Harper McKinney really putting pressure on the corners on Declan Shields.
Declan Shields, a veteran of this class, he does a great job and very consistent out here. But right now, the clinic belongs to Tatum Forrester.
Yeah, this is the battle for third there. Harper McKinney putting a lot of pressure on Declan Shields, looking to the bottom, nothing there. Dust starting to come, as Mark and I talked about earlier on. Hot and windy. It's going to dry the track out quick. But look at that, Harper McKinney looking at the bottom. Nothing there with Declan Shields.
A little bit down the back straightaway. I don't know. Looking like it was going to put a wheel in on Declan Shields.
Harper McKinney getting lots of looks at things. We're only at the midway point now.
Well, that's a great example of what we were talking about. What do you do? Stay fat and happy, or do you tighten things up there? Both very different lines out there. If you tighten things up, it looks like in the beginning that you're going to pick up a spot. But if you don't make it stick and the other competitor goes outside in, that's not a good position. Kyle Niner now also checking out from Declan Shields. Declan staying tight right there. But the man of the hour right now, been in front since the green flag, Tatum Forrester.
Yeah, so it is Forrester, Niner, Shields, McKinney, Weaver, your top 5. But right now the battle is for the third spot between Shields and Harper McKinney. Shields being able to hold off Harper McKinney thus far, but McKinney in the corners really charging there at Shields for that third spot.
Yeah, McKinney definitely showing that aggression. Great shot right there of all the cars going into turn 2.
Dust starting to form. Track starting to dry out.
Yeah, we got just enough of a breeze, though, to get that dust out of the way for the rest of the people in the field. You know, whatever car's making that dust, it's literally gone just seconds after it gets up there in the air.
All right, so we got 6 in the books. Drivers continue to charge here. This is that shot of our battle for third. Now we're going to, this is Weaver being chased by Cadwell in the 223. This is for the 5th spot. Cadwell looking to get around on the outside. Weaver trying to make that car, as Mark would say, fat and happy.
Yeah, you definitely want to protect your lines here. If you've got a competitor behind you that is equally as skilled, you definitely want to protect that line, and that is a form of racing. Take the line away from your competition, as he did right there. That was a prime example of what I was talking about, because each driver has the ability to drive into that corner at that same speed.
Yeah, Cadwell, I mean, a lot of pressure there on Weaver. Weaver not making any mistakes, taking that low line, trying to block. Great job. Gonna make Cadwell do it the hard way. Oh, big mistake.
Yeah.
Open the door down on the bottom. Cadwell not able to sneak through. Narrowed the gap, though.
Well, definitely opened the door, but it was a great job taking that line away again. Opened it up for a moment, and then slammed it shut there coming out of that corner.
This is a battle for third. This is Harper McKinney and Declan Shields. Shields currently in the third spot. Harper McKinney in the 548, looking for that spot. Really close now on the rear bumper. Looking bottom side, nothing there. Declan Shields hitting his marks.
Declan Shields, though, feeling the pressure of McKinney. Declan Shields now, and that's that's called dogging in racing. That he is definitely getting dogged right now by McKinney.
So a couple laps remaining here. Still a lot of time for Harper McKinney to make something happen.
Wow.
Almost identical laps.
McKinney there gambling, taking a gamble into that corner. He had it set up, and he was in the position in that corner. And Declan Shields got out of his way, but McKinney stayed in it in anticipation that Declan Shields was going to get out of his way.
Well, McKinney all the way on the bumper, all the way to the bottom, trying to get in there. I like to call that the inside clip if you're a drift fan.
Yeah, I like that.
You got McKinney all the way on that inside clip, hanging the tire in it.
Two very distinctive driving styles. You see it right there. Declan Shields a little bit to the middle of the track, but tight right into that corner of McKinney, trying to make a move on Declan Shields.
Nothing there. I mean, Shields hitting the marks, not making mistakes. McKinney really trying to force an error out of Shields, but there's nothing there. Shields just running a perfectly clean race at this point.
And we're talking about Chloe Hearn being a great second-half racer. Well, you know what? Declan Shields, I think, feels the pressure, and that can really turn things up right there. Feel that pressure and say, hey, I'm good with it. Bring it, man. Let's race.
As we go up to the white flag being out for Tatum Forrester, big gap over Kyle Niner.
Tatum Forrester, a full straightaway ahead of Kyle Niner. Kyle Niner, I don't think is going to have anything for Tatum Forrester. Tatum Forrester is going to have to make a huge mistake if Kyle Niner is going to make up that second place.
So almost within 3/100ths of a second last time by, we had Shields and McKinney. Harper all the way to the bottom. Drawn even with Declan Shields. Going to have the bad line going into this corner. Is going to try the outside-inside. McKinney on the outside, down to the bottom. Shields blocking, nothing there.
Shields doing a great job there, holding off McKinney. McKinney got a wheel in and looked like was going to make the pass and make it stick. But Declan Shields, a veteran move right there, was able to hold off McKinney as they go side by side once again.
So 2 corners remaining. Is there anything going to be there? Look at that, all the way to the bottom. A lot of run up going into that. Late braking. Is this going to be Tatum Forrester with the victory? It's going to be Kyle Niner in the second spot. Now coming out of this final corner, is there going to be a run? I don't think Harper McKinney's going to have enough. It is going to be Declan Shields hanging on for the third spot. Great effort by Harper McKinney to finish up in fourth.
Indeed. What a race. Harper McKinney, what a fabulous job you did. You found the position, and what a great race we just witnessed, Jim Beaver.
The thing is, it was a great race. It was a clean race. Declan and Harper McKinney, phenomenal effort by both those drivers.
Yeah, I would have liked to have seen a little more tight racing going on between Tatum Forrester and Kyle Niner. I would have loved to have seen those top 4 battling it out right there. I think that would have been a great exchange. But you know what? If you take the chance and you get out front like that, man, run your race. Get it home. Get it done, boo-boo.
Well, the stage is definitely set for tomorrow in this one. But before we get to tomorrow, we got to get to podiums today, and we're going to take a short commercial break. We come back, it will be Tiffany Stone with our top 3 here in this division. We'll return here to Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Double E Racing, engineered for performance.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
Built to get more out of every mile. For what you pull, what you haul, and what you refuse to leave behind. When the load gets heavy, you don't back off. You push forward. Trusted for generations because performance matters. More air, more power, more response. Engineered for the demands of diesel drivers. Ready for wherever the road ends. K&N Performance Diesel.
Welcome back here to Chandler, Arizona, Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Just wrapping up with 10 laps of youth production, and what a great race, top to bottom. I mean, Tatum Forrester coming out on top with a great effort over Kyle Niner, but that battle for the third spot, Declan Shields and Harper McKinney, that went down to the wire mark.
I loved watching that race. I do love racing action like that. It makes it, as a racing announcer, motorsports announcer, that is, you can't ask for a race better than that right there, and what a great job of there. But Tatum Forrester just checking out with it, as I would expect him to do. Kyle Niner, great race and effort from him, but the real race, Declan Shields and Harper McKinney, what a great race to watch.
Yeah, look at that. 4/10 of a second separating them for that final podium spot.
Wow.
Harper doing everything they could to get around Declan Shields, but Declan holding on for a solid podium spot. It's Weaver, Cadwell, Penrod, De La Cruz rounding out your top 8. That is your Maxxis Tires youth production results for today.
Yeah, tough break with Desi De La Cruz. Didn't see what happened out there, but man, lots of damage here to that outside front suspension.
Yeah, tough break there for Desi De La Cruz. Didn't look like it was insurmountable damage. I think we'll probably see Desi back, about to come back tomorrow and have a solid effort. But I don't know. I think the stage is set for youth production for tomorrow. After what we saw today, it is going to be guns a-blazing tomorrow in this division for sure, Mark.
Well, we're coming down to the last 4 events of the season, and we talked about it. It's very important to have all your points in check for the season, but, man, it's always a last-minute rush here in the last 4 races.
Well, talking about the points heating up and that blistering hot race, we are going to throw it down to Tiffany Stone with our podium finishers.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Declan Shields. Now, Declan, we were just chatting. I think this is your first podium in this class of the season. Nice job. Obviously, we've got 3 more rounds after today. It looks like you're really coming into your own. You were able to hold off McKinney. So I just wanted to know what was going on, what was the chatter in your ear, because you were holding your lines, you were protecting them, and you were able to grab that third.
I knew I had to stay inside the whole time, and one time he almost passed me, and I had to block him off, so I just knew if I didn't stay inside, he would have got me.
Well, you were doing all the things correctly that you definitely needed to do. Who would you like to thank for round 7?
My mom, my dad, my sister, GSP, Dylan, and his brothers, Dirt Rider Designs for the wrap, Sparko, and I think that's it.
Well, you're doing a great job. It's been wonderful watching you grow up a little bit, seeing your racing style get a little bit more dominating. Love that. Nice job, Declan. We're going to head over here to Kyle Niner. Nice job over here for you, Kyle. Obviously, Tatum Forrester had a lot for you. You were trying to figure out which way you could get around him. What was going on today? How was your mindset for this race?
So we didn't get a practice yesterday at all because we blew a belt right off the bat, so I only got to run qualifying. Ended up running into some clutching issues, so I worked with my tuner, Sneaky, and did a little bit of clutching, a little bit of tuning. Unfortunately, it didn't work. We were running into some problems with RPMs dropping throughout the race, so wasn't able to lay down the power we were looking for. Made a couple of mistakes here and there, hit the wall, but I tried my best and still ended up with a podium. So,
well, I love that. Who would you like to thank for this round?
I'd like to thank my mom, my dad, Sneaky Tunes, Hurley Motorsports, JG Racing, Kinetic, Sandcraft, all my friends and family. Thank you guys so much.
Nice job. Congratulations on 2. And heading over here, Tatum Forrester. Tatum, yesterday we were chatting. You said, honestly, I loved Glen Helen. It's very technical. It's very great. This one, you've got a little bit fast sections, and it seems like you were able to dominate. I don't know. Maybe you like this track just as well. So how was it for you that played out?
It was good. I was just really focused on I have to be consistent and hit every line perfect to not make any errors so that Kyle wouldn't get around me. And I still think I love Glen Helen more. I love the technicality and the more jumps and stuff, but this track's fun. Like, you can't not have fun at the races, so, yeah.
Well, you've done it here. Who would you like to thank for round 7?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, Wyatt, Connor, all my friends and family that come out and support 2X Motorsports, 518 Designs, Rugged Radios, Lone Star Performance, UPR, Valor Wheels, Uncle Paul, Aunt Lisa, all the Schroeders, Economy Plumbing, and that's it.
Awesome. Hop up on number 1 for me right over there. Big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in youth production. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. Yep, great run there in youth production. And we are going to move on to youth restricted. You thought that was action-packed. We got 16 drivers getting ready to take the green flag in youth restricted.
Yeah, these kids, man, they're tough. They're tough competitors, and every single one of them wants top of the box out here. That's why I love watching these classes, is I love seeing that these kids are so passionate about off-road racing. You know, I've got a lot of – we're motorsports announcers, so we got to be the ones calling the action. So it's very hard to be a spectator and become fans, but I'm definitely a fan of Kyle Niner. But, man, Tatum Forrester, how can you not be a fan, man? Just great great team, and it's just exciting to watch every single one of them.
Yeah, well, and, you know, as we've got a ton of fans out here on site, a lot of you tuning in at home, one of the great partners that we have here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series is our friends at Traders, and they handle all the merch for the series, and cool hat that Mark's got on, these polos over here, and we were able to catch up with them earlier on this weekend.
All right, guys, this is your chance to get some great merchandise now. We've got Traders here. They're the official merchandise partner for the series, and they bring out something brand new every single round. This round specifically, they've got tank tops, they've got hats, so make sure you're here. My favorite thing, though, of course, is going to be this fanny pack. It's in the checkered print. Love that. But like I was mentioning, they've got lots of hats. They've even got koozies for you. You've got a cold beverage here because it's a hot day. They've got you all covered. So make sure you come on down here. If you're a mom and you're in your race era, they've got the perfect tee for you. But like we were talking about, brand new tanks. It's going to be a warm day here in Arizona, so you're definitely going to want one of these. Come by, stop by, say hi, and come pick up some of your favorite merch.
Well, our merch is definitely on point, and speaking of points, we've got our point standings for our youth restricted class because this is a huge class. As that brings us to our R&R Steel Racing points. Take us through these, Mark.
Ryder Greco's up front there with 255 points, but right behind him, Crewhart with a mere margin of 17 points off the pace of our leader here in this class. Jackson Cotter, always hard to beat there in the 52. Ryder Forrester, another part of the Forrester crew. Laith Earth out there with 81 points behind Triton Lawrence. Timothy Jones, the newcomer to this class, just a mere 87 points off the lead. And BJ Hawthorne will round off your top 8 with Nixon McCormick and Hudson McCormick down there in 9th and 10th, respectively. Our R&R Steel point standings.
R&R Steel point standings. Big thanks to all their support out here, sponsoring a lot of our trophies. I know the Pro NA division, big sponsor in there, so big thanks to Van Peekum family and everybody at R&R Steel Racing for all their support of the series. That is a lot of cars out there, Mark.
16 cars looking on that grid right now. What a field. I would be willing to bet you we might even have a couple of entries. Let's say 4, 8. Now there's 16 of them out there. That's just, you know, as the cars get bigger, that just looks very menacing when there's 16 cars out there.
It definitely is. It makes it even harder to take home a victory, out here as well. Our top 2, we got Ryder Forrester and Jackson Cotter sitting 1 and 2 within 1/10 of a second in qualifying of each other. So pole setter and second position, be watching for them right out of the box. Be running pretty quick lap times.
Yeah, so many big names out here in this class that are veterans here in this class. Jackson Cotter, Ryder Greco, Nixon McCormick, pretty much the newcomer under this class, but Nixon doing a great job being up there in the top 4 cars. There are so many names. Crewhart has the ability. Timothy Jones out here, first year out here in racing and CORR and doing a great job here, will be in the top 4 rows. And Liam Cadwell, Leith Earp, all these names. But here's the ones that I love to see. Cooper and Carter Hogan is out here. And this is their first season out here in the bigger cars. And I know their mom, Mandy, is just a wreck up here. She'll be up here doing her paces. However, Mom can't just do her paces out here and just watch the boys race because she's going to be racing out here just in a moment. So she said she's having her midlife crisis and had to buy, just a super fast car. And she's out here and her midlife crisis is in full effect out here racing at CORR.
I would say that's probably the healthiest midlife crisis you could ever have is buying a race car.
Well, I have to agree. And the attitudes over there at the Hoganist pit, Greg and everybody is just so happy that, they're 3 racing. And I'm happy for them. A lot of people out here, we become family, and that's definitely my family out there, the Hoganists. the Hoganist family.
Yeah. Definitely good people. Great to see them out here as we look here through this 16-car field that we've got here coming at you in Youth Restricted. This one slated for 10 laps. We'll have a mandatory competition caution at the midway point. Looks like winds still continuing to remain. A little bit of cloud cover, so it hadn't got quite as hot as we were expecting yet. I think that's still to come later on today. But, yes, I mean definitely some different conditions than we saw last time we were here in December, Mark.
Quite a contrast, but I'm loving it. I was expecting it to be a little bit hot. I thought it was so hot. We have the coolers out here. I even brought an extra one. And so far we haven't even had to need them. The wind's just perfect. It was pretty gusty here a second ago, and we were worried about it. Literally the roof's coming off, but we were able to get them under control. So now we got a slight breeze, gets the dust under control, and I think this is a great ideal racing situation.
Yeah, definitely, going to be great racing conditions. Saw a little bit of dust earlier on. We're going to probably get a little more moisture into the track, once we go to this intermission here, the next 2 races, and see how things shape up. But drivers are prepared for it, and I think it's going to be a great, great day of racing. It's much better than the track conditions when we're completely drenched, right?
Indeed. Well, this is the race that decides it. We've got a lot of people here equally classed in this class. Ryder Forrest is going to take an MP1 out there. Row 1, Jackson Carter to the outside. These two are definitely going to battle it out. And I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of lead changes here. Ryder Greco will round off row 2 with Nixon McCormick. Right next to him, Crewhart, row 3, Triton Lawrence. In row 4, Timothy Jones, the newcomer, with Lariat Lawrence rounding off the top 4 rows.
That is our Liqui Moly starting grid as we get down to row number 5, Lathrop and Liam Cadwell, Cooper Hoganess and Addy Atterbury. Already a win on the day. And then we got Brayton Penrod and Blaine Proctor, Carter Hoganess and Kylie Odell rounding out your 8-row field, 16 cars, and man, that is a lot of UTVs out here as our Jones Ford Pace truck going to be bringing the rolling chaos to the green flag.
I think that's a great way to put it, rolling chaos, because that's exactly what it's going to be. However, these drivers have been racing since I've been here with the top 4 guys, with the exception of Timothy Jones. Timothy Jones, the newcomer, but to see Timothy Jones up there in more than half the field, what a great race for Timothy Jones. But Jackson Carter back in there with that bright green car, is that bright green or bright yellow? What would you say?
I don't know. It's a little of both.
Bright green yellow.
Yeah, I would say yellow. It errs on the side of yellow, but it's that neon fluorescent could go either way.
I mean, it's crazy, but I love it out there. So this, no matter what, promises to be a great race here as we're getting ready to come into our first intermission. This is going to set the stage for the rest of the day.
Well, we'll see if the Forrester family can keep it perfect out here. Tatum Forrester winning the previous race. Now we got Ryder Forrester out here on the pole. A couple of pole positions for the Forresters. We're going to see if the Forrester family can keep it moving here in Youth Restricted. But Ryder Forrester going to have his work cut out for him.
Man, look at that field. Jones, McCormick, Forrester, Atterbury. Look at this. What just incredible. Hoganess, loving the Hoganess livery out here. And, the two brothers always have different livery. I absolutely love this field right now. I am getting excited, and I'm excited to be calling in next to you, Jim Beaver.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting one. 10 laps out here, 1-mile track, so it's going to be about 10 miles of racing. Jeez. As we got our Jones Ford Pace truck going to be pulling off momentarily. Looking for it. Yes, Pace truck is off. That is our signal that we will be going green flag racing. It is going to be Ryder Forrester taking us to the green flag for 10 out here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
What a great start as they come into turn 1. Who's it going to be? It's Cotter out there with the whole shot, but Tatum Forrester right there.
Up and over, got a fender flying, but we're still going. I like it.
I don't think there was any damage done to those two cars. If yet, though, it will come on and it will show its head if there was any damage done. But so far, no damage looking like to either competitor.
All right, so it is Forrester out front, Cotter in the second spot.
We're watching back in the back there. Cotter with the whole shot, but Tatum Forrester able to get around quickly here on this opening lap. That's
a 151 there of Greco.
And Crewhart making his first appearance out here in the opening lap. And Forrester out front, but Jackson Cotter right there. And like I said, we're going to have a race here. And once this class settles in, I promise you there's going to be some fireworks.
Forrester starting to stretch the lead. They're over Cotter.
Just a freight train down this front straightaway. Little bit of racing here in the back. Shuffling for positions. But right now, Tatum Forrester starting to extend his lead. Got about an 8-car lead over Jackson Cotter.
All right, so setting the stage, we've got a lap in the books. The way they run it is Ryder Forrester, Jackson Cotter, Ryder Greco, Crewhart, Triton Lawrence, your top 5. Then we got Nixon McCormick, Cooper Hoganus, Timothy Jones, Lath Earp, and Liam Cadwell in that 10th spot.
Cooper Hoganus doing a great job. Still new. Number 36 of Hart.
Hart and Lawrence.
Hart and Lawrence getting a little bump. And hey, and that looked like that wasn't malicious on any of the drivers. They just were there at the same place at the same time.
Yeah, Lawrence and Hart just rubbing a little bit. Rubbing is racing. Look at that, the 210 there. That is Lawrence trying to grid around Hart. That's for the 4 spot. Nothing there.
Well, Crewhart, a veteran in this class as well. Getting no love from Lawrence out there as they make their way around this circuit. Timothy Jones way wide into turn 1. Gonna have to tighten it up if he's gonna want to get a position away from McCormick.
Yeah, McCormick all the way on the bottom there. Timothy Jones now starting to get a little pressure from the 223. That is Cadwell.
Man, seriously, the top 10 cars, they are equally matched, and they just have to drive. They can't afford any mistakes. You can't go wide. You got to stay tight like what you just saw. Timothy Jones taking the line away from the 223 of Cadwell. Whoa, we got a car going backwards.
Yeah, that was just a complete checkup. Oh, and then we've got one into the wall there, bumping off the wall. That is the 737 of McCormick. No damage. All that dirt gets pushed up against the barrier, and I think that saved him.
Yeah, indeed, creates a little bit of a cushion, if you will, up against the K-rail. That K-rail ain't going to move. Not from these cars and not at these speeds, but thank gosh that dirt was... Oh, lots of damage there.
I think that was from the incident on the first lap.
Oh, right. What a race, Jim Beaver. We were talking about it. Here it is, and it's not disappointing.
Definitely not disappointing. Ryder Forrester currently out front as we're getting a glimpse there of the number 3. That is Timothy Jones.
Well, this is the great opening laps of this race because competition yellow is going to come out, and it's going to give an opportunity for all these racers to regroup. And you can see the action in the background. Pretty much the top 5 cars are right on the bumper, as we were just talking about. And Jackson Cotter still has Tatum Forrester Ryder Forrester, rather. Sorry about that. Ryder Forrester still within sight, so still anybody's race. And the second half is going to be, it's going to be absolute fireworks, I have a feeling.
All right, so this is a 6'11" of Cotter, currently in the 2nd spot. Trying to reel in Forrester, who is leading. Get a little pressure from the 151 of Greco.
Yeah, Ryder Greco there. These 3 are used to being right where they're at. So, and as I've said it, these top 3 right here literally could just change the order and be equally as comfortable with each other. These guys have been racing for quite a while against each other. Oh, what
a little mistake there for Cotter.
Yeah.
Look at that. I mean, bunched up.
It seems like Greco, has a little more speed,
Greco going to try the outside, inside, outside. Oh, look at that. Cotter doing a great job of protecting that inside line.
Greco keeping it clean, carrying more speed into the corners and getting right on the bumper of Jackson Cotter. And both competitors doing a great job. And Cotter not checking up. And Greco, I think he's had enough. He's
a little bump. Look at that.
Oh, he's pushing him.
He's pushing him.
Straight out pushing him.
You got to love that. That is a great shot there. Greco going, hey, Cotter, I'm faster. Pick it up or move out.
I think that was an exact example of that, Jim Beaver. And Ryder Greco, wow, I was so excited there. I lost my train of thought, but Ryder Greco doing a great job there putting the pressure on Jackson Cotter.
What an iconic shot. You want to talk about mind games. That is Greco playing full-blown mind games with
Absolutely.
Cotter.
I don't care who you are. If you got somebody behind you and they're pushing you like that, that's intimidating.
Well, the great part was there was nothing malicious about that.
Nope.
Greco got on the bumper of Cotter and was just running there, kind of running up on him, but there was nothing malicious there. He didn't do anything to take him out. It was just a, hey, I'm here, I'm faster. Watch yourself because I'm going to get around you.
Hey, I don't care what kind of racing you're doing. If you are confident enough to put a bumper in like that and push the car, and you're the car being pushed, and you keep your cool and collective like that, bravo, gentlemen. That's some good racing.
Well, talking about our top 5 right now, we haven't talked much about them, but we've got Crew Hart right in the middle of this battle in the top 5, and earlier on this weekend we were able to catch up with Crew Hart.
All right, guys, another driver who found out that he does like Glen Helen a little bit better because it is technical, but we are back here. We're at Firebird right now, and Crew, you were just talking about that you really like that track because it was technical, but being back here, it's all about if you've got a fast car. Seems like you do. You're sitting right now second in points. You got a little bit of a gap, but what do you think you're going to have to do this weekend to get on top of the box and then shorten that gap and add more points for the season?
Try to win and just try to suit the weekend and stay consistent and don't wreck.
Well, keep talking about that a little bit. It seems like you got a great car. You're really honing in on it. You know exactly what every turn is going to do when you're inside of here. Did you change anything from last rounds to this round, or did you keep the same?
We changed a little bit on the tunes just to try to find a little better for the championship.
Wonderful. Well, before we let you go, because I know that you've got some qualifying, some racing going on, what do you feel that this season's really showed you as a driver? Does it show you that as long as you're consistent, you can be able to get into those top spots?
Yeah, but you kind of have to stay fast and you can't fall back. You have to make sure that you're not staying behind, and you have to have good lines.
Wonderful. Well, best of luck to you. And like he was saying, you've got to find those lines. You've got to find those marks, and you make sure you do that because consistency, we've been talking about it all day long, is definitely key to win a championship. Back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And yeah, great catching up with Crew Hart, who is sitting right now in the 4th spot, trying to get in the mix here with Ryder Greco and Jackson Cotter, who we saw right before that mandatory competition caution. What a battle do they have. Ryder Forrester, a little bit of clean air out front, but our top 3 and 4 have been right in the mix. I think the remaining 4 laps here are going to be an absolute shootout.
Yeah, I think Ryder Greco has the speed coming into corners, so we're going to see how that shapes up here in the second half. But Ryder Forrester out front, and Ryder Forrester has the car right now, so can he hold it down in the second half?
Yeah, Forrester family looking to go back-to-back with a couple of wins. 4 laps are going to determine that. It's Cotter now looking to the bottom there of Forrester. Nothing there. Starting to file in. Got Greco and Hart sitting there in the 3rd and 4th spot with some epic battles so far this season.
Yeah, I think Ryder Greco has the faster car here, and it's going to see it. We're going to see it here again. But Jackson Cotter no slouch either. It's Jackson Cotter now putting pressure on Ryder Forrester.
Oh, look at that. We've got Greco now looking at Cotter in the 2nd spot. Wow. This is a great 3-way battle. Look like the 151 there. That is Greco having to back out of things. As Forrester and Cotter now starting to stretch a little bit of a gap.
Yeah, Jackson Cotter found some speed here in this second half and is not letting go of that rear bumper of Ryder Forrester.
To Forrester's credit, hasn't missed a mark yet today. Run completely flawless at all the action and bumping and banging happened behind him. Whoa!
McCormick way out of shape.
That was a wild one there from McCormick. Doing a little bit of tank slapper.
Indeed, lots of dust up here coming into the booth. I don't see the number 73 out there yet. I'm wondering if McCormick went for a wild ride there.
Yeah, Cotter, little over rotation that previous corner, ceding a little bit of ground there to Forrester, not what he wanted to do. So they go over that big step up.
So no caution seen over that episode down the front straightaway.
Big mistake there. One of the drivers checking way wide.
Jackson Cotter going wide there as well. And lost a few positions there to Ryder Forrester. Ryder Forrester able to extend the lead, but now can Ryder Greco get back up in the battle there? Or is Ryder Greco going to have to settle for third place on the podium?
All right, so it is Forrester leading, Cotter in second, Greco in third, the way they started the second half. Right now, though, the battle's going to be for that second spot. Greco started to put some pressure on Cotter. Forrester with a little bit of lead there in the first spot.
Well, and right there watching these top three is Crew Hart. He's ready to go racing as well. So if Crew Hart gets up in the mix, we're going to have a four-way battle here up for that podium.
A little bit of a mistake there, it looked like, from Greco in that previous corner. Just came in a little too hot. Similar corner there. Greco with some speed. Just hadn't been able to capitalize on Cotter.
Yeah, it's crazy when Cotter opens the door like that Ryder Greco's able to get that close, but then it's just like Cotter's car just accelerates out of the way and keeps the position.
Almost like Greco's going to have to slide up into him and lean on him a little bit to get one of these to stick, as it is Forrester, Cotter, Greco 1, 2, 3 here into this final lap. Looks like Greco going to try and get a run out of this corner. Up and over the big flyaway. Cotter down low, Greco a little bit wider. Going to try and come to the bottom, nothing there.
Wow, Greco way to the inside of that corner. Love and Old Glory there on the roof of Ryder Greco's car. That looks great as they come just a couple more corners to negotiate. It's going to be 1, 2, 3 if there's no mistakes. Jackson Cotter once again trying to get a run, but I don't think there's going to be anything for Ryder Forrester.
No, we got Forrester coming around. Going to be looking for that Maxxis Tires checkered flag. It is out. It is going to be Ryder Forrester taking the win. It is going to be Jackson Cotter. And then we are going to have a Ryder Greco in the third spot.
Great performance from Crew Hart. And look at that. Cooper Hogan is rounding off the top 5. Cooper Hogan is, we were talking about all the advancements that, Chloe Hearn has made. She's learned, well, Cooper Hogan is a racer in another class, but coming right in to this youth restricted and fitting right in. Finishing top 5 within his first few races. Congratulations to the Hoganist boys.
Yeah, great bunch of racing there. Is our Jones Ford Pace truck going to be bringing these drivers around? We're going to take the top 3. We're going to shuffle in front of the grandstands and get to those podiums when we return here to the race. But man, what a great run that was, with 16 drivers out on track. And we are going to come back with those podium spots here in Chandler at Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Weller Racing, when performance matters and winning isn't optional.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
Double E Racing. We help build champions.
And we are back here to Chandler at Firebird Raceway for a Championship Off-Road Racing Series round number 7. Just wrapping up with 10 laps of youth-restricted racing. And that one was really clean race, hard-fought battle. I mean, that top 3 could have gone either which way there, Mark.
Yeah, there was a lot of potential for lead changes there, but each one of the drivers keeping it clean was able to, serve notice that they got the speed in it, and the top 3 drivers just seconds behind each other. They were freight train there all the way back to almost 6th, 7th place, and the battles were happening well behind 6th place, and just some great racing to watch, some great racing to announce out here.
Yeah, you got to give Ryder Forster a lot of credit leading that thing wire to wires. That brings us to our Liqui Moly and Maxxis Tires youth restricted results. Ryder Forster with that top spot, with leading it wire to wire, but it was not an easy one, as we got Jackson Cotter and Ryder Greco rounding out our podium. Crewhart, Cooper Hoganess, great run there for Cooper into the 5th spot. Timley Jones moving up a couple spots from qualifying into the 6th spot. Triton Lawrence, Liam Cadwell, Addy Atterbury into the top 10, and Nixon McCormick rounding out our top 10 here in youth restricted.
Yeah, Nixon McCormick having some problem down the front straightaway there. We weren't able to see it, but man, I'm just glad that everybody's okay there.
All right, well, with that, we've got Tiffany Stone standing by with our top 3.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Ryder. Now, Ryder, 7 for 7 on podiums for the season. You're doing great with consistency, but I do want to talk about what you saw out there. Obviously, sitting in 3rd, you were able to catch some of the guys' dust out there because it is getting a little bit dusty, a little bit windier for you. How, for you as a driver, who is a great driver, knows how to stay calm and collected and make sure you can get that checkered?
By just sitting there patient, not putting too much pressure on the car, and just finishing. That's really it.
Well, talk to me about this because, like we said, 7 for 7 on podiums. Obviously, you want a little bit higher, add some more points for the season. There's probably a bunch of people you'd like to thank for this round.
My mom, my dad, Bryson and Jacob, R&R Steel, EVP Mode, 518 Designs, Kirky, SRI, SPA, and all my friends and family who came out to support me.
Nice job adding some more points on there for the season. Heading over here with Jackson Cotter. Jackson, same thing for you. Obviously, the dust was getting a little bit crazy out there. The track is getting a little bit drier. Same thing for you as somebody who's having a little bit dust in there. How do you stay calm and collected?
I just waited patient, and I was doing my lines, trying to pass Forster, and I just couldn't do it.
Well, you're up here, 2nd place. Obviously, Forster is a great driver out there. I do want to know, you've got some chatter in your ear. What was your spotter saying to you to make sure that you could get this 2nd place?
My spotter told me to keep my insides clean and just have my insides clean and my lines, and I just be patient.
Being patient. Nice job. Who would you like to thank for round 7?
My mom, my dad, my sister, John Pacheco, Gates Belts, Leonard Carr, Hoosier Tires, Method Race Wheels, Anti-Gravity Batteries, Sneaky, and all the other, and everyone else who helps me out.
Awesome. Nice job. Congratulations to you. And heading over here with Ryder Forster. Nice job out there, Ryder. Obviously, you got 2 great drivers behind you. It's a nice double back-to-back win for the Forster family, so I like seeing that. Tell me from your perspective how round 7 shaped up for you.
I was off the start. I just wanted to get the inside, the inside, and I just carried momentum and took my lines and everything, and that's it.
And that's it. Only if racing was just that simple. I love seeing that. You know what? And that's that. So love it. Who would you like to thank for round 7?
I want to thank my mom, my dad, my brother, Wyatt, Connor, 2X Motorsports, Lone Star, 518 Designs, Economy Plumbing, Stetson, and anyone else that...
Well, you guys have done it here. And for you guys in the booth, this is that next generation that we keep talking about that is going to pretty much probably go into pro side-by-side soon. So one more round of applause for your top 3 finishers in this class. Back up to you guys.
Thanks, Tiffany. And, man, that one, great group of drivers. I mean, these are the future of this sport right here. What we just saw, that racing, these drivers, that talent, they're going to be around the sport for years to come, Mark.
I mean, all the way up from Crewhart, Ryder Greco, Jackson Cotter, Ryder Forster, those top 4 right there, they are the veterans of this class, and they just showed why. I mean, they were just seconds behind each other. But the story right there, Cooper Hogan is new to this class, top 5, man. Great job. That's hard to do because you look at that stacked field past the number 5 all the way down to 16, and that's quite a field out there. But, yes, what an exciting race to watch, and everybody did a great job out there in that race.
Well, they did do a great job, and you know who else is doing a great job is one of our big partners here with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, our friends at Maxxis Tires, who are out here supporting our racers, putting in the work. Just yesterday, I was around, able to catch up with them. Adam was mounting tires, getting everything dialed in, but he took a couple moments to catch up with us, and like to talk a little bit more about Maxxis Tires. I'm Jim Beaver. We're out here at Firebird Motorsports Park with Maxxis Tires. We've got Adam here with Maxxis Tires, one of the newest sponsors here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Tell us a little bit about what Maxxis is out here doing this weekend.
So we're out here, we're supporting our racers. We're out here mounting tires, selling tires, doing as much as we can, making sure everybody's doing whatever they need to win out there today.
Yeah, I know they've got some tires that are going to be mounted here shortly. We're going to see them on track this weekend and be watching for that Maxxis Tires checkered flag all weekend long. Yeah, great to have Maxxis Tires out here sponsoring not only the Maxxis Tires checkered flag, but also when we get to some of our pro divisions, the Maxxis Tires Fast Lap Awards, Mark.
Yeah, it's pretty exciting. It's a new element added to here, the 2026 with Maxxis Tires coming on. They give a little bit of reward and a little bit of recognition to somebody who's out there with that fast lap. And what a different dynamic and change that we implemented at our last race out there in Glen Helen. And I think that is a great little thing to recognize.
All right, so up next, we're going to have our youth side-by-side, the fastest side-by-side class for our youth-filled morning. That's going to be coming up next, which brings us to our R&R Steel Racing youth side-by-side points. Take us through this, Mark.
Yeah, Mikey Children's not going to be able to be out here for this weekend, but he's out here with 258 points, and that's hopefully Ryland Gone now can bridge that gap, because 79 points behind Mikey Childress, that's quite a gap. Cash Hart in there with 96 right behind them. Brennan Gorky and the 96 points as well, tied in that third place. Cody Kranz, 109 behind Bakes Bodden. Bakes Bodden now probably going to slide up. And Declan Shields now have an opportunity here this weekend to make up some points here for this championship chase.
Yeah, the points chase is going to be up for grabs here, especially after this weekend with some drivers with some conflicting schedules and various other things. So it's going to be interesting to see the way this one shapes up here when we come to our finale back here to Firebird Motorsports Park here in just another month.
Yeah, with just 4 events left here, this is what's going to happen. These last few events are very critical in the points chase, and that's exactly right. And everything's going to be switched up here. And, some of these championships are going to be decided in the very last event of the season. I mean, I don't think there's too many. I think Bo Judge has got his pretty much wrapped up. As long as he just stays top 3 here, I think he's going to get a championship. But I don't think there's anybody else here out of CORR that can be that confident in their championship chase, because these points are close, and you are 100% correct. There's going to be some of the racers that aren't going to make the last one, but there's going to be some that have been here all seasons long that have the ability to take the championship away from people.
Yeah, it's definitely shaping up to be a great finale out here at Firebird Motorsports Park coming at you in April. But before we get that, I mean, we're almost through with the morning. We still got a whole day of racing here with pro divisions yet to come, and a whole nother day of racing in round number 8. So many storylines we got to wrap up before we even think about getting to our finale here in April.
Man, you are 100% correct. There is so many things that we have to do here. So,
all right, and we are just getting notice that we are going to bring our intermission early because of, like we said, some date conflicts and stuff like that. Our youth side-by-side class has a smaller entry list than expected out here today. So we are going to run those later on today, merge them with another class that has a smaller field. So instead of having another division on track right now, we are going to take our 45-minute intermission. And when we come back, we're going to be racing with pro classes out here at Firebird Motorsports Park. So those of you tuning in at home, both on Racer Network as well as various other places, we're going to take a short intermission. We come back in about 45 minutes. We will be back to green flag racing with our pro divisions out here at Firebird Motorsports Park. So hang tight, take a breather, and we are going to be back with a whole lot of racing action yet to come with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Welcome to Firebird Motorsports Park, home of round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. I'm Jim Beaver, joined by Mark Wright, getting ready to kick off some racing this afternoon with our pro divisions out here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Mark, obviously this morning we had some of the youth racing, things wrapped up with that youth restricted race, and let me tell you, did that one not disappoint, my friend?
Very exciting racing going on so far out here at Firebird. I mean, great weekend so far. The heat's been staying away for the most part. The track, though, has been drying up like we've anticipated, whether the heat's here or not. That's just what it happens out here in Arizona. It's crazy that March has got the change that we're not used to out here in Arizona, but man, it's still a great start to this weekend's racing.
Yeah, high is supposed to be 94 degrees out here today. Later on this afternoon, got slight winds. It has been drying out the course. Right now, though, we are putting a lot of moisture in it, and I think things should be shaping up to be really good racing conditions this afternoon. Cloud cover has definitely kept the temperatures down, and, man, the racing on track has been red hot, Mark, and things are just getting fired up for this afternoon. We still got some of the best names in the business yet to do battle out here. We've got Pro NA, Pro Light, Pro Side-by-Side, our SR1s. It is definitely going to be an action-packed afternoon here in the Valley of the Sun.
Yeah, the big deal is we come down to the last 4 events down here. It's all about the points, and, you know, everybody likes to have them locked in by this far into the season, but, man, some of these championships still have not been decided.
Well, you've been hearing Mark and I talk here for the last 5 minutes, but we do have probably the better part of our broadcast team, Miss Tiffany Stone, standing by.
Thank you guys so much. Yes, it feels great to be back here at Firebird Motorsports Park, especially after the 2 great rounds we had at Glen Helen. Now, I had a chance to talk to some of the drivers. While some do prefer Glen Helen because it's tight, technical, and you've really got to be a driver to get that checkered flag, coming back here, this is the home track for a lot of our drivers. They learned everything that they need to know for short course racing here on this track. We're going to see a lot of fast cars. There's some flowy sections, but of course, they're always going for that checkered flag. And why we keep talking about that is because of the points going into the season. Now, we've only got a few more rounds for the rest of the championship, and this is where you can be able to secure some more points and make sure that you're in good standings heading into the last few rounds in a few weeks. Now, I'm going to be here all day long giving you guys some more updates, but to get this day started, let me introduce you to Chaplain Steve Hansen, Racers for Christ, with our invocation.
Please bow with me as we pray. Father, we are just so blessed that we get to be out here racing in short course and just the passions you put in our lives, and that we get to enjoy those, and we don't take that for granted ever, Father. And I just pray for the men and women that take on this race course and the challenge that they have in front of them with the whoops and the bumps and racing door to door, that they would just leave this weekend with great memories of the challenges that they've been able to conquer. Father, we also lift up the monster ladies that got caught up in that UTV fire, that you would just their healing would come quick, that we pray against any infection, and we pray for a quick recovery with limited scarring. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you so much, Chaplain. And if you guys are here in Firebird Motorsports Park, could you please rise for the playing of our national anthem? everybody, for being here. Now, we've got a great day of racing. I'm excited to be here. And like the guys were talking about, after these great races, the top finishers will come over here. But a few weeks ago, we implemented the Maxxis Fast Lap Award, and we're going to crown some more Fast Lap winners today as well. I'll be here all day long. See you guys in just a little bit, and back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Man, we are getting ready to go on track here with our Pro NA division. You start talking about Pro NA, Pro side-by-side, you got to talk about one guy. Been around the sport for a long time. A lot of them call him an OG when it comes to side-by-side racing, but that is Robert Van Beekem. And earlier on this weekend, we were able to catch up with him.
Ryder Van Beekem, we are back here. We're back at Firebird Motorsports Park. This is pretty much your home track. Going into round 7 and 8, you have the points lead. But right now in Arizona, it's unseasonably hot. For somebody like yourself who knows how to kind of beat the heat, what do you have to do to stay calm, especially during our full course yellows and then possible mandatory yellows? I've
been racing here for probably 12 years now. It's March. Typically we're in a mid-80s. Low 90s, and we're in high hundreds. It's hot this weekend, so we're going to have to keep the cars cool, drive the cars not as hard as we typically do. Hoping track stays good this weekend. I heard there's some changes to the track from other drivers, so yeah, hoping the cars do good. Some slight changes to the clutch cover. We've gone for a metal clutch cover instead of a plastic one. Hoping to keep clutch temps down, belt temps down. That's been a problem for the past few races, so hopefully that's fixed now.
Well, I know that coming off of Glen Helen, obviously you had a stellar weekend there. Nothing really changing minus those few things that you said with the car, but the mentality going into this weekend, really, how do you sum up that, what you're looking forward to accomplish?
I had second place on Sunday. Lap left, blew my belt in turn 4, right behind Bo. That sucked, but I'm 4th in points now, gone from 6th to 4th, so got 2 rounds left after this weekend. Hoping to get back up there, top 3.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you, Ryder, and we're going to see what happens in the second half of this race.
Well, and apologies on my part. That was Ryder Van Beekem, not Bob Van Beekem, but both of these drivers in this next class, the Pro NA division, had a strong showing out of the R&R Steel Camp this year in the Pro NA division. I know Van Beekem family and R&R Steel also putting up a big purse for the overall champion in Pro NA come year end. So lots additional on the line here in the Pro NA division. Ryder Van Beekem, definitely one to watch. He's taken a victory here earlier on this year at Firebird Motorsports Park. So looking forward to seeing him in action here momentarily. Mark?
Yeah, man, it's almost like a come get my money thing. They're racing it, but they want to see if anybody can come get that money. So I like to see it. That's really fun if you're a racer out here. That, not only is it money, but it's a little bit of bragging rights to say, hey, I got it. We've seen Robbie Gordon do that before in racing. He goes, I think I'm the fastest. Come take my money from me. And the whole Ric Flair thing. You want to be the man, you got to beat the man. And I think that's the Van Beekem family coming. Come chase us down. Take my money. Yeah, I mean, it's a great crew over there. I spent some time over there yesterday watching how they got going there. You heard Ryder Van Beekem say right there, the key to the Van Beekems is to make sure that they can make their belt survive. I actually asked Bob Van Beekem, I said, hey, man, this is what's going to be the telltale sign. How many belts do you have here for this weekend race? He said, I've got 25 pre-broken belts. He says he actually breaks them in. And he swears that's the secret. Break them in, hang them up, use them when you need them. That's what's funny about belts, and it's its own science, and there's everybody with all this witchcraft that goes into belts. Some people think you just take them right out of the box. Other people think you got to scrub them and clean them. Yeah. There's people that actually put them in dishwashers and condition them in a dishwasher and run them through a cycle in the dishwasher to heat them up and clean all the manufacturing oils off of them before you put them in the car. There's people that think you need to put them in a car and drive them around at 10 miles an hour before you ever speed up for 10 miles, and there's so much thought and theory that go into belts and side-by-sides. I call it witchcraft because I can honestly tell you nobody's found the secret sauce yet. Yeah, I think that's the accurate word right there. I mean, anybody will tell you that theirs is the one and only true way to make it happen, so witchcraft might be the correct adjective for that. I think it's buy a belt and say a prayer, and that's what I'm rolling with. We're going to make it a religious thing. It's a religious thing with me. Chappie Steve ever decides to go side-by-side racing, he's going to be the one to beat, I'm telling you. So, Chappie Steve, you got to add to the prayer, and I pray that everybody's belt stays together. Is that blasphemy?
So yes, Pro NA, it's going to be up on track first this afternoon. It's going to be slated for 10 laps, and then we are going to move throughout the day into a lot of pro class racing. So we're going to start things out with our Pro NA class. Then we are going to move into our Pro-Am division. Followed by Pro Production. That's also going to be run with ProAm Turbo. We're going to move into some Sportsman racing, Sportsman NA and Turbo. Then we are going to continue to move along to Pro Side-by-Side, SR1, and Pro Lights to cap off yet an amazing day out here at Chandler in round number 7. So those of you just tuning in at home on the Racer Plus app, thank you for being here. And let me tell you, you are joining in at the right time because we got some of the fastest drivers in the world behind the wheel of a side-by-side getting ready to bump, bang, and battle here at Chandler at Firebird Motorsports Park over the course of this 1-mile circuit here, and it is definitely going to be a great afternoon, Mark.
Yeah, I absolutely love the format out here at CORR. I've loved it since the first day I've ever been out here, that they start off with the classes and they just keep getting faster and faster as the day progresses and ultimately ends with the SR1s. And I mean, there was one time that I can remember back in the old days, the good old days, that the SR1s were the single fastest vehicles on this track, and there would be upwards of 30 to 40 of them out there on the track. And today we've got quite a field out here of SR1s, including a lot of veterans like the old man I call him, Scott Webster. He's out here after a great weekend of racing out at our last event at Glen Helen. Can he repeat it? But man, he's got a lot of competition out in the SR1. He's got Jason Weller, he's got Paul O'Brien, he's got Brandon Kilgore, and all these racers have what it takes to get it on top of the box.
Yeah, SR1 definitely one of the fun divisions to watch out here. You know, the technology in the SR1s hasn't changed much, but that's probably because the technology was pretty advanced at the time, and these things really throw down some lightning fast laps. Unlike a lot of the side-by-sides out here, they actually have a clutch in them. It's a manual gearbox. Additionally, they're rear-wheel drive instead of all-wheel drive, so throws a lot of excitement down, and they definitely like to back it in around some of the corners and such. But one of our other partners here on the 2026 season is our good friends at Rugged Radios, and we were able to catch up with them earlier this weekend. Hey, I'm Jim Beaver. We're out here at Glen Helen at round number 5 and 6 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. We're here with our partners at Rugged Radios. Come on this year to help our racers with communications and safety. First off, we've got our Nitro B here. We've got Eric from Rugged Radios. I know this helps communication between the series and the drivers. Tell us a little bit about it, Eric.
Yeah, it's the Nitro B, like you said. It's the communication between the series and the drivers out on the track, keeps them safe. Just had great luck with it. It's a great little product. The clarity, the volume of it, just nothing compares to it.
Well, and obviously, talk about Rugged. We're talking about communications. Give us a breakdown on some of the radio offerings that Rugged has.
Well, with the radios, a lot of different options from the handhelds, from our RDH 16U, which is kind of our top of the line. The series uses that, but also the R1 handheld, the V3. So, something for everybody out here, depending on which applications you're looking for.
Well, you have heard it here. Rugged Radios, keeping our racers both safe and in communication with our crews. Well, and Rugged Radio's great partner in the season. They are not here on site today, but they have been all season long. Obviously, that piece we filmed out there at Glen Helen. But any of the racers that are on site that do need some support, one of our racers and good friend Dan Hearn is carrying the torch for Rugged Radios this weekend. He can get you dialed in if there's any support needs you need. And looking forward to having Rugged Radios back on site here in Chandler for our finale here in about 1 month out here in April.
Yeah, as things are starting to get hot, there are a lot of events while it's still cool going on right now. So that happens here. A lot of scheduling conflicts are going to happen out here. But, we got still a great bunch of races that are getting ready to happen out here at Firebird Motorsports Park.
Yeah, Pro NA is definitely one of the ones that we want to watch. It's one we look forward to all weekend long. I love kicking off this after this break with one of the best divisions, the fastest divisions out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. As that brings us to our Liqui Moly and R&R Steel Racing Pro NA points, Mark.
Ryder Van Beekem taking it at the top spot. He is the current champion out here at CORR with 232 points. But look at this, just a narrow 3 points behind him. Ryder Chapman, teammate out there. So can Ryder Ryder Chapman get around Ryder Van Beekem. But look at this, the newcomer to this class out here, Brian Willett, finds himself amongst that battle as well with only 19% behind. TJ Sievers having some bad luck out there at our last race, but getting it back together and maintaining his top 4 in the points. Bobby Van Beekem there, 70 points behind. Trent Ouellette back out here for this weekend. Colton Krajcek will not be out here this weekend. Cole Feige and Brian Farrell and Alex Young will end up the top 10 in points out here in Pro NA.
R&R Still Racing, once again, putting up that big purse for the overall year-end points champion, so definitely one to watch. This is also another division that will be a part of our Maxxis Tires Fast Lap Awards, so Maxxis Tires stepping up big for our pro divisions out here, so looking forward to seeing who can take home that Maxxis Tires Fast Lap. Those awards are pretty rad.
Yeah, I mean, looking at that field right there, that it can be anybody's award right there. The Van Beekem's out there, both riders out there. You can see Ryder Chapman and, the livery very, very close, but there's little nuances between their livery that you got to be able to tell them apart, and we'll set them straight here on this event. But, man, Ryder Chapman, Ryder Van Beekem, a mere 3 points separating them for the championship chase.
All right, looks like we've got our drivers getting ready to enter the arena, being followed there by that Jones Ford pace truck, as that brings us to our Liquid Molly starting grid for Pro NA. Inside row number 1 on the pole is Robert Van Beekem. Outside is his son, Ryder Van Beekem. Then we got row number 2. It is Brian Willett, followed by Ryder Chapman, currently sitting second in the point standings. And then row number 3 on the inside, it's Trent Ouellette. That is our 5-car field, but let me tell you, these are 5 drivers that can all throw down, and we're going to have an exciting race out here in Pro NA. Slated for 10 laps, we will have a mandatory competition caution a little bit past the midway point.
Yeah, this is going to be an exciting race. I'm glad to see Bobby Van Beekem out front in that P1 out there. And right next to him, that's going to be very exciting to start off with your son right next to you. And Brian Willett, wow. 3rd qualifying. Great job, Brian Willett. And look at this, Ryder Chapman having to settle right out there outside of row number 2.
Yeah, great qualifying run there for Brian Willett. But I will say that number 64 of Bob Van Beekem, anytime Bob Van Beekem's on the pole and got a chance to get a little bit of air over the rest of the field, he's had some struggles this year in this division, but let me tell you, Bob Van Beekem, he gets out front early, and he is tough to chase down.
Well, there's a lot of people that I'll say tough to chase down, and I'll say impossible to chase down. And, Paul O'Brien, one of them, if Paul O'Brien gets out front in the SR1s, he's hard to chase down. But if Bobby Van Beekem gets out front and has no catastrophic failure, it's literally impossible to catch that young man.
Young man. I like that. Bob Van Beekem's the young man. Are you aging yourself, Mark?
No, I'm looking for a little bit of that reward money he's got going out there. Bobby, you can spare a couple hundred there for calling you young man. I'm in.
That's another glimpse there of the Jones Ford pace truck. Bob Van Beekem there on the pole. And, I think he would love nothing more than to take a victory here and get back into this points chase. I will say you got his son on the outside of that front row. Let me tell you, when the green flag drops, I don't care if it's father and son. Yeah. These guys are going to throw hands. They do not care.
They don't care.
This is family bragging rights on the line here.
100%. They flat out don't care either. They want to race, and they'll race. And same with Ryder Chapman. They're best friends, and they're at the same pit. They gotta talk to each other there. The only one that throws a wrench into the whole thing there is TJ Sievers, and he's part of that crew as well. But you know what, TJ. They came to get down, and no matter what team they represent, they're going to get down. The loose card out here, though, is Trent Ouellette from 2X. Well, here they go down the front straightaway. The pace car has turned off, and we're going green as it looks like Ryder Van Beekem will lead him into turn 1 with the hole shot, and Bobby Van Beekem staying down inside and is able to go way across the track. And Bobby bumps the wall, getting out there on the outside of turn 1.
Yeah, Willett drawing even all the way to the bottom. Bob Van Beekem got the high line. Willett going to have to drop into second, getting around Ryder Van Beekem. Ryder Chapman had an issue there in the first corner, pushing up way up high. He's going to cycle all the way to the back.
Well, I know we've only got 5 competitors in this field. Oh, Bobby Van Beekem already showing signs that he might have to step it up. That hands the lead over to Brian Willett.
Yeah, that was, look at it. Oh, we got Sievers and Ryder Chapman there. Sievers getting into the thing. Nowhere to go for Ryder Chapman. Looks like he kind of bumped into him, but no harm, no foul by either driver. As now we've got Ryder Van Beekem back up front, Willett in the second spot.
Yeah, Ryder Van Beekem enjoying the first car to the first turn, but Bobby Van Beekem snuck down on the inside and was able to get him down the back straightaway. We can see Bobby now coming into frame. Brian Willett now all over the rear bumper coming into turn one with Ryder Van Beekem.
Right down the back stretch.
All right, Ryder Van Beekem now showing you why he is up front in this chase here. Bobby Van Beekem, rather, the P1 qualifier, having to watch this battle unfold right in front of him. As I said, any one of these cars has the ability to be in the lead of this race, and you can see them with just mere seconds. Now, in the other classes, this type of spread between cars isn't that major, but this type of spread for sure isn't. These guys are equally as fast. You'll see just mere seconds separating the top three cars. Bobby Van Beekem checking up hard there coming out of turn 6.
All right, so it is Ryder Van Beekem leading, Willett in the second spot, Bob Van Beekem in the third, Ryder Chapman battling back into fourth after that first corner mishap. He's going to be one that's looking forward to that mandatory competition caution at the midway point.
Yeah, the restart on that second half is going to be very important for Bobby Van Beekem as he's got the car together. I talked with him yesterday, and he said the key here is that those belts that we were talking about, they actually went back to stock belts. So pretty neat little deal that they've done out here over at the R&R Steel Pit, going back to the stock belts. And he says he's got one, like you said, one little witchcraftery risk. Witchcraftness? I don't even know what to say it, but
witchcraft.
That's it. That's a hard one there. I'll take it. But he says he got a stock belt, stock clutch with one little device that might help things out. So far it looks like that belt's holding together.
Yeah, Bob Van Beekem there in the number 64 coming down in front. But it's Van Beekem leading, Willett in the second spot, Bob Van Beekem in the third. Then we got Ryder Chapman and Ouellette.
Ryder Chapman here having just a simple day of racing. I'm wondering if he's just kicking back. And there he goes, trying to make the inside move on Bobby Van Beekem as they come into turn 2.
That's an uncharacteristic move for Bob Van Beekem. Looked like he may have had a little problem. I don't know. You know, I almost got to think with the way he pulled over to the side there and then pulled back in. Sometimes when you jar these, the steering will lock up. And you've got to flip a toggle switch and it'll reset your steering rack. And I almost think that could have been what had happened to Bob. He jarred the steering as he pulled off the side, toggled the switch, he kicked the electronic power steering back in, then he was off and running again because that was just a very brief pullover for Bob.
Yeah, these cars are pretty finicky. They can go into limp mode fairly easily. And it's amazing that these cars are raced in that layout, you know, to where you have to reset things. You have to reset the ECU. You have to reset the steering. It's crazy to do that. These cars are literally pretty fragile for being out here to be raced out here in this kind of racing.
This is Ryder Chapman. We're following along there in the number 32. Teammates to Bob Van Beekem and Ryder Van Beekem running out of R&R Steel Camp.
Yeah, among some of the other things that can go out, you were talking about steering, but you'll hear like Kyle Niner last weekend out at Glen Helen saying, man, I was losing four-wheel drive, and I pulled over to try to get things reset so I can get four-wheel drive back, and I asked him at the end of the race, I said, well, what does that? What is failing when you have to reset the car? Is it the diff, or is it the transfer case that actually is electronically controlled? Because that's the only thing I can think of why you would lose four-wheel drive in the middle of a race.
So it is Van Beekem continuing to lead. We're going to be looking for that mandatory competition caution next time by. Willett, Chapman, Van Beekem, Ouellette. It's a glimpse there at the Ouellette, number 91.
Yeah, I don't think your top four competitors anticipated this first half out here. So I think they're just trying to get through it, and they're going to come racing here on the restart. I have a feeling that's what's going to happen. And I'd be willing to bet you that we're going to have a little different second half here of this race.
Ryder Chapman just looking forward to that mandatory competition caution. It's going to give him a chance to get back into things.
Yeah, Ryder Chapman not in his normal groove right there, but definitely in his normal, he's definitely still aggressive. But, man, you got Ryder Van Beekem, you got Bobby Van Beekem, and Brian Willett is still up there in second place.
As the competition caution does fly, it is going to be Ryder Van Beekem taking us to a midway point. Willett in the second spot, Ryder Chapman in third. Speaking of the Chapman family, we've seen them a big part of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series this season with both Ryder Chapman and Mia Chapman racing throughout the season. But earlier on this weekend, we were able to catch up with their father, Joe Chapman, behind the scenes.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Joe Chapman. Now, Joe, not only are you a father, but you are a person who is also a crew chief for your kids. You've got 2 kids racing in the series, multiple cars, but you're also under the R&R steel, so that gives you a little help. But as a father and crew chief, what are the biggest takeaways that you've seen racing with your kids?
I mean, what I love the most probably is the life lessons that the kids get to learn. Like, you don't get to win every race. Things don't go as planned, and that's life. Like, later in life, that's how things are going to happen. So just getting to be able to experience that with them, work on race cars. Not very many other people are doing this, so it's pretty cool.
Well, let's separate it a little bit. Now, you're just the dad watching your kids out there. You're in the stands. You either got a spotter's headset on. Really, what are the feelings as a father to see your kids be able to have their dreams and see what Mia's been doing? You know, I just saw her down in Phoenix for all of the Red Bull stuff.
I honestly don't know any difference. To compare that to just the average person, we've been doing this since they were 5 years old. So I can't really compare it to normal people.
Well, I love this. If you ever get a chance to come to the racetrack, this is probably one of the hardest working dad/crew chief I've ever seen. So kudos to you. Great job over here. Joe Chapman showcasing what it's like to not only be a father that supports their kids, but also be here at the racetrack working on their cars. Back up to you guys.
With Ryder Van Beekem leading Willett and Ryder Chapman. Bob Van Beekem in the 4th spot. He's not going to like it sitting back there. Look at him drawing up the side of Ryder Chapman. Going to try to run him up the inside.
Yeah, what a great race so far for Ryder Van Beekem here, taking this out front. He hasn't looked back since. Brian Willett doing a great job, though, holding off Ryder Chapman.
Bob Van Beekem pulling over off to the side. Tough break for the veteran there. Not had a good season. It wasn't for any bad luck. He wouldn't have any luck at all in the Pro NA division this season.
100% right there, man. We were talking about it. The Gremlins come up and bite Bobby Van Beekem. It's curtains for him, and this is a prime example of that.
So back up to the front with the number 64. That is his son, Ryder Van Beekem, currently leading. Brian Willett trying to narrow the gap, but it has been tough going for him because Ryder Van Beekem just not making any mistakes out here.
Well, I'm loving Brian Willett out here in contingency to get that done and get down into Ryder Van Beekem. So can he get it done as they come down the back straightaway? But right now, Ryder Van Beekem's looking strong, and I don't think Brian Willett's going to have anything for him in this second half.
Yeah, about 3 laps remaining here. Ryder Chapman now trying to hunt down Willett as well. So Willett going to have his hands full trying to narrow the gap to Van Beekem, but also got to be looking in the rear view mirror because Ryder Chapman coming on strong.
Yeah, Ryder Chapman looking smooth and consistent, but he's going to have to let things hang out like he just did right there coming in to turn 4. He's going to have to do something to get in. He's hit a wheel in. They touch.
There was a little tap there. Nothing there. Ryder Chapman backing out of it.
And that's what I was just saying. He's going to have to do something fairly aggressive if he's going to want to get around Brian Willett.
Chapman almost running the same line as Willett. Now it looks like he's got a hair faster car. Lap time showing that, just not able to make anything happen here.
Yeah, these top 3 boys definitely some of the fastest in the business. You were talking about it, that we are watching some of the fastest racers in the world, and here we are, 1, 2, and 3 right here. Ryder Van Beekem, our champ, and look at this. Brian Willett in his first year into this class, running second behind Ryder Van Beekem. Great job, Brian Willett. And Ryder Chapman now, that aggression that I was talking about, he's turning it on. He knows he's going to have to make a move if he wants to get that second spot.
We're going to have 1 lap remaining the next time by. Is Ryder Chapman going to have enough time to catch Brian Willett as Ryder Van Beekem taking the white flag? The battle behind him for the second spot, though. It is Brian Willett, Ryder Chapman 2 and 3.
Ryder Chapman looking great, very consistent. And wow, oh wow, he's got his work cut out if he wants to get it around. He's only got one more lap to do it, and Brian Willett's going to have to run smooth as well.
Yeah, Willett hitting his marks, not making any mistakes, making it really tough on Ryder Chapman to narrow that gap. Chapman going to have a couple corners remaining to try and make it happen.
Ryder Chapman used to running up front, but right now the clinic being put on by Ryder Van Beekem. He's just checked out, and Brian Willett doing a great job. Ryder doing everything he can to get a wheel in on Brian Willett.
Using every inch of this course, as I like to call it, the inside clip. He actually hit it. The tire barrier there on the inside, trying to find inches on Brian Willett. There's just nothing there. Willett, you got to give him credit. Run a very strong race as the Maxxis Tires checker flag comes out.
What a great race out there, gentlemen. You know, Ryder Van Beekem, once he got out front, that was it. No looking back for him. What a great performance from Brian Willett. He's going to have to get in there and not make one mistake, but he did a great job, and he was getting pressure the entire race from Ryder Chapman.
Yeah, Willett definitely not caving under the pressure. Solid podium spot there for Brian Willett, but it was all about that man right there. Ryder Van Beekem getting the lead on lap number 1, never looked back in the number 64 R&R Steel Racing Machine, taking home the checkered flag. And we are going to take a short commercial break. When we return, we're going to catch up with all of our podium finishers along with Tiffany Stone when we return here to Chandler to Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by K&N Filters. More air, more power, more response.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Meet up at the front time, group up. At turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
And welcome back here to Chandler, Arizona, Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Pro NA division just wrapping up. And it was really all about one man today, and that would be our winner, Ryder Chapman. Or, excuse me, Ryder Van Beekem.
Yeah, Ryder Van Beekem, man, he did a great job. But Brian Willett, great performance out of him, too, staying right there because he had his hands full with the other Ryder Chapman.
Yeah. Speaking of, that brings us to our liquid moly Maxxis Tires Pro NA results. It was Ryder Van Beekem walking away with the top spot and top honors. Solid effort by Brian Willett, finishing in the second spot. Ryder Chapman, as I mentioned, in the third and final podium spot. Trent Ouellette and Robert Van Beekem in there in your top 5 as well.
Yeah, tough break for Bobby Van Beekem. Once again, going up in flames, having to get out there off the track. But Ryder Van Beekem holding up the R&R Steel pit over there, and he walked away victorious.
Yeah, TJ Sievers also in the mix as well, having some issues early on. Relegated him to a DNF on the night. But, great bit of action. And Ryder Van Beekem, man, was solid effort by him. Speaking of, we're going to toss it down to Tiffany Stone, standing by with our top 3.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Ryder Chapman. Ryder, we seen you have a little bobble at the beginning in that first lap. Obviously, you were able to regroup into that. Walk us through how this race went for you.
The race was all right. On the start there, the track was way drier than I expected traction-wise. Set the car and started sliding back. I knew I was going to hit the wall if I stayed in it, so I just said, just got to eat the bullet on this one and fall back a couple spots. Don't want to mess up the car. It was all right. Got to work my way back up. Sucks that Bob broke. Willett's been on it. Power steering, keep getting hit. Power steering keeps getting shut on and off, so I have to keep turning that on. If you guys saw the last corner, I kind of just parked there for a second. I don't really know what happened. Car just stopped. It was pressing throttle, so we'll go figure it out, get it good for tomorrow, but it was a fun race for sure.
Who would you like to thank for today?
My mom, my dad, R&R Steel, Extreme Machine Fabrication, E2R Shocks, Paul, y'all, Mist Adventure with Jim, Sure Can, and personally Bob and Meredith just for making it all possible for me.
Awesome. Nice job. Hop up on number 3 for me. And then we're going to head over here to our second place finisher, Brian Willett. Now, Brian, 5 for 7 on podiums throughout the whole season. Right now, you're on a roll. We keep talking about consistency all the time and how important it is to be consistent, which you're showing right now. Obviously, this race was a great one for you. Picked great lines. Who would you like to thank? And then, obviously, tell me about your day a little bit.
Yeah, I'd like to thank Willett Motorsports, my family, Braden Baker, and Benchmark Performance. And, yeah, it was a good race. I was able to get out early because a couple people slid out from the track. And then had Ryder Chapman pressure me the rest of the race, which was nice. Yeah, that's all.
Well, we always talk about that. You know, if you want to be fast, race with the fast guys, the pressure makes you pretty much a diamond. And I love seeing that because if you are out there and you're racing with some fast guys, you in return become fast as well. So nice job. Hop up on number 2 for me. And taking that top spot, Ryder Van Beekum. Ryder, we were chatting yesterday. You were telling me some things that you were changing around, going back to stock belts, stock clutching, figuring things out. Obviously, you were able to do that here. Home track advantage once again for you, adding some more points for the season. How was this race?
Yeah, it was good. You know, I got the jump on my dad at the start. Slid out a little bit. He got on my inside, then went on my outside. Then Willett came on my inside, and I got stuck between them. So you're going down the hill. I just let them both go in front of me. My dad, I don't know what happened to him at the start. He got collected in it and got around and just led the race.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job. I do want to give you one more thing. I know when we were at Glen Helen at rounds 5 and 6, obviously you said, your dad got the fast lap one time and then you ended up getting it. But this one, you are continuing the streak. This is going to be the Maxxis Tires Fast Lap Award. You've done it here, taking the top spot, taking the Fast Lap Award. Who would you like to thank for round 7?
Obviously, I want to thank my mom and dad. Without them, this wouldn't be possible. I want to thank all the people here at CORR. God for keeping me safe. R&R Steel Racing, Muzzy Performance, Yaw Power, E2R Shocks, Rugged Radios, and Lone Star.
Wonderful. Also, just want to wish you a happy belated birthday as well. Take that top spot. One more round of applause for your top 3 finishers here in Pro NA, and back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And I tell you what, that is a pretty awesome birthday present. Walking away with a Maxxis Tires Fast Lap and a victory, Mark.
Yeah, he had a smile on his face for winning the race, but then that smile went extra wide when he got the fastest lap.
Well, I think that's a little bit of bragging rights when he takes it back home. He's getting quite the stack of medals, too.
Could you imagine he's got more fast lap medals than he has trophies? I mean, I know that's not right, but I'm just saying he's definitely been stacking them up since we have put that into play.
Yeah, absolutely. But you know what? Putting things into play, we got to give a big shout out to some of our partners, and one of those partners being Liqui Moly and our friends there at America Energy Incorporated, Tyler Herzog. We were able to catch up with them earlier on this weekend and talk about their investment in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim B, we're out here at Firebird Motorsports Park getting ready for the next rounds of racing here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. But right here, I've got Tyler Herzog, who is pulling double duty this weekend. We've got America's Energy and Liqui Moly, as well as behind the wheel of the race car. I mean, tell us a little bit about the involvement in CORR and also your race program.
We love being a part of CORR. We've been around for a couple years now. We used to help do some drone work with them. So lucky to be out here behind the wheel again. America's Energy, we're a distributor in Phoenix. We distribute the Liqui Moly products, and we're excited to just come out, support, be a part of the off-road community, and help everyone just make this a better place.
Well, and I see obviously this car wrap with America's Energy, Liqui Moly. How are you feeling about this weekend?
Feeling really good. This car, it's working great. We did some big suspension changes, and the heat's going to be challenging. During qualifying, we were talking about engine temps, things like that. Shocks have been dialed. The liquid moly products in here, those are holding temps good. We don't have any shock fade, so fingers crossed we stay out of the carnage and wait till after the caution, and then we'll let it eat.
All right, we'll be on the lookout for liquid moly, America's Energy, as well as Tyler Herzog. Well, it's great having all of them involved. Tyler Herzog on the track, Liquid Moly, American Energy Inc. Involved as well, AEI for short. So great guy, Tyler Herzog, and great for all the investment we've got across multiple partners here with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. As we're getting some aerial footage there of our next division. This would be the Pro-Am division, Mark.
Yes, this is a great class as well. But, man, Tyler Herzog, what a great ambassador to have there for Liquid Moly. And it's great to have him out here racing, but, man, you know what? I miss him out here flying the drones for us. I mean, he's a very good drone pilot as well. And what a great ambassador for Liquid Moly.
That brings us to our Liquid Moly R&R Steel Racing Championship Off-Road Racing Pro-Am points. Takes through the point standings in Pro-Am.
Carson Greco out front with 211 points. Mikey Childress not here for the weekend, but just a mere 22 points behind. Trent Centers, I don't know if he's out here. I haven't seen the name out here yet, but he is 66 points behind. Michael Bernstein, he's out here, 68 points. So I think he's going to get a lot of points here for this weekend. Wyatt Schmucker out there in fifth with 73 points behind. Cash Hart, 76 points behind. And Jaden Manchester Kuhn is out here as well with Jason Cummins, Declan Shields, and Cody Kranz ending off your top 10 in points here for Liquid Moly and R&R Steel.
Yeah, going to be some big changes in the points championship after this weekend. That is definitely for sure. Like I said, lots of stuff going on south of the border as well as across the country with motorsports. I mean, it's springtime, and it's time to get engines fired up, and we're seeing that across the country.
Well, I think everybody's, trying to catch in on that last moment of cool weather, and with everything that's happened in the landscape of our economy, it's kind of crazy, and you just got to make the choice and stick with it. And I think we're all seeing the effects of that right now. But, here we are out here. The weather so far, not even close to what I expected here this weekend. I actually brought us an additional cooler. Think we're going to need it. But, man, the weather so far has been great. But we're still getting the effects of the track drying out. And it's definitely, as you heard Ryder Chapman say, he goes, man, I'm not sure that I had the right setup for my tires. It was just a lot drier than I thought. And we've had a couple racers on the podium mention that their setup wasn't quite right for this dry environment out here at Firebird this weekend.
Yep, and that's what you got to love about off-road racing. It's the ever-changing conditions, and whichever drivers can adapt to those changing conditions the best, we see, go to the front. I don't care if you're talking about short course, desert racing, rock crawling. It's all about those changing conditions. I think that's why we all love off-road racing. If it was perfect, we'd be on pavement.
Yeah, I have to agree with that. I was able to talk to Bo Judge, and as you know, he's running a completely different setup, and it occurred to me while I was talking to him, and by a completely different setup, he's actually running desert tires out here in short course. So while I was looking at the car and we were just chatting it up, he said, I asked them, I said, you have to change everything else too. You have to change ride height because it's a taller tire, so you actually have to lower the car even more. And he said, yes, he even made spring changes. And, he said, I can't just put short course tires on this car and go racing. He goes, once I put the desert tires on it, that's it. And the crazier thing is, and he picked it up from Glen Helen, is he has to put a lot of pressure in those tires to avoid the tire roll that he doesn't need out here in short course racing.
Yeah, I know he had mentioned that pressure change, I think, from day one to day two out there at Glen Helen. He put quite a bit more pressure into his tires to help that car get around the track a little bit quicker. So we will definitely see Bo Judge out here in action in Pro side-by-side later on today. But right now, it is all about the Pro-Am division. They're going to be taking the track here in just a few minutes, slated for 10 laps in this division with a mandatory competition caution a little bit past the midway point. Track here at Firebird is right at 1 mile in length. And this is round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
Man, one of the people I want to talk about here that's going to be out here is Jeremy Spears, man. What a great racer and what a great ambassador to encompass everything that we want done out here at CORR. He is a garage racer. He builds his car. He preps his car. He does everything to his car. And he comes out here probably the most limited budget out here in short course racing, and he comes out here and does a great job racing. And he gets his car back together, and he makes the curtain call almost every single time.
Yeah, and we're going to see Jeremy Spears in pro production coming up after this race. Current points leader, kind of a bit of a Cinderella story. Took a victory earlier on the season, and looking to extend that points lead and having a great season there for Jeremy Spears. You love to see that racer can come out here and immediately be competitive and possibly walk home with a championship. So definitely one of the big storylines. We get to that next race in pro production. But right now, this is going to be the Pro-Am division out on track. And I think, you want to talk about one of the drivers in here that we should watch as that Jones Ford pace truck brings us out into things. It's going to be Carson Greco there in the 155.
Well, once again, in another category, we have the Greco and Hart name, but this time it's Carson Greco and Cash Hart instead of Crew Hart. They're going to be your 1 and 2 out here. Carson Greco with P1, Cash Hart with P2 on row 1. Casey Cummins going to be in row 2. Michael Bernstein, great to see him back out here. Had a really rough race out there in Glen Helen, but it's good to see him back out here. Declan Shields rounding off row 3 will be Alex Ranullo.
That was our Liqui Moly starting grid as our drivers are starting to make their way around this track on this pace lap. Get to see where the moisture is, where things are drying out. Get a glimpse of what they're going to be doing battle on for 10 laps out here.
Yeah, it's going to be quite a battle going on as well. We talked about this being the Pro-Am. Carson Greco and Cash Hart are going to be out front. And who is it going to be here when we take this green flag? Casey Cummins is going to be out there, and Michael Bernstein, very tough competitor in this class as well.
Yeah, good to see Michael Bernstein out here.
Yeah, man, what a rough time he had out there in California, but glad to see he's okay. And a true racer right there, Michael Bernstein, and it's great to see him lined up out here at Firebird for this weekend of racing. He's going to collect a lot of necessary points out here to make up for the gap that he had out there in Southern California.
All right, we are working our way around this track. Over that big flyaway jump under that big arch with the American flag as well as the Arizona flag flying. I'm a bit of an Arizona boy. I was just reading an article this morning before I headed out to the track and was talking about the top places to live in the United States this year. Arizona ranked number 5 on the list of 50 states. And I went, you know what? As an Arizona boy, no, it's a horrible place to live. Don't come here.
Yeah, stay away. That's bad. That's funny you say that. I was born and raised in California in about 2021, right there. When I turned 2021, I was in the middle of my racing career with motorcycles. And I came out here to visit my brother in Tempe, Arizona, simply fell in love with it, fell in love with the people out here. There was a job market out here, and I moved out here from California. Now, I wasn't trying to California, Arizona. I came out here because I loved Arizona more than I loved California. So here I am, and I like to think that I am a Arizonian now. I've been out here for the majority of my life, and I 100% love Arizona.
Don't listen to Mark. It's a horrible place to live. The people are awful.
Hey, I can say it in one word. It's too hot out here.
All jokes aside, absolutely. We love everybody moving to Arizona and everything everybody's brought to the state. We're getting ready to go green flag racing here in the Pro-Am division. 10 laps. Carson Greco bringing us the green flag.
Carson Greco with an early lead into turn 1. He's going to lead this field in down the back straightaway. Cash Hart doing everything he can to get back into that race, but right now, Carson Greco checking out.
Greco and Hart, 1 and 2. How many times have we seen these two battle throughout this season?
Yeah, it's been a great season to watch these two go at it, and here they are once again finding themselves. A little bit of a mistake with Carson Greco there, but didn't cost them any position and didn't lose any time. And Cash Hart not able to capitalize on that little slip-up.
No, Hart kind of dropped back a little bit here. The 155 of Greco getting a little bit of breathing room. I don't want to say that this early on. One little mistake puts Hart back in it.
What a great way to take that corner right there, tightened it up right there and stood on it. And that car just spun right around, set into it, came around, and he stayed in it. What a great turn that was.
As they fly through the end of lap number 1, it is Greco leading, Hart in second, and Kason Cummings now moving into the third spot.
Now, Kason Cummings, if you notice, his car looks a little different. This is the Yamaha YXZ, and what makes this car different from a lot of the other cars that you see out here on the course, as we see our number.
That is Declan Shields pulling off the course.
That's right, the 250 of Declan Shields with a problem getting into the hot pit, though, so I wondered if he's got something that he can fix. But where I was going with the Kason Cummins car, if you think that car looks a little different, the Yamaha YXZ does not have a belt like the rest of these cars. In fact, the Yamaha YXZ has a sequential transmission with a clutch. So that car has to be shifted, unlike the rest of these cars that is just one gear. You put it in gear and you mash down on the throttle. Kason Cummins actually has to shift that car as he enters and exits corners.
All right, so Carson Greco leading, big gap now over Cash Hart in the second spot.
Yeah, this is key. Now that you've done it, you just want to learn the lines out here on the track, because that's not going to change for the second half. The only thing that's going to change is how the track gets beat up from the other drivers. But with this many drivers on the track, I don't think there's going to be too many changes to be concerned about with this little of numbers out here in this race. But what is going to happen is you need to pay attention to who's in front of you and what lines they're taking, because you're really going to capitalize here on the second half if you know where they're making their speed or where they're not.
Hart now trying to reel in Greco. Greco about second and a half faster last time by over Hart, so continue to gap the field. Obviously, we will have that mandatory competing caution at the midway point. We're only about 3 laps in now, 7 to go.
Yeah, both drivers doing a great job with this course and the way it is. It would appear that their car setup is on point from both first and second, our drivers of Greco and Hart. Their cars are looking good, and you can tell that by the time you can see a little flick of the steering wheel right there to get that rear end to come around long before they're in the corner and staying in it and just getting that car around the corner as a controlled slide.
All right, Hart working that mid part of the corner, almost up towards the cushion. Look at that. We've got Cummings all the way up on the cushion, riding that cushion.
Yeah, see, Cummins can change the driving style a little bit away from what you see in the 1 and 2 cars out there, and that is because of that transmission and that shifting that I was talking about. He can accelerate, and if a car doesn't get on the pipe, a quick little clutch, just like you do on a dirt bike, will get that car to come to life. So there's a lot of little secrets and a lot of little things that Yamaha YXZ can do that is different from the belt-driven cars in front.
Yeah, Cummins put together a great race here in the third spot, and that's 6:22. One that's probably looking forward to that competition caution.
Right.
Get regrouped with his field. Current running order is Greco out front, Hart second, Cummings third, Bernstein fourth, and it's going to be Declan Shields, who pulled off with a bit of an issue, and Alex Renulio.
Yeah, I couldn't help but watch when we were looking at the screen in the background. It looked like Bernstein might have pulled off as well. And I can't confirm that yet, so that is unconfirmed, unofficial. So I just thought I saw in the background Bernstein might have pulled off as well.
Attrition starting to take its toll out here. One person that hasn't missed a step all race so far, though, our current leader, Carson Greco. Big gap over Hart in the second spot.
Yeah, Carson Greco looking smooth as ever. Just another normal day of race out here for Carson Greco. Let's find the short way around this track, and I think this young man has found the short way around this track. I would not be surprised if we're looking at our fast lap recipient right here, Carson Greco.
Yeah, as of right now, Carson Greco definitely has the fast lap, continuing to click off faster laps as he goes. As he comes down in front, or over the big flyaway jump down through this middle section. Got a couple of corners here in the middle.
Yeah, he's looking really smooth. Puts that car where he wants it, accelerates the wind he wants. All the braking done before he even gets in the corner, because you can see he's already accelerating to get that car to come around in the corners.
All right. As Greco continuing to lead there in the 155. Coming around this final corner. Going to be looking for the mandatory competition caution, which is out, which means we're just going to put a quick pause on the race, group everybody back together. Speaking of Michael Bernstein, one of our drivers in this class, caught up with him earlier on this weekend.
Michael, it feels so good to be back here. Now, I had a chance to talk to some of the drivers coming off of Glen Helen. They said they actually prefer this track comparative to rounds 5 and 6, 7 and 8. We're back here, Firebird Motorsports Park. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, first, I agree with them. This track's faster, and you get to pass people, and it's a lot of fun racing with everyone.
Well, you are all about being consistent right now. Consistency is key, especially going into this weekend, and then, of course, rounds 9 and 10. In about a month, you're sitting 4th in points. What do you think it's going to take to grab some more points for the weekend?
Honestly, just finish the race. I don't need to be on podium, but if I get on podium, it'd be great. But literally my goal, all last season, I got 3rd just by finishing. I never got a single podium, maybe 1.
Well, I love that. Now, from somebody who has been here since the beginning, kind of seen this grow, what do you feel about the CORR season right now, and what are you looking forward to the next few rounds?
It's been good. Definitely more professional. It used to be kind of like an older series I used to run, but now it's like legit short course, and it's looking good.
Well, it's always good to have you out here. Like we keep talking about, we're back here. They love this track. We talk about consistency, but we've also been talking about how unseasonably warm it's going to be for this weekend for rounds 7 and 8. We're going to see what happens, though.
Great to catch up with Michael Bernstein. Having a little bit of troubles here in this race, but been very strong all season long in this division. But right now it is Carson Greco in the 155 leading, the number 2 of Cash Hart in second, the 622 of Kaysen Cummings in the 3rd spot. So that is our top 3 with the Jones Ford pace truck bringing them around. Got another corner to go, and now we're going to go back to racing here.
Yeah, we pretty much lost half the field. We lost Declan Shields, we lost Alex Renullo, and Michael Bernstein all having to pull off. So right now, 1, 2, and 3 out on the track. But what is it going to be? Are we going to end up just like this? Is Carson Greco going to take it all the way to the Maxxis checkered, or are we going to have a lead change? We're about to find out. Green flag flies, and Carson Greco will lead him into turn 1 with Cash Hart right behind him.
Yeah, Cash trying to get up on the bumper there of Greco right at the start, trying to run him down. Knows if he's going to have a chance, he's going to have to make something happen early. Look at that late break all the way to the outside. Going to dive to the inside. Going to carry a lot of momentum out. Going to try and slingshot around the side. Greco too fast, though. Nothing there for Hart as they work their way through the interior portion of this course.
Yeah, if Hart or Cummins want to get up there in the front, they are going to have to do something drastic. They're going to have to let it hang out right now. And you can see Hart doing exactly that because we're getting a second half, but Hart is not letting Greco out of his sight.
No, Hart having to get on the binders there because Greco checked up, and it really lost all the momentum on Hart's part. It looked like Hart was going to try and make a move and just wasn't able to with Greco getting into the binders.
Yeah, this is where Hart's going to have to do a little bit of a psyop right now, get him into his mind, get into his head, let him feel the pressure, let him know you're right there, and hope that Greco makes a mistake. But Greco's hard to intimidate, and he's been displaying that all season long. So, and these two, they have raced with each other many a time. So I think they know their ins and outs of each other. So we're just watching some great racing going on right here by these two.
Yeah, and to their credit, I mean, Greco and Hart have had wars all season long, but they've run each other extremely clean. It's been really fun to watch these two young guns go at it.
You know, you mentioned that all weekend so far, man. We have had a lot of clean racing, not a lot of bumping and going on. There's been a few out there, but nothing too catastrophic. These drivers are doing a great job out here this weekend of racing.
So it's Greco, Hart, Cummings, 1, 2, 3 here. We're on lap 8 of 10. Oh, big spin there.
And that's a big deal. They don't touch. Great job by both drivers avoiding contact. But now we're trying to get Carson Greco back in the race, and you know that is a big mistake because here in the second half, unless there's another caution, I don't think Greco's going to catch him.
Wow, that was a tough break there for Greco, all on his own out front, and just a spin, just a brain fade there or something, and Carr spun around on him, and it looked like he almost stalled it.
Yeah, we'll see here in the replay. He comes into the corner a little hot. About halfway through the corner, the car comes around. Great job, though, having the sense to just hold it in that corner and not collect Cash Hart. So great job by Carson Greco by being aware that Cash was going to be right there. And Cash, what a great job avoiding that as we got super slow-mo. And look at that. He just came around, nothing nudged him, nothing in the track. That was 100% driver error.
Yeah, just came in a little bit too hot. Car looped on him, and no damage to the car, a little damage to the ego. But right now, Cash Hart now in the number 2 out front. Tough break for Carson Greco, who had a flawless race to that point as the white flag flies for Cash Hart.
Now, I mentioned that might be driver error, but I as I said that, got done with that, he could have also have lost four-wheel drive right there. So I want to retract what I said there and say, okay, I'll say it this way. If the car didn't fail there and there was no four-wheel drive, that was 100% driver error. But more than likely, something like that could be caused if he lost four-wheel drive right there. So that's a possibility. So please let me retract what I said.
All right, so Hart, now the leader. Greco giving him the easy way around. Let's put it that way. Sometimes it's better to be lucky than good. But Cash Hart currently leading out here. Got a couple corners remaining, and he's going to try and walk away with a victory. We're going to have Greco currently in the second spot. We've got Cummings in the third spot. Going to be a solid effort by Cummings to finish up on the podium.
Yeah, well, Cash Hart's got them both. He's good and he's lucky, and he just won himself as the Maxxis Checkered comes out here in this Pro-Am class.
All right, so there's going to be Carson Greco in the second spot after that spin, and solid effort by the 622 of Kason Cummings to find his way to the podium.
Yeah, I think Kason Cummings got a little hungry there once he saw Carson go around. I think you could hear the car. He might have stood on it just a little bit harder on that last lap.
All right, well, talking about that man right there, Cash Hart, we are going to catch up with him, and that'll be after this break here at Firebird Motorsports Park in round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Maxxis Tires. Tread victoriously.
Let's go, boys.
How many Kings have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man. We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
We've chased checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
Welcome back out here to the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. This is round number 7 at Firebird Raceway in Chandler, Arizona. Jim Beaver, Mark Wright calling the action. Pro-Am going down to the final 2 laps. But it was all about Cash Hart in the end there, Mark.
Yeah, unfortunately, Carson Greco with a big mistake in turn 6 right there. And again, I stated as driver error, but he could have lost four-wheel drive as well. We'll find out here on the podium. But there it is, Cash Hart taking the win over Carson Greco and Kason Cummins, the only 3 remaining vehicles in this class. Michael Bernstein having to get out early. Alex Renullo out early as well. And Declan Shields pulling out. But it looked like Declan was going to be able to make it back in, but apparently they decided not to bring it back out.
Yeah, that is your Liqui Moly and Maxxis Tires results for Pro-Am. And a solid race. Clean effort by all 3 drivers. Some blistering fast lap times.
Yeah, the speeds are just going to get faster and faster as the day progresses, and what a great performance from all of the drivers out there. And 3 remain, and there was a big mistake, though, or a big spin out, rather, for whatever reason, Carson Greco handing the lead over to Cash Hart.
Well, and speaking of all those storylines and our top 3 finishers, Tiffany Stone is standing by on the podium.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Kason. Now, Kason, we were just chatting. This is actually your first podium in this class for the season. Obviously, we keep talking about points, and you need to keep adding to them. How was this race from your perspective?
It was good. Unfortunately, the other 2 behind me had to pull off with some sort of issue. So I saw them pull off. They were gone, so I just let down for a few laps till the caution came out.
And then I don't know what happened with my car. There's a vibration or something, so I just took it easy for the rest of the race.
Well, that was a very smart move on your part, especially since we've got round 8 tomorrow, and you definitely want to have a nice car to be able to bring that in there. Who would you like to thank for this weekend?
Well, I'd like to thank my dad and mom first off, my brother, Maxxis Tires, best tires in the industry, and then Method Race Wheels and Rugged Radios as well.
Wonderful. Well, hop up on number 3 for me. We're going to head right over here to Carson Greco. Now, Carson, obviously you had a flawless race over there. A little bit of a driver error that we saw over there. From your perspective, what happened when we seen you come through that corner?
Well, what I thought happened is I lost four-wheel drive. It doesn't seem like we did, so I don't really know what happened. But other than that, it was a good race.
Well, Mark Wright was mentioning that. He said it seemed like that something like that happened. I know you guys are going to go back. The rest of the crew is going to look over everything, make sure you guys are ready for round 8. So who would you like to thank today?
My mom, my dad, EVP Mode, R&R Steel, 518 Designs, SPA Suppressions, and Web Media.
Nice job. Hop up a number 2 for me. And taking that top spot right over here, we've got Cash Hart. Now, Cash, you've been pretty consistent as well. It looks like you're adding another podium for the season, some more points. Obviously, the track is drying out a little bit more than we expected, especially with the sun coming out right now. How did you tackle something like that, thinking that it was going to stay pretty wet out there because it was earlier races, but obviously have dried up with the wind?
Yeah, some of my usual lines were not available because of the slickness, and I kind of just started to adjust through the race, and honestly, you know, he took off in the first half of the lap, and then coming to the caution, I just wanted to stay with him. Maybe he'd make a mistake, and he spun out in turn 6 because I knew it was getting really slick the lap prior when we almost hit the wall, and I just took advantage of the opportunity. But it was a great race, and he's a great competitor.
Well, I love seeing you guys out here. I do want to ask you, though, knowing that something like that happens, that he made that small mistake, you were able to capitalize, what is a spotter telling you in your ear, knowing that you have that opportunity to take that top spot?
He's just telling me to go and make the gap as big as possible and not give him any chance to catch back up.
Well, you've done it here. Who would you like to thank for round 7?
Thank my dad, my mom, my brother, my Ronnie and Jesus, my family, rest of my family, Rugged Radios, Hoosier Tires, Sneaky, and who else I'm forgetting?
Well, you've done it here. It's all good. Hop up on number 1 for me. One more big round of applause. Your top 3 finishers in Pro-Am, and back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, great race there, and definitely started as uneventful, but a little drama-filled there with 2 laps to go. But all in all, what a great race. Looking forward to seeing how that one shapes up tomorrow out here at Firebird Motorsports Park. So up next, we're going to have a dual feature of Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo. But before we jump into that, we've got some amazing partners here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. One of those being our friends at 019. I mean, Mark and I, we're keeping it cool under this Easy Up, this canopy. We've got obviously all kinds of banners around the track. You got all kinds of cars that are wrapped, and 019's keeping everybody dialed in. All right, we've got Joey here with 019 Wraps out here trackside at Firebird Motorsports Park. Tell us a little bit about the involvement with these side-by-side racers and the series here.
Yeah, so I mean, we've been out here. Our shop is based out of Tempe. We've been doing some work here with CORR for last few years, wrapping the side-by-sides, wrapping their trailer, and just, trying to help out as many racers as we can out here with side-by-side wraps, trailer wraps, event tents, and all of that good stuff.
I was going to say, in addition to wraps, they also have full tint. You guys do Easy Ups. What else do you guys do?
Yeah, absolutely. Full automotive and commercial window tint, residential window tint, keep your homes, and then the vehicle's cool too, so do all of that. Anything that you really need printed, we can get it done for you. So, but that's signs, banners, tents, vehicle wraps, you name it.
Well, things are heating up out here at Firebird Motorsports Park and 019. They're going to keep you cool all summer long. Well, big thanks to 019 for everything they're doing for the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, keeping us cool, keeping everything wrapped and looking pretty, Mark.
Yeah, everything's incredible out here for this weekend as we come in here in round 7 and 8. And, man, just a few more rounds left, and the series of 2026 is in the history books. And we got a lot of racing still left out here. A lot of championships going to be won or lost here this weekend. I've talked about it all season long, but really, when you get down to the last 4 events, this is where things really get shook up right here. I wanted to also say about that last race, what great sportsmanship the Cash Hart showed there when he took the win out there, and he was stating just great sportsmanship that was coming out of his mouth there with Carson Greco.
Yeah, definitely some solid sportsmanship. And those guys have raced each other hard all season long. And, with 3 rounds of racing left in that division, I got to think it's going to be the same way the rest of these rounds.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's going to be a barn burner here in rounds 9 and 10 happening right here at Firebird. I have a feeling there's going to be a lot of bruised egos after those rounds 9 and 10.
You got some beautiful aerial photography here of the track. Obviously, you saw there the semis in the background. NHRA was out here at Firebird Motorsports Park here recently last weekend. I know we were on site doing some stuff. Big thanks for the invite out from Firebird for us to be on site there for the NHRA races. I know bringing in a lot of new fans to the series.
Well, this view right here that you see, this is a Firebird Lake. Now, that's the center island right there, so you can see how much water is left in the lake. They haven't been adding to it. It's just been drying up and evaporating, and it is so sad. Firebird Lake has been a staple of drag boats. I have even seen unlimited hydros on that lake right there. Also, my first bungee jump ever, right there on the shores of Firebird Lake, jumped a bungee, did it, and let my hair dip in the water. And I got to tell you, see that water right there? It is full of alkaline. It is the harshest water on the planet Earth right here at Firebird. So sad to see it go. Lots of memories right there, but it's got to go. You know what I'd love to see, and this is off the record? I would love to see the short course move over there to the entire lake bed. The longest short course race.
Mark says it's off the record as we're live globally.
Yeah, we're live on air.
We're live on air.
Off the record. Unofficially, I don't know. Yeah, I would love to see that.
So we got a dual feature coming at you next. We've got Pro Production and ProAm Turbo. They're going to be on track at the same time. I say at the same time. It'll be 2 different races. They're going to be scored independently of one another, but we will have 2 10-lap features running at the same time. It's a lot of fun when we do these. It's some of the divisions that maybe don't quite have that robust entry list, so we get to see a little bit different look. And in the case of this one, it's kind of fun because the ProAm Turbo division, once in a while, they sneak their way on into the Pro Production, and we get to see kind of a battle for the overall victory.
Yeah, I kind of like to see that too, because you see what you got here if you have any thoughts about going up a class. And, that's the way you get fast. I think you mentioned it earlier. In any form of racing, if you race with a beginner class or an intermediate class, you're going to stay that way. But if you've got the speed or you think you got the skill, move up a class, because your skill level takes off at that point. You really got it. You step up quickly to get back into the hunt if you go up a class, and I think that's a big deal to understand here. And this is a perfect class to find out if you've got the speed or you got the talent. And yes, they're 2 different cars, Production and Turbo. It's a different story altogether.
Which is going to bring us to our R&R Steel Racing and Liqui Moly Pro Production points. It is Jeremy Spears out front with 235 points. Mia Chapman is not in action this weekend. She's been busy doing some Formula One events, was testing rally cars this last week in Charlotte, so she is being busy, so she is not going to be here in action this weekend. Rylan Lane will take over that second spot in points. She's trying to hunt down Jeremy Spears, our current points leader.
Now, Jaden Gerber, I heard through Scuttlebutt, and I can't confirm where I heard this, or Jaden Gerber out here, though, but I heard this beautiful car that he's got apparently had some welding issues that had to be addressed before he could get back out here to racing. So hopefully Jaden Gruber can get back up in here in that points chase.
So the big battle here today is going to be Jeremy Spears and Rylan Lane as we have 4 rounds remaining in Pro Production. See who can take away that points championship come year end.
Indeed, that's a big deal out there. But rest out there, Kevin O'Connor and everybody else out there left in the list that I just missed. However, the ProAm Turbo, Michael Bernstein sitting on top with 220 points. Dan Hearn right behind them and with 8 points behind, and Andre Tomei rounding off your top 3, just 75 points behind. Troy Horak, Brandon Birmingham, Steve Hoffman, and Ryan Denny and Tanner Whitman and Steve Hansen. Steve's actually here today. And it's sad to see them, that last part of the list, none of those drivers are out here today, except for we got Tanner Whitman, we got Michael Bernstein, Dan Hearn's out here, and David Gilman showing up here in the Pro-Am Turbo.
Let's get our aerial view here of this beautiful course here at Firebird Motorsports Park, and the bigger part of this entire facility. Obviously, we talked about the NHRA drag racing. They've got a road course here. They've also got the now dry drag boat venue there. But we're going on board here with one of our drivers.
I'm sad to see that lake go, but I am not sad with how this facility it's transforming into a beautiful facility again. We were talking about the iconic Glen Helen that we had a race in, but you know what? Now that we are back to being called a Firebird Motorsports Park, we have returned to being the iconic Firebird Motorsports Park once again.
Yeah, it looks like we're going to have a star stream on board for today, which is going to be exciting. We can go live behind the wheel of some of the action that's happening here in the race.
Yeah, Daniel Hearn, that's the right car to carry it because there's no intrusion bar. That is a desert car that he made raceable out here. It's kind of like a Swiss Army knife. It can race anywhere. It can race a GP. It can race in the desert. It can race short course, and that's a prime example of what you can do with your car. And no intrusion bar right there, and that's the right car to have out here.
All right, so it is going to be Jeremy Spears on the inside of row number 1 and Rylan Lane on the outside of row number 1 in our pro production. Jaden Gerber not going to be out here in action, even though we see his name there on the screen. Then we're going to move down into our Pro-Am Turbo division. It's going to be Tanner Whitman in the number 88 on the inside, Michael Bernstein outside, Dan Hearn there on the inside of row number 2, and David Silliman on the outside of row number 2 with the Pro-Am Turbo. Those grids being brought to you by our partners at Liqua Moly.
I think I said Gilman earlier, so I'm going to apologize for that, David Silman. I apologize. That was 100%. My eyes did not focus in. I thought I was seeing a G, not an S, so my apologies.
Got our Jones Ford Pace truck bringing us over that flyaway with a beautiful stars and stripes and Arizona flag flying.
Yeah, we're great to have Jones, Ford, Jeep, Dodge. They got tons of stuff. And make your way by it. If you're out there in Wickenburg, you're flying through there. They are the first real big business that you drive by. Stop in and say hi and tell them that you saw the truck out here at Firebird Motorsports Park. A great shot there of Jeremy Spears with Rylan Lane right next behind him, and trying to see here. I see some familiar cars out there, and we'll see how this shapes up. But Jeremy Spears out front there, he's going to be Ripe's Ford Pace truck.
All right, looks like we're going to have a couple of additional entries into this class, too. It looks like Pro Production, we got a couple of cars gridding up there. We're going to try and get some names and numbers here momentarily as our Jones Ford Pace truck pulls off. We're going to have a full grid of 4. It looks like we've got Ouellette there and Bodden, I believe.
Yeah.
So trying to make it dicey here in Pro Production. Jeremy Spears, points leader out front. Rylan Lane into the wall. Just looks like Rylan slid up and into the wall.
Turn 1 been doing that a lot this weekend. And again, into our Pro-Am Turbo, collecting into the wall as well. We'll see who that is back once they get back on our screen. But wow, turn 1, taking out some drivers early.
Yeah, so we are hearing, we didn't have them in our pre-race grids, but it is Ouellette and Bodden who signed up in Pro Production at the last minute. So they are officially in this race. Obviously, they're on track, but late entries after their race earlier on today. So great to see them out here. Right now, though, it is Jeremy Spears currently leading. Looks like Ouellette chasing him down in the second spot.
No, as you said, on the track, Ouellette was actually off the track. Ouellette going into the corner there and taking some of the tires out. So Ouellette had to regroup and regather himself and get back into the thick of things. But Ouellette found himself one of the tires. But look at this, Bodden to the inside of Jeremy Spears, our P1. And Bodden did not qualify for this course. So Bodden out here getting some necessary track time. Last-minute entry here into this class. I think that's a smart move.
Yep, 22 of Bodden out front now, followed by points leader Jeremy Spears. Second, going to be second in points after this round. Rylan Lane in the third spot. She had that mishap early on, slid up into the wall. No harm to the car, but she was able to regain and get back out there into the third spot.
Yeah, I think this is a smart call on Bodden, because Bodden's going to be out here in the pro race coming up here, the pro side-by-side. And that car completely destroyed here at the last race, and the folks over there at 2X was able to get that car back together out here for this weekend's race. And the car was able to go over there and take a look at it. It looks just as good, if not better than it did. And that's an ex-Greaves car again. So seeing that car out here, coming out here to race, it's great to see Bodden out here in that car.
That's Ouellette in the number 91. Up and over the big flyaway jump. Trying to hunt down Rylan Lane, currently in the third spot.
Absolutely love the ski jump there. That is incredible to watch those cars. It is a 100% blind jump, as the majority of these jumps are. You know, you think you're seeing them from this vantage point that we can see here from the camera, or even what we can see here from the booth. But pretty much every one of the jumps here, you cannot see what's on the other side. So you have to hit them with good faith that there's not another car over there, and hopefully that you're spotters. That's exactly why we have spotters. So you can say, hey, roll this jump, you know. But every one of these jumps, they're tall enough to where you cannot see what's on the other side.
So Bodden in the number 22, putting down some blistering fast laps.
Yeah, Bodden doing a great job out here. Came out here to race earlier on this season, and I remember it clearly what he said in his post. He said, well, I guess I'm racing pro. He came out here and went right to pro, and I think there was a lot of concern from the rest of the drivers were saying, hey, man, you can't just bring somebody out here and get him into pro, let him run, amateur for a little bit. But I think he was insistent, and he's running pro, and I think that was a good choice, with the exception of, there's a learning curve out here in short course racing, and there's an etiquette. And I think that's the only thing you have to learn the only thing that teaches that a lot of seat time. So I think the only thing that Bodden's lacking, he's definitely got the speed, he's got the car, he's got the people behind him that make it happen. He just needs that seat time right there, and to put the rest of the field at ease that he's got the knowledge and the experience to race and race clean.
So Jeremy Spears, our current points leader, as we're following him with our camera here. 8:49, currently in the second spot, trying to hunt down Bodden. We'll have that mandatory competition caution at the midway point. Big jump there for Jeremy Spears, almost clearing the triple.
Yeah, triple, it's been on-off. It's, some people love it, some people hate it, some people got it down, some people don't. And I said it earlier in the race today, that step up can win or lose the race for you, as does turn 3. I think those are the two most important obstacles out on the track that you have to have dialed up just right, because you go too wide in turn 3, somebody will go to the inside and get the pass made. If you don't clear the step up and you roll it, looks like Jeremy Spears getting some smoke getting out there coming from the rear of that car. I hope I'm not seeing that right, because that can spell catastrophe.
He is slowing up. You got Rylan Lane there trying to hunt him down. Jeremy Spears having some troubles. Really trying to hang on until we get this man in. No, he's pulling up off to the side, letting Rylan Lane go around. He's trying to milk it around. Looks like we're going to see him potentially pull off. Yeah, he's going to pull into the... No, still going.
Yeah, there's definitely a problem with that car, though. A lot of smoke down that back straightaway that we just saw, so I have a feeling he will be pulling off.
Yeah, Rylan Lane going to inherit the second spot. Is Bodden going to lead us to that mandatory competition caution? Speaking of our current points leader, we were able to catch up with Jeremy Spears earlier this weekend.
Thanks, guys. So, Jeremy, we are back here for round 7 and 8, and we always talk about consistency and how important it is to stay consistent. And in this class, you have done that. Obviously, you drive about 20-plus hours every time we have a few rounds. You come down here, you show what consistency can do. From your perspective, how do you see things playing out for the rest of the season?
I think it's going pretty good. Yeah, you got to make it to all the races, especially when you are dealing with a championship. You have to make it to all of them, and that's what we're doing. I am from Washington. We're down in Phoenix, so it's a long haul, but we're making it happen.
Well, and going a little bit further, obviously you are out here, you're a privateer, you're bringing everything together. What you said is, hey, this is what I've got, this is what I'm going to run. I'm super excited about all of it. From a privateer perspective, what do you see that's going to happen for the rest of the season? How hard is it to be here and still be a key player?
Round 6 and 8, it starts getting tough. The first ones are pretty easy, and then as the season goes on, it gets harder, So that's what we're focusing on is making sure we finish strong, keep the car together, and yeah, we should do pretty good.
Well, I love this, and I'm not saying you're an underdog in any way, but it's really cool to see somebody out here. So this is your opportunity. If you've got it, Jeremy can tell you and show you that it is possible to come out here, race with us, and show that you are a great contender in this class.
A great feature there with Tiffany Stone and our points leader, Jeremy Spears, who looks like he's hanging in there. The car's still out on track. We saw that puff of white smoke out the back, Mark. He hasn't pulled off. I know he knows these points are crucial. Car maybe not being able to stay up to speed, but he's going to try and finish it out as our Jones Ford pace truck pulls off. Banks Bodden going to take us to the green flag.
Yeah, I'm a little bit confused here. Ryland's up front. Bodden's pulled off. I just saw some drama. Connor Maxwell was up here trying to talk with Tim Jones, and they said they're going to pull off here just for a second, but I don't see Bodden out there right now, so I don't know. Bodden just now making it up there in the back. So I don't know what drama's unfolding, but Connor Maxwell trying to get to the bottom of it.
Yeah, got full-blown shenanigans out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Cars pulling off, cars inheriting leads, cars blowing up. You don't know what's going to happen. It's like you threw them all into a tumbler and you're just shaking them all up, and we're going to see what comes out the other side.
I think that's a perfect way of putting it right there, Jim Beaver. That is.
We're calling the race. We don't know what we're calling, but Ryland Lane's out front. That's all I know right now.
I think I'm going with you. Jeremy Spears out there, Ryland Lane up front, but Jeremy Spears inheriting that lead early on in the pro production class, but Ryland Lane right now. Oh, Ryland Lane out front, airing it out, and Olette right behind her, and I believe that Olette is entered in the pro production class as well. Our pro turbo class, I have a feeling if I look here, that is going to be, it's so hard to say it because I think all we have left is pro production out there on the track.
Yeah, had quite a few in the ProAm Turbo, but yeah, we do have some ProAm. That looks like he's that Dan Hearn.
That's Dan Hearn. For all I know, Dan Hearn's going to be the last man standing in ProAm Turbo.
Dan Hearn getting up into the mix. He's got that Starstream onboard carrying it for us. Oh, that is Tanner Whitman there in the number 88 as well, getting into it.
Yeah, I couldn't have been more wrong. It's still out there. I'm just looking at the graphic overlay, but sometimes we got to look at the screen and just pay attention to what's going on there. So Tanner Whitman, and I don't know what position either of them in, but it would appear, there it is, Tanner Whitman ahead of Daniel Hearn in the ProAm Turbo.
That is the number 22 Bodden out there. Drop back. We don't know why, but drop back, but currently still in the mix.
Yeah, until we understand what was going on. I did see Connor Maxwell up here asking Tim Jones for something going on, or see if they could have let the race maybe go on for one more lap, or the caution go on for one more lap, but I don't think Tim was capable of granting that wish to Connor Maxwell. So whatever drama was unfolding with Bodden, unfortunately we'll probably learn about that here at the end of the race.
All right, so we're out the back there. That was with Dan Hearn. As now we got Ryland Lane trying to chase down Ouellette, your current leader.
Yeah, Ouellette must. Oh, and Spears definitely out of the race this time.
Yeah, as the white flag flies. Rylan Lane hunting down Ouellette, going all the way to the right, trying to make something happen. Ouellette drifting over, blocking that move, making that car nice and wide. Rylan Lane now dropping all the way to the bottom, trying to look and see if there's something there for Ouellette.
Well, what a great opportunity for Ouellette and Bodden. You can see Bodden now coming into frame, but Bodden looks like a man on a mission right now, trying to get around Rylan Lane and Ouellette, and he's caught him already, so can he get it done? He's only got a couple more turns. Are we going to watch Bodden? We got to come up with a nickname for this guy, because this guy is literally like the wild man Cheney, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah, we got all over. So the color's right also. As we got Ouellette going to be bringing us to the checkered flag. Going to be Rylan Lane in the second spot, and Bodden a very near third.
It's like a Tasmanian devil. You know what I mean? We'll call him Taz.
As the Maxxis Tires checkered flag flies. Also, I believe it was Tanner Whitman that took home the Pro-Am Turbo lead or victory, so don't hold me to that one. But we are going to come back here and sort everything out, find out all the storylines, everything that went into that wild one out here at Firebird Motorsports Park. We'll return here to round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by R&R Steel, Tucson's premier steel fabricators and erectors.
You ain't seen nothing yet. Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good.
Meet up at the compound group up.
That's turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good, little driver, straight on through. You ain't seen nothing yet.
Checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
And welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver and Mark Wright. We're seeing all our drivers start to file in there for some podium presentations that we will get to in just a little bit. But that was definitely a wild one, Mark Wright. We had 2 divisions on track at the same time, ProAm Turbo and Pro Production, and I don't think you and I quite know what to make of things yet.
I mean, the best we can do is watch what comes across the screen and say what we were seeing, you know. But if you see anything out there and we called it wrong, that, you know, you got to get us a little bit of a break out there, because we only call what we see on the screen, and unfortunately, sometimes it's just a melee for that position.
Yeah, it was shenanigans in that one. We will say it was shenanigans in that one. But, yes, definitely good times had by all, I'm sure. Maybe some bad times by a few drivers. We will see here in a little bit. But, yes, we will have two different podiums. I guess we're going to get to the Pro-Am Turbo podiums first here when Tiffany Stone can round up everybody, get them all lined up and ready to go. Yeah, that was Pro Production and Pro-Am Turbo. Up next, we're going to have a Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo. So another dual feature coming out here at Firebird Motorsports Park. So always fun and entertaining when we have those dual features.
Indeed it is, and hopefully we don't run into the same problem we have this one. But it would look like, and this is 100% unofficial, it would look like Tanner Whitman was your victor out there in the Pro-Am Turbo, unless Daniel Hearn got around him, and I don't think Dan Hearn did, so I think we're just going to see Tanner Whitman and Daniel Hearn on the podium here in the first round. But hard to see what happened out there. Jeremy Spears having some malfunctions, some mechanical malfunctions out there, and he had to pull up, but still was able to. I'm looking down here in victory lane, and I'm seeing the car down there. So Jeremy Spears was able to at least get a finish, but I think your victor down there was Olette. So we'll just see how it goes. Like you said, we'll call it as we see it.
Yeah, it's definitely going to benefit Rylan Lane, Jeremy Spears, with those troubles. She's going to narrow the gap there in this points battle to Jeremy Spears. So definitely a good run by her. And we are going to, at this point, get ready to do some podium interviews here momentarily. But we've got two different sets of drivers getting ready to come up there.
Yeah, but it looks like we're back to doing the pro production first. So I have a feeling that once we get everything together, we'll have the pro production finishers on the podium at this time around. So we're winging this one with everybody out there watching it live. So, cause a little bit of a breakup here.
Definitely. Well, I got to tell you, man, we are really fortunate to be out here racing at Firebird Motorsports Park. Beautiful day. Was supposed to be warm. It hadn't quite got warm yet, but we got the flags flying, the wind blowing, and temperatures compared to the way they've been the last couple of weeks are definitely a little bit mellower today. So very, very fortunate as we roll in and look forward to that Easter weekend next weekend, Mark.
Can't believe that Easter weekend's already upon us. It's crazy how it seems like, I don't know if it's the fact that I get older that things just go faster. Like years go by in what seems like a month. So it's crazy that Easter's already upon us.
Yeah, it is definitely that way. It feels like we were just here for rounds 3 and 4 in December, bundled up with heaters and everything else. But right now it sounds like Tiffany Stone is standing by with our podium finishers.
Thank you guys so much. Yeah, we're going to start with ProAm Turbo down here. Third place finisher, Daniel Hearn. Now, Daniel, that was a wild ride. We always talk about how crazy it is to have two different classes out there. Sometimes we got lap traffic. Sometimes we got different lines. How was it today for you for round 7?
It was good. Just got a little slick. I think the blue groove, maybe the tire pressure. I don't know. I'll go back and play with it and see how it goes tomorrow.
Well, we've got round 8 tomorrow, obviously. We didn't expect the track to dry out as quickly as we had seen it. We thought we were going to have cloud coverage all day, but the winds picked up a little bit. 35-mile-per-hour gusts, changing the course a little bit. Tomorrow, keeping things the same, or what's the thought on that?
I'm going to change a little bit of stuff. I'm probably going to do some tire pressure changes and things like that, maybe try to stick a little bit more.
Well, who would you like to thank for today?
I got to thank Dual Petroleum, Lone Star Racing, my wife, my kids, Hoosier Tire, Jaden Gerber, Rugged Radios, and probably a bunch more that I'm forgetting right now.
It's all good. We know you got another race, but I'm going to let you hop up on number 3 first. Congratulations. Heading over here to the 88 of Tanner Whitman. Tanner, nice job out there. It's really cool to see you come into your own. It's nice to see pretty much what you did out there. You were calm, collected. You picked the right lines. You did everything correctly, getting you a second-place finish today.
Yeah, it was pretty good, except I smashed into the wall, so I broke my left rear axle. But other than that, I was able to finish, so that's always good.
Well, even that, like when I say you're calm and collected, coming back from something like that, you got to be in that mindset, so I love that. Who would you like to thank today?
My family. Yeah, they're the real reason why I'm doing this, so major support there. And Method Wheels, Rugged Radios, and that's it.
Well, you've done it here. Hop up a number 2 for me.
Thank you.
And taking that top spot, Michael Bernstein. Yesterday we were chatting. You're like, I don't care if I even make the podium. I just know that consistency is key. If I make it cool, I don't even need first. Maybe you kind of put some extra mojo out there for you. Got that first over here. Nice job. Tell me about the day.
Really good. My first race wasn't as planned, so I had a little bit of extra time to get ready for this one. But yeah, I definitely pushed it out there and definitely could have got overall first, but I was just taking it easy.
Well, as a vet driver, sometimes you do have to take it easy. We've got another round tomorrow. Obviously, adding some more points is crucial going into the end of the season. Who would you like to thank today?
Definitely my family, Valley Steel Supply, Ruthless Power Sports, Extreme Manufacturing, and I believe that's it.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job. One more round of applause. Big congratulations. Top 3 finisher in ProAm Turbo.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, great run there in ProAm Turbo. A little chaotic when we got multiple cars out on track with 2 different divisions, but great racing had by all. I know Dan Hearn, we're going to see him later on this weekend as well here. He's wearing many hats this weekend.
Yeah, Daniel Hearn's he's busy this weekend for sure. But, one man I got to apologize for. I didn't even see Michael Bernstein out there on our screen, not even once. I wasn't even sure he was out there. Look at that. He was out there, out front. He was winning the thing. Congratulations, Michael Bernstein.
Yeah, great run by him. Great to see him up there on top of the box, and solid run for him and everybody there on the podium in ProAm Turbo. But we do have another podium to get here in just a few minutes. One that was lots of lead changes, lots of fights for the podium, and we still got one really a big points champions yet to come here, but that is Pro Production, and sounds like Tiffany Stone is standing by with some of our victors and podium finishers here downstairs.
All right, guys, thank you so much. I just want to talk to everybody up here. Big congratulations. Nice job to you. So, Cameron, for somebody who doesn't necessarily decide that he wants to race until the very, very last moment, you obviously have done it here. Nice job to you. We did see you have a little bit of difficulties right before the Comp Yellow. You were able to come back. You were able to work your way back from the pack, come up through here. Talk to me about the day.
I just wanted to give Trent a chance to catch up. He was so far behind. I just felt bad for him, so we were just having a good time out there.
Well, who would you like to thank for today?
Hype Farm, Liz, all my parents, and Ivory and Banks.
Well, I also do have something for you. I know that you were a late entry into all of this, but you did get the Maxxis Tires Fast Lap Award. And Cameron's saying that's all that mattered. So not only did you get a third, you got that. Nice job. Maybe you should do some more late entries over here. You would never know what's going to happen. Love that. He does want this picture right here. Nice job. You can hop up on number 3 for me. Heading over here to Ryland Lane. Ryland, nice job. We keep seeing you just get better and better and faster. Going towards the end of the race, a few laps. We saw you hold your own. You really kept that line. You were saying, no, I've got this. If you're going to want this, you're going to take it from me. It's great to see you out here progressing as a great driver. Obviously, we know you from a lot of the desert and the sand. So coming to short course, nice job. How was this weekend for you?
It was good. Got on 2 wheels for a second, so that was fun. But it was a good race.
Who would you like to thank for today?
Desert State Electric, Fast Track Designs, Luxury Auto Collection, my parents, and 2X Motorsports.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job. Hop up on number 2. And taking that top spot. Once again, another late entry over in this class, but it's really good to see you guys. I love the camaraderie. I love the sportsmanship. Unfortunately, you didn't get that fast lap, but you are taking that top spot right now, putting down some stellar lap times. Tell me about the day for you.
It was good. We just built a new car, so we're just trying to get as much seat time in it as possible before the first champ round here in a month or so. So I want to say sorry to Ryland. I did throw it in pretty aggressive, and I'm sorry, Cade, and I know you're watching. But, no, it was a great time. It was a fun race. Me and Cam signed up for it, and, I came out on top, so it's all right.
Well, I do enjoy, like I said, the little rivalry that we have over here. Anybody else you want to thank for round 7?
Yeah, I want to thank 2X Motorsports, 518 Designs, Podium Suspension, Hype Farm, Greaves Motorsports, and CJ. They did a killer job on building this car. Hoosier Tire, Square One Performance. I'm missing some people. Randy, my family for coming out and watching, and whoever I'm forgetting, thank you.
Well, you've done it here. Nice job as a late entry. Hop up on number 1 for me. Big round of applause for your top 3 finishers in Pro Production.
Well, that one's shaping up to be a great points battle down to the wire with Jeremy Spears and Ryland Lane. Looking forward to round number 8. Hopefully Jeremy Spears can get his car back together and rolling again. But great run there. We got another double feature coming up. This is going to be Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo next, Mark. And then giving everybody the lay of the land for the rest of the afternoon. We will be taking an intermission after that. Then we come back and we're going to have Pro Side-by-Side on track. Yes, a little bit of format change from previous weekends. Pro Side-by-Side going to come after the intermission. They're going to have the freshly groomed track. And then we're going to have SR1s and Pro Light to round things up. So 4 races yet to come today. We've got one more before the intermission. That is going to be Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo.
Yeah, still an action-packed
I'm Jim Beaver. We're out here with Maxxis Tires here at Firebird Motorsports Park. We've got Adam here, who is with Maxxis Tires, one of the newest sponsors in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Adam, tell us a little bit about the Maxxis involvement and what you guys are doing out here trackside.
Hey, we're so happy to be here. We're out here supporting our riders and anybody that needs tires. We're mounting them, we're selling them. You tell us what we can do to make your race better. Make sure you watch us on Maxxis.com for all your needs, and we're happy to help you.
Well, I know in addition to being a series sponsor, we have the Maxxis Tires checkered flag, and we also have the Maxxis Tires Fast Lap. So be watching for some of the fastest drivers out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series and that Maxxis checkered flag. All right, and we are back here thanks to Maxxis Tires for all the support of the series. And, we are back here getting the track prepped and ready to go. We are going to have Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo up next on the track.
Yeah, the driver of the last race, Ryland Lane, great job to see them out there. Trent Ouellette and Bodden, we know that those two have the ability to win a race, but, man, Ryland Lane, great job holding their own out there, and a great job on that podium, and love the humility from Trent Ouellette. He said I came out on top, but it was I love that.
That was the best I'm sorry, but I'm not sorry moment I've ever seen.
There you go.
Sorry for hitting you. I'm not sorry I won.
Right. I did pitch it in there a little. He did. He got the apology list down pat, man. But then
I'm sorry. I'm not sorry. That is the story of
but
racing.
I won.
Oh, man. But, yeah, so once again, afternoon, we got Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo up next, and then we're going to take an intermission, come back with probably three of the biggest classes. We've got Pro Side-by-Side, Pro Light, and SR1s yet to come. Brings us to our Liqui Moly R&R Steel Sportsman NA points. Take us through these, Mark.
Look at this. Timothy Jones out on top of 178 points. I know he's a proud pop out there. Tim Jones out here, our race director. Ryland Bernstein will have something to say about if 13 points are gained in this round. Sean Jones, Thomas Bach, Ryan Bragdon will be out there. Austin Dorn, Gary Wegner, Cody Kranz, Daryl Chastain, and Benjamin Ducharme will end off your top 10 in this Liqui Moly R&R Steel Sportsman NA points.
Brings us to our Sportsman Turbo points, and it is a Matt Dyer out front, followed by Calvin Odell in the second spot. Those being brought to you by Liqui Moly and R&R Steel Racing.
Now, this is a great class because if you're out there and you got your own side-by-side and you say, hey, I want to come racing, well, this is your class. If you've never raced a side-by-side, get it to Pass Tech. There's some things you got to do. You got to have a cage. In other words, you got to have a rebuild cage. You got to have window nets. You got to have a fuel cell. You got to have 5-point harnesses and a race seat. But this is the class for you if you've ever wanted to get into racing. And what I mean by that, we just read off the points, but as I look down this list, I see the name that we need, Mandy Hoganis, Mama Hoganis out here. She's out here. I didn't get to see her first race, but I get to see her second one. And I am very proud of her, and you'll see her starting on the inside of row 3 out there in the number 918 car. This car is incredible. This car is fast, and I'm very proud that Mandy's out here smack dab in the middle of her midlife crisis running Sportsman NA.
That brings us to our Liqui Moly our Sportsman NA and Turbo starting grid. Row number 1, it is going to be Austin Dorn on the pole position. Chris Lehman, great to see him out here. Family been doing a bit of desert racing, but great to see Chris from XTC Power Sports out here in the 1866. Then we've got row number 2, Timothy Jones, Sean Jones, as you'd said, Mandy Hoganis and Ryland Bernstein, and Kevin Odell and Matt Dyer rounding out your top 6.
Man, I got to tell you, I do love seeing Chris Lehman out here. I love seeing that name on that run-up.
Yeah, going to be fun to watch him qualifying in the second spot. So I got to tell you, up to speed pretty quick.
Yeah, that's a good deal. But hey, got to break into racing somehow. A great job to see Chris out here after the boys doing a great job out here racing.
Yeah, I got his son and his daughter staying busy behind the wheel, and this is one of those where I think Chris just said, you know what, it's Dad's time.
It
is Dad's time.
I think Mandy did the same thing, but Mandy's not afraid to call it her midlife crisis. I don't think Chris is going through a midlife crisis. He might be. You never know. He might be. He's the kind of guy that puts a Subaru engine in these things. A turbo Subaru engine, I might add. I'm not happy with this little turbo engine. I want to put one out of an STX in these things. Great. It's like one of those guys that put an LS in these things.
The mad scientist. I like it.
I do too. Yeah, Chris, great job out here. Always fun to hang out with him and learn about what's new at XTC and the products and things that come out here. But this is how you break into off-road racing. That's what I want everybody out there. If you're paying attention on the live stream or even going to see it, anywhere else, this is the class that gets you into off-road short course racing right here.
All right, we've got our Jones Ford Pace truck pulling off. We're going to go green flag racing. We got that is going to be Calvin Odell and Matt Dyer off first in our Sportsman Turbo. Going to have Sportsman NA now, both slated for 10 laps. That is Austin Dorn in the lead. Chris Leeming in the XTC car in second. That is Calvin Odell and Matt Dyer in battle there for the Turbo Class lead.
Yeah, this is going to be another one of those races that we're going to have to bear with us, everybody, because this could get dicey really quick on which class we're racing right now. Calvin Odell and Matt Dyer, we're paying attention to them.
Yeah, that is Calvin Odell currently leading Dyer in the second spot at 241 of Calvin Odell.
Man, I know this is a sportsman race, but wow, Odell looking great around this first opening lap.
Yeah, great lap there. As now we got a glimpse.
There's a great shot of Timothy Jones coming into turn 2, leading the car, number 27 of Austin Dorn. And that makes me believe that Timothy Jones finds himself out front. And this is a great one of the sportsman class. And great job, Timothy Jones, out here up front.
Yeah, Timothy Jones in that number 3, really throwing down, followed by the number 27, that is Austin Dorn. Points leader Timothy Jones going, I want to stretch my lead a little bit, I think. That is Sean Jones, the 971 in that blue Yamaha.
Yeah, we talked about it. That Yamaha, it has to be shifted. It has a clutch. You have to drive that thing. That thing's a little bit different from all the other cars out there.
Dorn putting a little pressure now on Timothy Jones.
Yeah, Dorn not letting Timothy Jones just have it. He's got to earn it. But Timothy Jones doing a great job driving, and I think he's found the correct line for his car and his driving style.
Great line there for Timothy Jones. Not making any mistakes, making it really hard on Dorn to catch him. Don't forget, we're going 10 laps here.
This is the race where we talked about attrition. Attrition is going to be key here. Save the car because this is going to be a long race. But right now, these cars making short laps, man. They got it going on, and I'm loving watching the race so far. But between Odell and Dyer.
There's Leeming there in the XTC car.
Makes me wonder if he's running one of the cars at the kids' race or if he got his own car together. I bet it's one of the kids' cars, though.
Working his way through this mid-portion of the track. He is currently in the 4th spot. Right there, that is Dorn in the number 27, chasing down our leader, Timothy Jones.
Sean Jones now making a run there right behind Dorn. And there's the 241 car.
That is Calvin Odell, our current leader in the Turbo division. Being pushed by Matt Dyer. He is in the white 813 in the 2nd spot.
There's our graphic Odell out in front of Dyer in the Sportsman Turbo. And Odell looking like he's blistering some laps that might be on point with the pros.
Solid run there for the 241 of Calvin Odell. Matt Dyer not allowing him to get out of touch, though. Within a couple of car lengths. two drivers in the Sportsman Turbo division.
Now, I'm not sure, but is that a Pro R that Odell is driving? And do the Pro Rs, in my understanding, do they have a turbo and do they have a transmission?
No, it would be a Turbo R, not a Pro R. Pro R is the big 2,000cc engine. Turbo R is a turbo class car.
Okay, I had to make sure. I come from a desert truck racing background, so I'm not 100% on these side by sides. I mean, being out here in CORR, I've had to learn quite a bit. But yeah, that's Razor R. That's I got to learn the nomenclature on all that.
That's the number 27 there of Austin Dorn trying to chase down Timothy Jones, our current leader. Current running about a second lap slower than Timothy Jones.
Yeah, the one of the hour that I wanted to see out there is Mandy Hogan and I haven't been able to see them on the screen. Try to catch a glimpse of her coming by. I gave her some advice prior to the race. I said, hey, don't go out there and don't be anybody's friend. Go out there and be aggressive. So I hope Mandy's doing a great job. I'd love to see her here on the screen.
That is Calvin Odell, our leader in Sportsman Turbo. Being chased, though, looks like Matt Dyer has narrowed the gap. So we do have a competition caution coming here at the midway point. It's going to definitely benefit Matt Dyer, as well as Austin Dorn, who is chasing down the young Timothy Jones.
Timothy Jones, opening season for this young man. He's looking like he's getting everything together. I have a feeling just after this one season, I bet he's going to step up here for the next season.
All right, so competition caution is flying. We're going to put a little pause on things here in this race. Going to get everybody bunched up again, and we're going to go back to racing here. Speaking of our current leader in Sportsman NA, Timothy Jones, we were able to catch up with him earlier this weekend.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Timothy Jones. Now, Timothy, you're sitting top of the class right now, going into round 7 and 8. We are back here in Firebird. Obviously, Glen Helen is not everybody's favorite track. It's a good track, but a lot of drivers said that they like being here. What are your thoughts? How are you feeling about that?
Yeah, I definitely like Firebird a lot more. Glen Helen is a lot more of a difficult track, and since I'm racing restricted as well, it's a lot more tough on the car and suspension. And it's just ultimately a better track for restricted and everything like that on Firebird.
Well, let's talk about that a little bit. I know you had a few weeks off. There were some things that you changed in the car. Can you let us know what you've changed to prepare for this race weekend?
Yeah, so we changed the tires, so we made it wider so that we can get a wider wheelbase and overall car. And then we changed the CVs because those ones were about to rip off. We changed the sway bars so that we have a little more give in the corners. And we also changed the arm. It's a lot more sturdy. It is the stock arm, but it is a big upgrade from what we had. And we also changed the suspension.
Awesome. Well, best of luck to you. I know that you are still wanting to add more points, obviously round 7 and 8 here, and then we've got 2 more in just a little few weeks. So holding off the season, best of luck to you. We're going to see what happens for him in the second half.
All right, great job, Tiffany. So, Jim Beaver, man, I got to tell you, do you know the significance of the number 3 on Timothy Jones' car?
Well, I got to think it's probably like every other number 3, a Dale Earnhardt reference. Either that or it's a CP3 Chris Paul reference, and either way, you can't go wrong.
There you go. I didn't think about that one, but indeed, Tim Jones is a huge NASCAR fan. Not a little one, a huge one. That's the Intimidator, number 3.
All right, we are looking to go back. Green flag racing is Calvin Odell leading. Matt Dyer in the second spot. That is a Sportsman Turbo. And was that Chris Leeming with a big jump there on the green flag?
Yeah, I don't know. That's what I saw as well. I'm glad you commented on that. We'll see how that shapes up. And if they're going to allow that to keep it going, I don't know what they would do there. I think at this point they would have to stop the entire field.
That was Chris Leeming got the jump on Timothy Jones. So we have a new leader, it looks like, in the Sportsman NA division. Chris Leeming, dare I say the rookie? I don't want to say that.
No, I mean, yeah, I don't know that with him. He's got so much experience, but not behind the wheel. How about that? That's what we can say.
Well, in this class, in this series, let's put it that way.
Okay, there you go. That's the best way to say it. Yeah. But I don't know how that's going to shape up here, or if he did jump the start, I would think that Tim Jones would say, hey, you better move him back. But, hey, they're going for it, and it's our job just to call what we see on the screen.
Yeah, look at that. So it is Calvin O'Dell and Matt Dyer 1-2 in Sportsman Turbo, and it is Chris Leeming leading Timothy Jones in Sportsman NA.
Yeah, I'm wondering if Timothy Jones got it in him to get back around Chris Leeming, but right now they're pretty much equally matched as they look like their lap times are literally almost identical.
Well, look at that. Leeming now getting around. That was Matt Dyer, who was second in Pro Turbo, the other division, so Leeming got his eyes set on an overall victory here.
Wow. Well, that's the way we want to see this out here. We've been talking about the Turbo and the NAs in the last class. Well, the same thing's going on here in the Sportsman. You might find yourself, if you're in the NA car, you might find yourself right in the middle of a battle with the Turbos.
Yeah, we're over the top of the 971 of Sean Jones there in the blue and black Yamaha. And look at that.
Side by side.
Chris Leeming going, I want the overall victory here. I'm sorry, Calvin O'Dell, but I want this one. You gotta love it. We got NAs and Turbos doing battle out here. Leeming to the bottom, taking the overall away. This is a race in two different divisions.
I love watching this, though. This is exciting to watch because, you know, Chris Leeming's in an NA and the Turbo to the outside, and they're equally matched.
You gotta love it. The wily old guy's going, you know what? I think I like this overall victory.
Well, you know what? He's not giving it to him easy. They're swapping back and forth, so I have a feeling they've only got a couple more laps to go. So we've got a little bit of a race here between classes. Oh, look at this. Timothy Jones went in that mix as well.
Yeah, Timothy Jones slicing and dicing up here with the front as well.
Timothy's only got one car he has to pay attention to, and that's the Leeming car, the XTC car.
Yeah, Timothy Jones, our points leader in the hunt. He's also got to remember that Leeming is not in this points championship, not to make a mistake and get caught up in a battle that really doesn't matter for the points championship. I know that's hard to do as a race car driver.
Timothy Jones on the outside. Chris Leeming down the back straightaway. Chris Leeming now got his hands on Timothy Jones side by side into turn two.
Going to make Leeming earn this one. Outside, inside. Veteran move by Timothy Jones.
They
slide job into Leeming. Timothy Jones, look at that. We got a race on our hands.
That was a great move. Again, he had nowhere to go. That was a slight bump. But what a great race we're witnessing. Finally getting some good racing going on. He's side by side.
High line. And look at that. Chris Leeming trying to outbrake Jones all the way up high. Going to get stuck up there on the cushion. And Timothy Jones going to take that spot back over from Chris Leeming.
Well, Chris Leeming there opening the door wide open. All Timothy had to do was drive it to the inside, and that's exactly what he did.
Calvin O'Dell out front in the Sportsman Turbo division. We've got, this is wild. I'm looking at the tracker. Timothy Jones in second. And look at,
he won. He actually got out.
Timothy Jones takes the overall. Odell's going to coast across the finish line. Leeming going to be second in Pro NA. That might have been one of the wildest ones of the day in the Sportsman division. Wow, the Maxxis tires, checkered flag flying. We're going to sort this one out. Dust everywhere, cars going every which way. And, man, photo finish.
All right, as an announcer, I have to just reset everything here and just start calling from the cuff. Last turn of the straightaway, O'Dell lost power or something. He lost forward momentum. Timothy Jones and Chris Leeming able to get around him. So that's going to be Timothy Jones out in front of his class. But O'Dell, I didn't see if O'Dell was able to beat Dyer to the line. And that would mean that O'Dell is still the winner of his class.
All right, so we got a replay here. It is O'Dell leading in Pro Turbo, or excuse me, Sportsman Turbo.
Yeah.
He's going to lose power on the face of this jump.
Yeah.
So Timothy Jones cuts over Big Huck, takes the overall victory. Leeming second in NA. He is going to take second overall and second in A. And O'Dell is going to coast through to the finish. And it looks like Austin Dorn going to finish up in the third spot. in Sportsman NA as well. What a wild one. My takeaway here is Chris Leeming, where you been out all season? That made it exciting. We want to see him back out here a little more often. But, man, that was a wild one. We're going to have a lot to discuss on the podium. I think we're going to have smiles and stories for days as we're going to go to a short commercial break here at Chandler in round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Racer Plus, where the racing never stops.
Something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
Have we got racing today? All of them.
I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've got another beautiful day on the Isle of Man.
We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Welcome back here to Firebird Raceway in Chandler, Arizona, home of round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Just getting done with Sportsman NA and Sportsman Turbo. And Mark, that one ended up being one of the best finishes of the day so far.
I mean, I'm loving these mixed classes, and, man, they never failed to be entertaining, man. They do a great job out here. And Chris Leeming, like you said, where you been, boy? That was great.
Yeah, we are officially saying we want Chris Leeming back here a little more often as we get a glimpse here of our Liqui Moly and Maxxis Tires Sportsman results. It was Timothy Jones on top in the number 3, Chris Leeming in the second spot. We had Austin Dorn in the third spot in the NA division. Then looking down into our Sportsman Turbo division, it was Calvin Odell and Matt Dyer on top. So, man, 2 divisions, lots of racing, and it was a lot going on, but it was a lot of fun.
Man, an honorable mention out there. Very proud of Mandy Hoganess out there. She held her own.
All right, so right now we're going to hand it off to Tiffany Stone with our podium finishers.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Austin Dorn. Now, Austin, that was one of the greatest sportsman's races that we've seen all season. A lot of chaotic things happening, but you were able to maneuver your way through that, make it through everything, come back over here, take a third-place finish. Obviously, you got some 2 great guys in front of you, photo finishes towards the end. From your perspective, how'd you see this race?
Yeah, they were really fast, and since the last time I came out, I made a lot of changes to the car. Couldn't get it to really turn. I was having a hard time over there in the first turn. Other than that, everything was pretty good.
Well, you've done it here, obviously adding some more points into round 7. We're seeing some competitors not be here, so each point, each lap, each round going into the end of the season is very crucial. Who would you like to thank today?
My brother for helping me the past 2 days, my family for coming out, and then Kaiser Wheels for the great support.
Wonderful. Well, please hop up on number 3. Nice job. Congratulations. Coming over here to you, Chris, the guys in the booth have said, where have you been all season long? You made that a great race coming through. I mean, there was so much going on. There was so much deliberate moves from your point of view. I saw that. Picking the great lines, figuring out what was going on, making your way up here to second. How'd you see things?
It's definitely different from the track. I've been 7 years up in those spotter towers watching my kids, telling them how to corner, what to do, and everything else. And when you get behind the wheel, it's completely different down there. So I was just replaying, everything that I would tell them to do. And I had my youngest son actually driving his car right now. He was on my spotter, giving me some good pointers and everything else, and did what I could. A great restart. I thought I was going to get that win, and then I opened up the door, and he came flying by on the inside. I went, damn it, but it's my first time at short course, and I had a blast. It was awesome.
Well, I do want to let you know, as somebody who usually sits in the spotter stands, you know exactly how every driver drives. You know what moves they're going to make. You know what setups it's going to take. And for you, you also know how the track comes together. So it's really cool to see this. You do still have tomorrow. Timothy's a fast guy out there. But for being your first time out here, nice job. Who would you like to thank?
First, I'd like to thank my family. XTC Power Products, our company that helps put all this together. SDI Racing, Maxxis Tires, Rugged Radios, PRP, Polaris Razor, of course. It really helps us and backs our whole team. So, yeah, everyone and my kids, my wife. So, good time.
Nice job. Please hop up at number 2. Taking that top spot over here, Timothy Jones. We had a chance to talk yesterday. You said you were excited to come back over here. You love this track. It was fast. You showed exactly why you love this and why you drive all the way to the checker, because you never know what's going to happen. Chris did mention that he opened the door for you. You still capitalized. You saw that, and it was a photo finish. The guys in the booth loved everything about it. How'd you see today?
Yeah, it was a really fun race, especially with that final restart coming in. I thought I had lost it on the restart. I had my spotter telling me to back up off the turbo guys. I didn't want to get into them, and I did. And then I left it open for him on turn 1. He got through. I had to battle back a couple laps later, secured number 1, and it was a fun race.
Well, I know there's a ton of people you need to thank for this weekend. Obviously, you've been working on the car from Glen Helen, coming over to here, and obviously preparing for round 7. Who are all those people?
God keeping me safe, my mom and dad for helping us connect to all these people. Greco's for putting the cars together and helping us out a whole bunch. My crew chief, Jesse Blaze Jones. 019 Wraps. R&R Steel. The Chapmans, and a whole bunch of people I'm sure I'm forgetting.
Well, you've done it here. Adding more points for round 7 and, of course, for the season. Please hop up on number 1. One more big round of applause for your Sportsman NA, and back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, it was a great one. So we were safe to say the rookie with Chris leaving.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's kind of scary to say that because I've known Chris a long time.
Yeah, no, I mean, I've known him quite a while too. But I was saying it. It's like everything that it was like he was listening to what I was saying. It's like he almost had an answer for. We're going to go back and look at this footage, and it was like, Chris Lehman, you actually answered everything I said. I said, "Oh, it's the first time out here, the rookie out there. You said it right." I said, "I wondered if he's driving his kid's car, what she was." I mean, it was preemptive.
Yeah, it was a very fun race to watch. Got to give a lot of credit there to Timothy Jones, also extending his points lead out here. So that's going to be very good for him as we get to rounds 8 tomorrow and 9 and 10 later on this year. That being said, it was a dual feature race, and Tiffany Stone is standing by with our top finishers in Sportsman Turbo.
Down here with Matt. Now, Matt, back and forth between you and Calvin all season long. I really love watching this. There was a point in time when the Sportsman NA were closing that gap on you guys, but you guys were able to persevere, come through. What a great race between you guys, obviously adding some more points for the season. How's round 7 for you?
Great time. It's always fun racing Calvin out here. We actually made some good contact yesterday in qualifying and broke our car, but thanks to Bob Van Beekum, got us some parts. We got the car back together last night. We're out here having fun.
Well, and I absolutely love this. You know, the Van Beekums, they're a team and a group that a lot of drivers compliment and give thanks to, so it's really cool to see that. Obviously, they do a lot of things here for CORR. So nice job on getting that car back together. It's really great to add some more points for you for the season. Who would you like to thank?
Patterson Property Inspections, Brad Patterson, my spotter, David Smith, Cutting Edge Manufacturing, Maxxis Tires. They put some nice tires on for us yesterday. I love them, so...
Well, you've done it here. I love you guys. It's so great chatting with you. Hop up on number 2. All right, we're going to come over here to you. Now we're going to talk to you, Calvin. Calvin, it's a wonderful race. Always watching you and Matt kind of go back and forth each week, each round. It kind of changes. One person here, one person there on the top of the box. For round 7, you're top of the box right now. Obviously, we've had a great long season a few more rounds ago, but what have you seen for your progression of the season?
Well, I think the biggest part of it for me was getting my car right. It took a long time to actually get it where I needed it to be, and I just want to give a shout out to Joey from Podium Suspension for making that, getting that dialed in for me this weekend. It was a game changer. So,
well, besides Joey and making that a game changer for you, is there anybody else you'd like to thank for round 7?
Yeah, first off, I got to say thanks to my sister Carrie and my brother-in-law Jason and Brentley for coming into town out of Oregon to come support this weekend. Always got to thank my girlfriend Anna for helping me here, and then my spotter Jason Flores. I appreciate him. And then as always, I want to thank Matt for getting his car together last night and giving us a good run today.
I love that. The sportsmanship in this class is top notch. Hop up on number 1. One more big round of applause for your top finishers here in Sportsman Turbo. Back.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, and those guys have been battling it out all season long. Great one to watch. Speaking of great things to watch, we still have a lot to come here. We have Pro side-by-side SR1s and Pro Light left. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be back at 3:20 Pacific, about 20 minutes from now, live, and we are going to go racing with Pro side-by-side, some of the best in the business. So hang tight. If you're tuning in at home, go grab a snack, and we will be back here in about 20 minutes to Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park in Chandler, Arizona, and round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Mark, we're in the home stretch of this championship. Things are heating up, and speaking of heating up, it is a warm day today, and we have 3 divisions left, but the big boys are up next, pro side-by-side.
Man, I've been happy so far with the weather, and I think it's still hanging in there. I know we're later on here in the afternoon, but I think the weather it's great, and I'm digging it. We got a little breeze. It's almost like we talked about that state earlier that we didn't mention, but we got a little breeze. We got a good heat. I have a feeling we got some good racing coming up next.
We've got some good racing coming up next, but before we get to that, we want to talk about some good swag, some good merch, because we've got our partners at Traders who are out here on site all season long, printing up some of the best merch you'll find in the motorsports business, and earlier this weekend, I was able to catch up with them. We're standing by here with Traders, the official merchandise partner of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Traders been on site at every single round so far this year. They change things up from round to round. You never know what they're going to bring trackside. This weekend, things are warm out here. We've got tank tops going on because you know what? It's going to be over 100 degrees this weekend. They've got all kinds of fresh hats, and one of the coolest things they do, based on the round, it is a specific event t-shirt for every single round, and that changes every single weekend here at the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. So if you're out here in Phoenix, you definitely want to stop by Traders, get your merch dialed in. Some of this stuff you can only get it this weekend. Yep, Traders got us dialed in. They got Mark dialed in. They're keeping him stylish with his hat there and his polo shirt. And I don't know, what else have you snuck away from there this year,
Well,
Mark?
I haven't yet. I've got a couple shirts, but, man, that one you just showed, that green one with today's drop on it, I told them both, and they have the matching hat with the patch on it now. I told them both, I said, I'm not leaving this weekend with that extra large and that olive drab. That olive green looks so good.
Yeah, it definitely looks good. Speaking of looking good, our pro side-by-side division all season long has been looking absolutely phenomenal. And I'm looking at our lineup today. We are getting ready to go pro side-by-side racing here with our first race after this intermission. And it is going to be absolutely insane. 14 drivers going to be doing battles. We look at our Liqui Moly R&R Steel Racing current point standings. Mark, take us through this.
Man, Bo Judge has been a great points leader all season long. He's been a great job here. But look at this. The thing to talk about is Brian McCormick, his return to off-road racing. He's got it all done. He's only 34 points behind. And then the R&R Steel, the first driver out of there is Kyle Arcanaugh. He comes out here, he races, and it was a great story that he's got as well. Ryder Van Beekem up there, Ryder Chapman, both riders there in 4th and 5th, respectively. Jeremiah Wagner in 6th. Connor Maxwell, he's got a lot of work to get that 2X back up to the points. He's got 68 points behind, and there's Bobby Van Beekem right behind Connor. Colton Krajicek and Jason Weller, they've got a lot of work if they're going to have any chance at the championship.
Yeah, I was looking in there, and we got a trio of the R&R entries, all within like 5 points of each other mid-pack. That's going to be an interesting race, that's for sure. But Kyle Arcanaugh there on the pole position today. He's a very meticulous racer. Kyle's one that's fun to watch. He runs very clean lines. He's not like the most exuberant driver, and I mean all this in a positive way.
Sure.
But he puts in the work. And he just goes and clicks off laps, and he's always there at the finish.
I think that's a great way to say it right there. He puts in the work. He does his homework. He pays attention. And he's also over there working on the car. He's not afraid to get dirty, as all of them are over there. Ryder Chapman and Ryder Van Beekem, they're all busy on the car as well. And Bobby, he makes sure that his car is perfected as well. So it is great to see that whole crew. There's a lot of cars over there. There's a lot going on, and right in the middle of it, the Chapman in there, Joe Chapman. We talked with him earlier, and I didn't really get a comment on that, but we talk about the legends, but that is a behind-the-scenes legend right there, Joe Chapman.
Yeah, Joe definitely had his hands in a lot of championship-winning cars over the last couple of decades. I know we, obviously caught up with him earlier in those features as we're getting kind of an aerial view as we've got our pro side-by-side. These are the big dogs. This is ones everybody comes out to watch. When these guys take the track, I mean, this is some of the best drivers in the country in short course. They are here in action in the pro side-by-side division. This one is absolutely electric.
Yeah, this is one you can't call. There's no way you can place a bet here in Las Vegas here, because it'd be just a spin of the wheel, the proverbial wheel of fortune, if you would, and who you're going to end up there. Because let's talk about our points leader right now, Bo Judge, man. He's a multi-time champion, and he's out here at CORR trying to get one more championship. And I think if he stays straight and stays clean, he's going to do it. Connor Maxwell, basically the leader of 2X over there, whole bunch of people out there. He is the cornerstone of 2X, and he can put it as well. Bobby Van Beeken, we talked about it. No matter what he races, if his equipment stays with him, and gets out front, he is impossible to catch, and I mean absolutely impossible. Ryder Chapman, unbelievable how fast and how much speed he has in this class. So he has the ability, and he's been on top of the box as well in this class many times. Our current reigning champion, Ryder Van Beeken, he has the ability to get it done as well. So see, there is nobody. If you ask me who's going to win this race, who do you think's going to win this race, I'd say, man, any one of the top 8 cars, man. These guys, and if you say that as an announcer, we're in for an incredible race.
Yeah, all bets are off when you start kind of talking about this division.
Yeah.
I will say, as we get that aerial view there, Bo Judge, I want to talk a little bit about Bo Judge. Obviously he is our points leader, and I feel like every single round we've seen somebody have a hiccup. And there's been a lot of different drivers that have been in the points lead, and they've had hiccups throughout the season, and you see them get a bad finish, things like that, maybe a DNF. But I feel like Bo Judge is the one guy this year that hasn't quite had the hiccup yet. And I'm not saying it's coming. I'm just saying Bo Judge has got a knack for staying out of trouble.
He really does. And I think it's just his methodical way of racing, you know what I mean? I mean, he's very methodically, he gets things done, and he races a little different, and I really respect that about him. We mentioned it earlier, he's running desert tires, and that's a complete setup. And I'm telling you right now, I don't know of one other racer out here that is running desert tires, and I have to say, it's paying off for him. I love it when somebody says, "Oh, you can't do that. That's not fast. That doesn't work." Well, you know what? It's working. And it suits his driving style, and he says he carries a lot more speed off the jumps, and that makes a lot of sense. He's got more tire.
Yeah, well, and, he's a little bit of a mad scientist, trying a lot of stuff. Obviously, like you said, he's won a lot of championships, both as a co-driver with Phil Blurton, but also as a driver. Was really one of the winningest drivers, I think, probably in history in a side-by-side in the Work Series.
Yeah.
And obviously we're stoked to have him out here. I know Bo had said at the beginning of the year this was first time he'd run proper short course in quite some time. He said it was kind of fun to be back. He's been running the work stuff and more of, like you said, the GP racing style of off-road, so mix of short course and desert. But really excited to have Bo out here and doing battle with some of the best. And he's been a very, very fun one to watch.
Another thing he told me that he is a setup on his car that I thought was pretty unique. He was able to make the car narrower, like. He wasn't able just to move the roof down. He made everything. He sits really low in the car. He said when they first made the car and they sat the seat down as low as they can, he couldn't see over the dash. So you know what they did? They lowered the dash. And so now he said he had a lot to work with in front of him, a large window. So then he moved the roof down. So everything followed. And he showed me where the cage would normally sit on the bodywork because they had to trim a lot of the bodywork. So you'll see his car. It is gravely different from everybody else's.
Yeah, it definitely has a unique look. I mean, I love this class, too, because we've got so many unique takes on what a pro side-by-side should be. And I think that's one of the exciting things. It's a little more open of a class, so you're getting guys bringing a lot of different things. Obviously, you've got the cars out of the R&R camp. You've got the factory Can-Ams, and you've got stuff like Cameron Bodden's bringing that's a Greaves build and things like that. We saw Augie Renezetter at the last couple of rounds with that Dougie Mittag car that was quite different than anything else.
That was an incredible car. I loved watching how that worked. Another car to mention out here is Connor Maxwell. Connor Maxwell's car, pretty unique as well. He's got a lot of unique features in that car. And, gosh, I lost my train of thought. I had something to say about it, too, but I'll figure it out here in a second.
Well, Connor Maxwell, he's got his hands with a lot of things out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series, involved with a lot of different racers programs as we see all these drivers gridding up on what was the Nitro Cross starting area, the launch zone.
There it is. It came back to me. Connor Maxwell, he said he was running close to almost 300 horsepower. He had the horsepower. And, any race car driver will tell you, if they lose a race, one of the first things they say is, I would have caught you. I almost caught you. One more lap and I would have caught you. But if I had 100 more horsepower, I would have caught you. So, in other words, horsepower is always the thing that these racers look for. Well, Connor Maxwell actually went backwards. He said, dude, I had to detune the engine. He said that he actually took 100 horsepower out, and he was able to go a lot faster. That was my point I was going to make about Connor Maxwell. So he also has had to make some changes. So we'll see if taking out that extra 100 horsepower here in that engine pays off for him.
Well, that's funny you mention that because I've been, racing side-by-sides for the better part of 10 years now, driving for quite a bit longer, and I feel like whether it be short course, desert racing, we've reached the limit with power to weight and everything else where we don't need more horsepower in a side-by-side. It's all about shocks, brakes, handling, things like that. So it's funny you mentioned that, especially with Connor, where he detuned the car and it got quicker, because I feel like at some point it's unusable horsepower in a side-by-side.
You're 100% right there. I used to race heavy metal out here, and heavy metal is supposed to be a budget racing class. You know what I mean? People that just have the F-150s or the Chevy square bodies outside that just want to build a truck and come out here and go racing, and we had them all out here. But then everybody was saying, I need more horsepower, same thing. Well, the problem was the rules only allow us 15-inch travel in the front. Okay, and we have to be leaf sprung. So a big old 600, 700 horsepower engine doesn't do any good without the suspension. So you're 100% right.
All right, so as our pro side-by-sides start to enter the arena here at Firebird Motorsports Park, it brings us to our Liquid Moly pro side-by-side starting grid. Take us through these rows, Mark.
Kyle Arcanaugh is going to take you out in P1 with Ryder Van Beekem, his teammate, right next to him, rounding off row 1. Row 2 is going to be Connor Maxwell on the inside with Brian McCormick right there next to him, and he's second place in our point standing. Robert Van Beekem is going to be out there in row 3. Bo Judge, our points leader right now, is going to have to start all the way back in row 3. Ryder Chapman and Cameron Bodden are going to be right there in row 4. Top 4 rows are going to be epic.
All right, that brings us to row number 5, Jeremiah Wagner and Kelton Penrod. Row number 6, Tyler Herzog, caught up with him earlier this weekend. Lucas Sweetland as well. And then row 7, it is going to be Tyler Penrod and Dan Kelly rounding out this 14-car stacked pro side-by-side field.
Dan Kelly made it out here. I am going to be ecstatic to see that. That young man, he is, you talk about electric. He is checkers or record. He is if you get a Webster dictionary and look up checkers or records, it's a picture of Dan Kelly.
Well, we will see if everybody can make through this first lap clean. That's probably what I'm most worried about out here. 14 cars and some of the best on the planet. Nobody wants to give an inch.
Well, on top of all the R&R boys out there, very proud of Kyle Arcanaugh there in P1. That's a big accomplishment here amongst this field. But seeing Ryder Van Beekem out there, that's a great thing. But look at this. Bo Judge and Connor Maxwell. He's been having a hard season here at the latter half of Connor Maxwell with a lot of gremlins and a lot of things coming up here and biting him, taking him out of contention. But there you go. And look at that. Look at those big tires on Bo Judge's car.
All right, we're going to work our way through the interior portion. You're going to see that Jones Ford pace truck pull off, and we are slated for 10 laps here in Pro Side-by-Side with a mandatory competition caution thrown briefly past the midway point.
Look at this track, perfectly watered for these guys, and I have a feeling they're going to dry it out halfway through, but you know what? At least the opening laps are going to be absolutely spicy.
All right, everybody is grouped together. Couple of R&R cars, Kyle Arcanaugh and Ryder Van Beekem up front. Jones Ford pace truck pulls off. We are waiting for that green flag. It's going to be Kyle Arcanaugh taking us to the green.
Anticipation here for that green flag. They spool up and they get it. I think we're off to a great start. It's going to be Ryder Van Beekem into turn 1 first.
Arcanaugh, they're almost spun. It looked like he had to check up in that first corner. I know they put a lot of water on the course trying to keep this dust down. Everybody through corner number 1 clean. It is Ryder Van Beekem and Kyle Arcanaugh. Arcanaugh all the way to the bottom.
You see the 191 of Connor Maxwell now making his bout in top 3. They come over the ski jump 1, 2, 3. But look at this Bodden again getting collected over the ski jump. I hope there's no damage. He's going to have to back that car up and get back on the track where he left the track. But it doesn't look like he's moving, so I don't know if he's going anywhere. But back up front, it looks like Arkansas with Connor Maxwell in second place.
Yeah, that is the 191 there of Connor Maxwell.
Connor Maxwell able to get a nose in on Kyle Arkansas, but Kyle Arkansas getting it back down there side by side, coming out of turn 6 down the front straightaway.
So it's Arkansas Maxwell 1 and 2. Little bump in there in the corner. Maxwell looks like he's going to take over the lead.
Well, we talked about it. He took 100 horsepower out of that car, and I was really excited to see how it's going to work. Well, it looks like it worked.
So it is Maxwell, Arkansas, and Ryder Van Beekem 1, 2, and 3.
Kyle Arkansas back to the inside, taking the lead away from Connor Maxwell. We got a few lead changes already. And look at this. Ryder Van Beekem now wanting this mix. He wants to get dicing it up with these two.
Yeah, all the way to the bottom there. Ryder Van Beekem trying to narrow the gap. Looks like Bob Van Beekem now going to get into the mix there in the 4th spot.
Yes, indeed. Great to see the Van Beekens out there. But Kyle Arkansas taking command early. Look at this. 2 different lines. And Connor Maxwell seems to catch Kyle Arkansas every time right there in turn 5.
So it's Arkansas, Maxwell, and then Van Beekem. Whoa, look at that way wide line there for Connor Maxwell, coming in a little bit too hot. Going to open the door there for Van Beekem to try and get a look at the inside.
Yeah, he can't do that with Ryder Van Beekem behind him, because if you leave the door open too long, he'll take it.
So Van Beekem now on the hunt of Connor Maxwell. Looking to the bottom. There was nothing there that time by.
Well, I'm loving this race so far. That is a clean race. All the drivers are looking great. Bo Judge, our points leader, though, way out there in 6th, 7th place.
Yeah, Bo Judge, a little off in qualifying. Not normal for Bo Judge, but knowing him, he's going to be looking for the second half of this race. He's going to try and stay clean, pick his way through traffic, and he'll be a player come the second half. Well, but right now up front, look at that. Maxwell all the way to the bottom trying to get around Arkansas.
Yeah, Maxwell's found that line there coming out of turn 5 into 6. He gets around Arkansas, but then Arkansas got smart there and closed the door early, so Bo Judge. But they're still side by side down the front straightaway.
Oh, little bump there from Maxwell into Arkansas.
No, I think Arkansas went into Maxwell is what I saw. Maxwell stayed straight, and Arkansas turned in.
All right, so now Arkansas back into the 3rd spot. Ryder Van Beekem now in the 2nd spot. Now we've got Bob Van Beekem starting to hunt down these top 3.
Well, what I love seeing here with, here we go, we'll see that. I have a feeling this is the replay of that bump. You can see Connor Maxwell, he's going to hold his line, and Kyle Arkansas come into him. And it looks like, from what I saw there, it looks like Connor Maxwell did hold his line. He did hold it for quite a while, but Kyle Arkansas looked like he turned into Connor Maxwell for me.
All right, so it is Maxwell up front, Ryder Van Beekem in the 2nd spot, Arkansas in 3rd, Bob Van Beekem in the 4th spot. McCormick now into the 5th spot.
Yeah, McCormick doing a great job there, and he's 2nd in points, so and he's got to make sure he gets up there. But now what I love about this race so far, Bo Judge has been back there in 6th and 7th place. He's going back and forth. But now he's getting a taste of the CORR racers, because he's got some of the best CORR racers out in front of him right now. Kyle Arkansas, Ryder Van Beekem, Bobby Van Beekem, Connor Maxwell. So Bo Judge, if he's going to want to get on the podium, he's going to have to take a chance.
Connor Maxwell backing it in. Keeping it nice and tight there. Lots of dust starting to emerge out here. Now Bob looking to the inside of Arkansas.
Arkansas going a little backwards right now. Bobby Van Beekem, they're touching. They're teammates, so they respect each other, and I know that Bobby will make sure he doesn't take him out. But now look at this. Bo Judge working his way up as well.
So Bob Van Beekem now into the top 3. Kyle Arkansas finding himself on the outside looking in. Looks like Bo Judge now sneaking in there in the 5th spot. He got around McCormick.
Yeah, Bo Judge doing a great job. He's showing why he's a true champion. He is being patient, and he's not too far off the pace. But Connor Maxwell right now, I know he's enjoying that clean air up front.
So Connor Maxwell going to be looking for that mandatory competition caution to fly this time by. It's going to regroup everybody. We're going to reset things and see where we're at here. It's Connor Maxwell bringing it down in front of the home fans with a competition caution flying. It's going to be Ryder Van Beekem in the second spot, Bob Van Beekem, Kyle Arcana, and Bo Judge with Brian McCormick there in the sixth spot.
Wow, what a first half there, Jim Beaver. That is the great thing to watch out here. And, what a great job that by all the competitors you talked about. McCormick out there in sixth place. We had a chance to meet up with Brian McCormick earlier.
Thanks, guys. Down here with Brian. Now, Brian, you just came off your qualifying run. It seems like you had some things going on. Walk me through exactly kind of what happened.
Well, we had a good practice round, but we had no power steering and we had no alternator. So our alternator took a dump, which brings the voltage down. Power steering doesn't work. We have a spare alternator, but it doesn't work either. So we had the guys tow me out there. We charged the heck out of that battery, and we got towed up to the top. And of course, there was a caution. I'm like, oh man, we're going to get under 12 volts, and then the ECU's not going to work. But we kept it together for the 3 laps and pulled one. I think we're P4. So I'm stoked with that. And by then, we'll have a new alternator for the race tomorrow.
Well, talking about that, you are sitting behind Bo Judge right now in points, going into your second, going into round 7 and 8. Coming back here in Arizona, Bo is a great driver. He knows exactly what he needs to do to win championships. What do you think you have to do this weekend for round 7 and 8 to be able to take Bo down?
Well, first of all, Bo's a machine, so that's going to be very hard. And the points lead that he's got right now, it would take something pretty spectacular for us to get close to him. Luckily, we're sitting in second in points. We've been the beneficiary of some serious attrition, some serious luck, and we just keep inching our way up here. So super pleased to be up here and blessed to be up here. And if he keeps going, there's no way we'll be able to get him. But if we can get this alternator on, we've got some new changes to this car, so I think we gained a second. If we can keep it together and get some power steering, I think we should be able to get on the box. That's the main goal.
Love that. Well, best of luck to you for this weekend, and back up to you guys in the booth.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And, Brian McCormick currently second in points, finding himself right outside the top 5 currently. We've had 6 laps in. We still got 4 remaining as the green flag flies.
Well, this is going to be a great finish. Connor Maxwell getting out front in the first half. He's going to have to hold back, Ryder Van Beekem, our current champ. And he's got the whole R&R Steel crew right behind him. Kyle Harkina, Ryder Van Beekem. And look at this, Bo Judge picking up one more place on the restart.
Yeah, great move there by Bo Judge. We thought maybe he might be holding back, trying to make a push here in the second half. Now trying to get a look at the podium. He knows he's got that points championship to worry about.
Well, he needs every position he can get because he gets points for every position that he picks up. And right now, though, he's going to have to get around Bobby Van Beekem if he's going to want that final spot on the podium. But if I know Bo Judge, he's not going to set it for Bobby Van Beekem a little sideways there in turn 5 rather. And wow, Bo Judge right there behind Bobby Van Beekem.
Yeah, getting around Bob Van Beekem is easier said than done.
Yeah.
Look at that big jumps by all these drivers out here. Kyle Arcana in the mix there. There was McCormick. As Bo Judge now sights set on Bob Van Beekem, that third and final podium spot. Only about 3 laps remaining for him to try and make this happen.
Yeah, from my perspective, looking at Bo Judge, as usual, if there's ever a nickname that I would give Bo Judge, it's Bo Judge, or Bo Mr. Clean Judge. Man, he races so clean.
Yeah, there's Bob Van Beekem making his way through the middle in that third spot. Bo Judge hunting him down. Ryder Van Beekem solid in second spot.
Well, Connor Maxwell going to enjoy if he stays right here and finish. It's been a long time coming here in this second half of this series. So,
look at that. Pulling off is Ryder Van Beekem.
All right, so that puts Bo Judge now in third place in that final spot on the podium, but he's going to have to get around. Oh, Ryder Van Beekem fully out. That's unfortunate for our champ.
Yeah, he was trying to get back into this points chase. That one's going to hurt him definitely. Connor Maxwell, though, solid lead out front.
Yeah, great job, great performance from Connor Maxwell. I think he needed this. He's last few races, as you know, it was really hard for him to get on the podium out there in California. But look at this. He came out here, and now he's setting this lap.
All right, so we're going to have white flag out this next time by. Current running orders, Maxwell, Bob Van Beekem, and Bo Judge now in that third spot. Has been on the podium all season long.
Yeah, great effort from Bo Judge, and this is what champions. Whoa, what a great way to take that corner. Those tires. He's aside. He's right there with Bobby Van Beekem. I think he's going to have the drive coming out of turn 5. Outside, back to the inside. The Connor Maxwell sliding around. He's got one more lap.
The biggest thing with Bo Judge is he's got to realize the two drivers in front of him aren't involved in this points chase. He's got a solid lead on the points, and the two drivers in front of him really don't matter at this point.
Yeah, but he's still trying to get it done. Bobby Van Beekem going backwards. He's
off as well.
Whoa!
What happened to Bob Van Beekem?
Kyle Arcanow, the only one left out there in the R&R crew. And now he's got to set aside Bo Judge. Being patient, as I called it earlier, has earned him the second spot on the podium.
Man, rough break there for Bob Van Beekem, running a phenomenal race.
And what a great job by Cameron Bodden. And look at the Bodden now challenging for third place. Oh!
And look at, he put him into the wall.
Oh, no!
Bodden putting it, I mean, that was about as takeout move as you get.
Oh, wow.
I mean, that was a legitimate bang into him.
Yeah.
That was an elbows out. You're going into the wall, buddy. I want this podium.
Yeah, I'm not calling that one, man. That's all you.
I called it like I saw it, man. Oh, wow. That one, I think the race directors are going to have their work cut out for him.
I don't think Kyle Arcanow's going to like that one.
He's not going to like that one. Wow, that was a tough one there.
Man, but the race of the day, great job, Connor Maxwell. He did a great job getting out front and holding on to it, smooth as glass. But an even better job, you can see Bo Judge pulling him next to him, giving the thumbs up there. A great job by Bo Judge being patient, and it paid off right there for the second place on the podium.
All right, we're going to take a short commercial break. We're going to sort things out and return here to Chandler, round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Rugged Radios. From the green flag to the checkered, they keep racers connected, crews informed, and fans closer to the action.
When it comes to suspension tuning, there's only one name we trust: Double E Racing.
We help build champions.
My name is George Hamill with Starstream Pro. Technology has really given us the opportunity to showcase off-road racing. Now we can go live from any car, anytime on the planet.
The sport needs something like Starstream, and it's here.
To be able to be one of the first people to have it in their trucks is going to be pretty cool, and hopefully it's a great thing for the sport.
This small computer, and a GoPro, a couple cables, and a Starlink, you can watch all the in-car cameras live.
With Starstream combining to a Starlink network, it's so easy to plug this in. On our short course truck, we actually have it all self-contained. 2 battery packs, one powers the Starlink, one powers the Starstream. Super easy to take off and put on our desert car later when we leave the track.
It's never been done before at this level. The fact that we're going to be able to be on live TV and they can check in to multiple different drivers within seconds of each other, I think this is going to be a great thing for the sport.
Welcome back here to Firebird Raceway and Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Round number 7 just getting wrapped up with Pro side-by-side. Got a lot of celebration going down there as we're going to get to our podiums here in just a couple of minutes, but a lot of celebrating going on.
Yeah, Connor Maxwell needed that really bad. You can see the excitement. The whole 2X crew is ecstatic that Connor Maxwell got it done. And Bodden out there, man, I don't know. And you can see Kyle Arcanow there. He pulled over, too, and Bo Judge down there talking to Kyle Arcanow. So we might see a little bit of drama there with that pass. But other than that, great job, Connor Maxwell from 2X.
Yeah, you got to love the celebrating going on.
I told you, they needed that. You know, he's they definitely needed that. And Connor Maxwell and the entire 2X crew, good job. And you can see everybody out there just so proud of Connor Maxwell on that one. I mean, he earned it. He drove it. He drove the wheels off, stayed clean. Bo Judge got up behind him, stayed clean. I mean, Mr. Clean, Bo Judge.
Yeah, great race there. You gotta love that pro side-by-side division every single round. It has been nothing but excitement. Bo Judge with that finish, definitely going to extend his points lead over the rest of the field. Bo putting in just a phenomenal effort this season.
All right, Connor Maxwell, get your butt on that podium. Connor, we're waiting for you. I know you got everybody. Connor Maxwell, get on that podium.
Yeah, we've got lots of celebrating going on in one of our premier divisions out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Obviously, we got round number 8 for those of you tuning in at home coming up tomorrow. Then followed that up, we are going to have some rounds in April to cap things off. They will be back here in Chandler, Arizona at Firebird Motorsports Park. So lots of racing yet to come, especially lots of racing yet to come today. We still have Pro Light and SR1s up. And 2 of our most exciting divisions here, Mark.
Yeah, I'm so ecstatic to have the trucks out here. You know, a lot of the talk online is I want to come watch the trucks. And, you know, we got them here, the Pro Lights. The 2X crew is still going crazy down there. It's hard to focus on us announcing out there because the celebration just continues.
Yep, lots of celebrating, and we got a lot of celebrating yet to do out here in Chandler. Like I said, we still got a lot of racing yet to come today. So big thanks to everybody tuning in at home on the Racer Plus app, as well as all of our other channels. Man, been great to have you guys here. We've wrapping up with Pro Side-by-Side. It is going to be SR1s next, and we're going to wrap things up with the Pro Lights later on today. But Tiffany Stone, she's trying to get everybody rounded up so we can get to some podiums here in Pro Side-by-Side. That one was absolutely... it was wild, start to finish on that. Great driving, great racing, and lots of action going on. Looks like we finally got the cats herded, and we are going to go back. We had them herded. And
hey, what's going on here? Take 2.
We may do a dual podium for Pro Side-by-Side. Tomorrow we'll just do both of them. I don't know what's going on here.
I don't know. That sounded like there was a car still running. That was the thing. Was that Bo Judge's car? He left the car on?
Inmates are running the asylum.
All right, we had him up there once. But, all right.
All right, so everybody has now walked off again, so you guys just get to hear Mark and I ramble, so apologize for that. But
well, let's make light of it. I mean, Connor Maxwell, the whole 2X crew, they needed that. Where's my 2X crew at? They didn't hear that.
Oh, but it's a great race there in Pro Side-by-Side. You got to love that. Got to love the clean racing. I mean, that one, if you're tuning in anywhere else in the country, you got a Pro Side-by-Side sitting around. We would love to see you out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
Yeah, if you watch that race at all, of any of the races, even so far, that was clean. That was fast. That had lead changes. That had position changes all the way back. You know, the top 6 drivers were absolutely on fire. It had drama. It had everything. The Van Beekam's out there, in the mix. And it looks like they're looking at a little bit of damage there. The Bo Judge's car, that rear tire seems to be leading in on the top there on the driver's side.
Yeah, there was a little bumping and banging on that one. We saw, Arkansas get collected there at one point as well. So, when you've got the best drivers in the world and they're on one of these tracks, there is going to be a little bit of rubbing.
Yeah, the SR1 crew's coming up next when you see, we talked about a legend, but you got a legend standing here right in front of us, Corey Weller. So, when Corey Weller gets up here, the SR1s are coming.
Yeah, the SR1s are really fun to watch, like we talked about earlier. Got that full gearbox, rear-wheel drive. They're shifting gears, they're sliding around, backing it into corners. Always fun to watch.
All right, we're working things out here at Race Command. Still a great job. And, the SR1s, we were talking about them, and, I was talking with Scott Webster about the SR1s. And, as you said, that class isn't really going to change much. There isn't a lot they can do to these cars anymore because they've been racing for so long. The only thing you're going to change is a little bit of your shock tuning and maybe your horsepower, of things you'd want to change on the dyno. But you're absolutely right when you called it. The SR1s, they're already dialed. There's nothing you can change. There's not really technology that class can learn. They're 2-wheel drive, so they're not going to add 4-wheel drive. They don't have reverse. They have to be shifted. There's nothing you can change. Once you got your car that suits your driving style, you just race it year after year after year. And, Scott Webster was telling me, man, there's not a lot of things you do to it. You change the fluids. You may change a chain. of every few races, but clutches, chains, and change fluids, that's about it.
All right, that brings us to our results for Pro Side-by-Side, brought to you by Liquid Moly and Maxxis Tires. Connor Maxwell on top. Bo Judge in the second spot, our points leader, extending that points lead. Cameron Bodden in the third spot. It was Kyle Arkinol fourth, Jeremiah Wagner, Lucas Wheatland, Tyler Herzog, Kelton Penrod, and then Robert and Ryder Van Beekum in 9th and 10th.
Well, great showing by Tyler Herzog. We've been wanting to see that Liquid Moly car up here. Pretty bad. We all love Tyler, and still a great show and was able to finish it there.
Yeah, getting that aerial view, see the swimming pool out there. We're going to have close to 100-degree temps this weekend. I believe we're about 94 degrees right now, so things are heating up. We got the swimming pools ready to rock and roll. But that being said, Tiffany Stone is standing by with our podium finishers.
Thank you guys so much. Down here with Cameron. Now, Cameron, we saw you have a nice run earlier in one of the races. You just came out there late entry to this one, but obviously we've seen you in Pro Side-by-Side before. Wild ending. Obviously we had to wait a little bit, check some things over, make sure that we were correct on things. But now officially you are in third place in this race, round 7. Obviously, we all want to know your perspective because that was a crazy one going into the last lap and, of course, going for that checkered. How do you see things today for round 7?
Oh, man, I haven't had the best luck on lap 1, and so when I got hit or I hit him, I don't know what happened. I was like, not again. I thought I was rolling. So I've never been so excited to get third place. This is great.
Well, we did see you, and you pulled off just a little bit. Obviously, the rest of the pack went through. You were able to come back, regain, take that the back of the pack, make your way through there, go through a comp yellow, and now you're here. So nice job. Be happy. Be excited. I know Connor's probably more excited for you than him right now, so it's really cool to see this. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, I'd like to thank first Trent. He, as a spotter, man, he literally killed it. It was so fun. 2X, Connor here, 518 Designs. Liz, Ivory, Banks, my family, my mom and dad are out here, so appreciate you guys.
Nice job. Hop up on number 3 for me. And we are going to head over here to the 956, Bo Judge. Now, Bo, you are one of those veterans that knows how to be patient, that knows that comp yellow is coming, that knows how to get an extra spot after the comp yellow. You worked your way through the back of the pack. Yesterday during qualifying, you talked about tire pressure, had a little bit too much. That's why you're sitting in row 3. Now we're talking about radius rods and radius arms. So talk to me about what happened to you for this entire race.
Yeah, yesterday, like I said, since we come here, we're just always trying to make little adjustments, and I don't want to take big swings at stuff, so I'll just do a little bit each time. And yesterday for qualifying, I just went up in tire pressure and just wanted to see how far we could go, and I went too far. So now I know where that is. And, and it kind of showed in our qualifying. We started P6, but I knew I had my work cut out with a good competition here. But I just figured, like you were saying, I would try to get a couple guys and race up to the competition yellow and try to get a couple more guys. And if I finished third or second, whatever it was, that's what it was going to be this weekend. But actually coming around on turn 1 off the start, I don't know if I hit a slick spot or something, but it just sounded like I blew through the belt. So I kind of was like let up a little bit, and I actually went all the way back to 8th place. And then just started I realized it wasn't the belt, and then just started kind of picking my way back through, and I was in 6th, and then was just kind of sending it off that ski jump and bent a radius rod, and then my steering was kind of messed up, but the car was working really good. And I just kept picking everyone off, and I think I got up to 5th, by the competition yellow, and then I was able to get one guy on the restart, and then got into 3rd, and then I was battling with Robert Van Beekum, I think it was, and he must have a belt go or something, and by the time I got through everyone, Connor was just too far up. But congratulations to Connor. I know he's been wanting that win all year, so I'll be starting up next to him tomorrow, and we'll see how it goes.
Well, I absolutely love this. And like we were saying, you're making some veteran moves over there, knowing that each point is crucial, especially going into this. You know what it takes to win championships and just proving it once again. Who would you like to thank?
Yeah, just BFG for sure. There's just all this talk in the grandstands like he can't run with those tires, and it's like I am running with them. I'm doing it. It's like I just drove through the pack, so it's like I'm doing it. So just to switch tires, I have to change a shock package, my clutching, and all that. So it's not like it's just that easy. Just go switch it. But BFG's been there from day one. I got a whole group of people, Elka Suspension, just everyone, and I appreciate all their help, and we'll live to fight tomorrow.
Well, I absolutely love that. Nice job. Hop up on number 2 for me. And taking the top spot over here, Connor, I don't think I've ever seen you as excited, and it is do for you, and I absolutely love this. Now, we saw you in round 5. You did get a podium there, but nothing is sweeter than taking that top spot, knowing that you need to get points. Obviously, racing with Bo, and Bo's giving you kudos over here. He is a vet. He's a fast guy, but you've done it over here. Tell me about your day, because there was a moment that you kind of checked out and put a clinic on for everybody.
I knew I needed to get right to the front and run my own lines, so I wanted to get out front, just run clean lines, get away from all the chaos. Man, a lot of horsepower, a lot of broken parts, and this one feels really good to get back up here on the box and right where I belong. You know, I wanted to be battling Bo the whole series. Bo's a phenomenal driver. He's been doing it for a long time, and man, nothing feels greater than getting up here on the top step.
Well, besides that, you did get that top spot, but I also want to give this to you as well. You did get the Maxxis Fast Lap Award. I know for you and 2X Motorsports, this means a lot. It's so cool. Please don't break that, but that is awesome. I love that. Now, I know you've got to thank a lot of people for helping you out. Obviously, you've got an entire crew. This is amazing to see everybody come out, support you, and support this class.
Yeah, this is going to be a tough one, this emotional one right here. There's a lot of families that really helped me out. You know, I break my car. I can go to any family with a 2X logo on their car, and they will come over and they'll get right into the car. The Lucas family, the Atterbury family, both Atterbury families, the Brooks, the Forresters, the Schmuckers, Olette. Me and Trent, long days, long nights at the shop getting everything ready. And, of course, I got to thank Bodden, the Penrods. You know, I can't let the rookie beat me, so I had to get going. My brother with 518 Designs, the whole Lone Star Racing crew that came out to run the whole pit program this weekend. Joey with Podium Suspension, he's my spotter. I've had a lot of stuff go crazy at my shop the last couple of weeks, and man, I was really nervous coming into here. I was really nervous about a lot of cars, and man, we just put 2 of them on the box in the pro class with a rookie. So, everybody, the Atterburys, the Lucases, Brooks, the Forresters, Stowell, Penrods, Boddens, 518 Designs, Colton Roar, Sean with Lone Star Racing, Joey with Podium Suspension, my girlfriend Rochelle, she did tell me when I got first, she was going Ricky Bobby style, driver drive these, so come on, baby.
I absolutely love that. Nice job. Connor Maxwell, hop up on number 1. It is great to see this. Big congratulations to your top 3 finishers in Pro Side-by-Side. Back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Yeah, a lot of motion on that podium, and man, what a great race there in Pro Side-by-Side as we're handing out the big checks there.
Jim Beaver, I'm so ecstatic for Connor Maxwell. I got to admit, I'm a little emotional up here as well. Connor Maxwell, congratulations on that win.
Yeah. So Pro Side-by-Side in the books. That means we got 2 left to go, and those 2 left to go, they are still very, very exciting races. We got SR1s. Some of the best and most fun drivers in this series are in the SR1 division, and they are going to be working double time in those cars, shifting gears, sliding her sideways with the rear-wheel drive. Really excited to move into the SR1s next.
Man, I'm sitting here, and I'm just I'm playing back all the videos in my mind of doing the SR1 class. And, I really would love to see that young lady right there, Corey Weller, out there. I miss the days of Honey Badger and her dominance.
Well, speaking of the Weller family, we were able to catch up with them, one of our partners here in the SR1 division, earlier on this weekend.
All right, down here with Jason Weller. Now, Jason, not only do you race in SR1, but you also are sponsoring this class. You sponsor a lot of things that happen here at CORR throughout the last few years. From your perspective, not as a driver, but as somebody who sees what can happen for the series, what can happen for short course, how do you feel about everything?
Yeah, we definitely went through a little hard time where we didn't have any racing here at all. So when CORR stepped up and they wanted to get it going again, it's like, man, we almost lost it for good. So we were first there. What can we do? Let's get people involved. Let's build it back again. And we got all the SR1s out here. Really cool that they let us bring the class in, and really cool group we have here. It seems like everybody's having fun, and it seems like every race we go to, the people are showing up, and it's getting bigger, and we're just excited to be here and excited to be part of it. So.
Well, and I love that. I just had a moment to talk to Scott Webster a little bit ago, and he said, I absolutely love being here for SR1s. When we see you guys go out there, it's such a fun class, and it's something that, everybody can be able to come out and join. So we love this. Jason, thank you for being a part of this. And you guys in the booth, I know that Mark Wright definitely wants to probably get in an SR1. Come out here, Mark. Here's your chance to go do that. Back to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. Great to have the Weller family out here, and Weller Racing doing a lot for the SR1 divisions, pretty much single-handedly creating this division. So you get a glimpse here at the SR1 points brought to you by R&R Steel Racing and Liqui Moly. And Mark, take us through these point standings.
Paul O'Brien out there with 239 points. Scott Webster, the old man, right behind him, just 13 points behind, and another 13 points behind Brandon Kilgore. Larry Hayes did a great job being consistent all year long. Stephen Arlia out there in our points with 57. Sammy Nino right there at 62 points behind. Jason Weller able to make the curtain call here today. He's a full 103 points behind our leader, Paul O'Brien. Christopher Redden and Robert Gutierrez and Greg Baum will round off our top 10 in SR1. The man of the hour, Paul O'Brien. He's starting right there on the front row, right next to Jason Weller.
Yeah, this is going to be fun watching Jason Weller in the pole position. I know Jason started out, he was doing some racing in the pro side-by-side division to start out the season, then shifting gears, taking over the SR1 duties. His wife had started out, Corey Weller, running that car. Now he's running it for the remainder of the season. They've got their desert program as well, so great to see the Weller family out here. I know Jason was saying it was taking him a while to kind of get back comfortable in the car, but being on the pole position out here, it's safe to say Jason Weller is comfortable.
Well, as far as I know, the car that Jason's driving is the newest SR1 from Weller Racing. So that, and they're nodding, so that's telling me yes. So they've actually shared driving duties in this car, and it's great to see that both of them have done really good in this car.
Yep, so Jason Weller going to be on the pole with Paul O'Brien, your points leader, on the outside of row 1. But, man, I'm just looking at this field. I mean, you look at the second row, and we're going to have Brandon Kilgore and Scott Webster in there. So you've got all the usual suspects bunched together at the front.
Yeah, I mean, if I was a betting man right here, I'd have a hard time in this class, too. Paul O'Brien, though, I've said it a million times, if he gets out front, he's hard to get around. It's achievable, but, man, more than likely if Paul O'Brien gets out front and he gets 2 or 3 car lengths on this class, you ain't catching him.
No, Paul O'Brien definitely hard to catch when he's out front because he just doesn't make mistakes.
Yeah, and the reality is any one of these top 4 drivers, they can do it, too. The old man, as we saw here last race out in San Bernardino, he was able to get it done. But Brandon Kilgore, he's Mr. Consistency. He will always run top 5, guaranteed in SR1.
As that Jones Ford pace truck going to be bringing him out. Driver's releasing that clutch, letting her roll as we get a glimpse here at our Liqui Moly starting grid for SR1.
Row 1's going to be Jason Weller, P1, with Paul O'Brien right next to him. Brandon Kilgore in row 2 with Scott Webster, the old man, right next to him. Christopher Redden will be in row 3 right next to Greg Baum, and Robert Gutierrez is going to end off in row 4. That is our SR1 Liqui Moly grid.
All right, this one's slated for 10 laps around this 1 mile track here at Firebird Raceway.
Paul O'Brien warming up those tires, getting that engine. You definitely want that engine clear and free, just like a 2-stroke. Now, what's beautiful about this car and the SR1s, you already can hear that sound difference from a regular side-by-side. Now, a lot of people don't know this. Let's talk about the SR1 chassis. This is a Yamaha Rhino-based chassis. And by that, what I mean is the front bulkhead, the rear bulkhead, everything is Yamaha Rhino. A-arms, front and rear. But the difference is these are only 2-wheel drive cars. And the rest of it in between, the cages, everything else, it's all open. Every one of these cars, though, have the engine in the cab with them. They're literally sitting right next to what is the dominant engine out here, the R1. Brian McCormick used to run a Honda CBR 1000 engine in these cars. And if you notice these engines that I'm talking about, these are engines normally found in a sport bike, in a street sport bike. They have 6 gears. They have a clutch. They're sequential. They have to shift them. So when these cars spool up and when they start, it's going to sound like we're at a street bike race.
Yeah, definitely entertaining to watch. You get these things up. They really don't want to start working until you hit about 10,000 RPM.
Yeah, that's 100%.
So definitely you want to talk about driving it like a 2-stroke up on the pipe. That's why they've got the manual transmission. So they're going to be shifting gears, trying to keep it up in that power band, which is a screaming high, like I said, above about 10,000 RPM. These engines really start working.
Yeah, that's a fact. That's where they create their power, so that does make it, again, even though these cars are powerful, even though these cars are, everything high performance, this is a 100% driver's class as well. proper gear selection, proper clutch, proper throttle. If you over throttle, if you put too much gas in these cars, they will come around, because if you look at them, they are just as wide as they are long. These things, they're the tuna can of off-road racing right here.
All right, so the Jones Ford Pace Truck pulling off, getting ready to go racing out here with SR1. It is going to be Jason Weller taking us to the green flag. Weller to the bottom, O'Brien on the top. Looks like Weller going to come out of the first corner clean in the lead.
Great start. The old man, though, found that hoax that's going, or that gotcha in turn one that's been taking everybody to the wall. That the old man was able to find that outside wall in turn one.
Yeah, it looked like Kilgore having to go all the way to the bottom and like up and over the berm on the inside there of turn number 2.
Yeah, if you watch Jason Weller, we did that. We saw him do that in the last race out here at Firebird. He was able to find that inside line in turn 2, and he says, hey, I only went. You can see it right there where the tires are. And Jason Weller will find that line as well, I guarantee it. But Jason Weller right now out front of Paul O'Brien.
Yeah, it looks like Redden's starting to put some pressure there on Kilgore in the 3rd spot.
Yeah, Kilgore, I am absolutely excited to see a lot of the veterans that have been racing this class for so long. They now have a home here at CORR.
Screaming by are these SR1s.
That sound never gets old to me. I can hear that sound all day long.
All right, Webster now getting around Redden. As you said, had a few problems in the beginning. Dropped back. Now trying to battle back into things. Wants to get into this points battle. Redden now dropping back a couple of spots. That's an 83 Robert Gutierrez now in the mix.
Robert, a great driver out there, and you can see a little different driving style from Robert, and we saw him over on the side last time out here at Firebird.
Yeah, Gutierrez now going to cede that position back to Redden as we go up front. That is Weller being chased by O'Brien.
Well, Jason Weller doing a great job. Paul O'Brien, if he has to work for it like this is where you throw the proverbial wrench into Paul O'Brien's race day. And Jason Weller doing a great job holding his own right now. Paul O'Brien has the ability to get it around. So Jason Weller cannot afford to make not even one mistake here today if he wants to be on top of the box.
Well, so far, Jason Weller hitting his marks. Paul O'Brien running quite the different line than Jason Weller, going all the way to the bottom, trying to gain crucial tenths of a second on Jason Weller. Nothing there so far. Brandon Kilgore kind of off on his own in that 3rd spot.
Yeah, Brandon Kilgore, too, has the speed, but look at this. All top 4 cars, they're just a mere second away from each other here with every lap. And, pretty much this entire field right now staying within striking distance of each other.
Yeah, well, and we do have that mandatory caution, so Kilgore there in the 3rd spot might be content, knowing he's going to have a chance to restart this race at some point and reel in the rest of the field as we got Redden there. And Gutierrez bumping and banging.
Yeah. You know what I love so far about what I'm seeing here on the screen is they are using every inch of this track.
Yeah, so Redden there in the number 9, in the 5th spot. Gutierrez in the 83, trying to hunt him down.
Gutierrez, great job avoiding that gravity pull coming out of turn 1. That's what I'm going to call it for the weekend. Lots of racers get that gravity pull right into the wall, and he did a great job of turning that car just before he hit it.
It's funny about these SR1s, watching the lines they run compared to the Pro side-by-side, run a lot higher line around these corners. I think part of that is trying to keep these things up in the power band, up in the pipe. You run that low line, you got to get out of the throttle a lot, and these things fall on their face. So you want to be able to keep these things spooled up on the pipe, and I think they're running that high line to be able to keep the revs up.
Yeah, that's right. You got to drive these things like you're riding a 125. You got to keep the RPMs up, and, you have to commit. Once the car is accelerating, moving forward, you stay in it. If you let out, as I said, the short wheelbase of these cars will bite you right away. So you got to make sure that you stay on the pipe. You're exactly right there, Jim B.
That is Gutierrez that got around Redden. Now Redden wanting the spot back. These two have been battling back and forth throughout this feature so far. So we approach the midway point of the race.
Yeah, Gutierrez is doing a great job there. He is driving the wheels off that car. And he was able to make the pass there on the number 9 car, so that is a great job. But out front right now, the top 4, man, doing a great job. And the real battle's going on right there between these two.
Yeah, this is for the 5th spot.
Right.
As we go up front with the number 18, Weller Racing ride of Jason Weller being pushed by Paul O'Brien, the current points leader.
Well, wow, Jason Weller, you are doing a great job because you know Paul O'Brien. Whoa! Paul O'Brien, a big mistake there in turn 6.
You don't see O'Brien make mistakes very often.
No, you do
But that
not.
was a big one by Paul O'Brien. Thankfully for him, it came before the competition caution, so it's not going to cost him really too much time. Still in the 2nd spot.
Yeah, the only reason why I was able to make that assessment is because he just no longer was in frame. I didn't see him go off. I just knew he went off.
Yeah, he was on his own there, just made a mistake. Like we said, Paul O'Brien generally doesn't make those, but big one there for him is now Brandon Kilgore looking to get into it as we get a look here of what happened.
So he comes wide to the outside of the corner. He might have hit something there that just upset the back end of that car. He had nowhere to go. So when he got it, he tried to stay on the track, but he had to take a little excursion there to get back on the track. Great job, though, by Paul O'Brien for not throwing the race away.
Yeah, just a slight over-rotation there gave Jason Weller a big gap now back to the 2nd spot as the competition caution comes out. So that big gap is all for nothing at this point. As we come to this competition caution, we do want to talk about one of our drivers, the guy right there, Scott Webster, who we caught up with earlier this weekend.
Down here with Scott. Now, Scott, you are 13 points behind O'Brien as we go into round 7 and 8. Coming back down here to Arizona is very, very hot, but you know what it takes to get on the podium. We've been chatting all season long, and I love talking to you out there. So what do you think it's going to take to get those the top spot again, or even get on the podium and add some more points to the season?
Well, to make up these points, I'm going to have to qualify well. I've got to, and with this class, everybody's so tight, so it'd be nice to be up front. To me, that's the key. I've got to qualify good, get in that front row, and then hopefully the car count's high and we can push Paul back maybe 3 or 4 positions and gain, because 13 points is a lot to make up.
Well, and talking about that, yeah, we're here again for round 7 and 8, but we still have 9 and 10 next month happening as well. So 4 more rounds to be able to close out the season for you. What are your predictions for the rest of the season? Like you said, great qualifying time and then obviously consistency.
Just do the best that I can. I hope I can take first and hope Paul is back around 4th or 5th. I don't see that happening, but that's what I need.
I love that. And don't worry, I always get speechless too, because you're thinking about this and you're just like, I know what I got to do and I know what I got to do. But this is probably a man who doesn't want to jinx himself, so I totally get that from you. We're going to see what happens in the second half of this race.
Well, great catching up with Scott Webster in that 4-way points battle, currently sitting in 4th position. So had that little bobble there in turn number 1. He's battled back to 4th spot. He's going to be one of the big beneficiaries here this competition caution, as is the rest of the field, because Jason Weller has been the man of the hour, just completely, I dare I say, obliterating the field so far, Mark?
I think that's a great word right there. And, you know, Paul O'Brien's going to have to make something happen here if he wants around Jason Weller. But we're about to find out during the restart. Green flag as Jason Weller takes this SR1 crew into turn 1. Paul O'Brien trying to make a move on the inside. And the old man stepping out there down the front straightaway. And look at that, side by side, coming up on Brandon Kilgore.
Well, I tell you what, I don't know what's got into Jason Weller this weekend, but he has found some speed between Glen Ellen and here. He is absolutely a rocket ship.
Yeah, absolutely love watching Jason Weller when he's on rails like he is today. He has always been a dynamic racer. You know, if you talk to him, he's generally pretty calm and quiet, collected, but man, there is none of that when he's got the steering wheel in the hand of an SR1 and he's got these guys behind him.
Kilgore with a big spin. Came in, he was looking at O'Brien, now he's... Oh, man, tough break there for Brandon Kilgore. He's trying to get the thing turned around. He's up against the tires.
And there's nothing you can do. These cars don't have reverse, so he has to wait for the crew to come out and get him out.
Oh,
that's a tough break.
Tough break there for Brandon Kilgore. Very unfortunate for him. He is definitely way off the racing line, safe where he's at. But right now, Jason Weller out front in the number 18.
Yeah, we'll see how that shapes up. I don't think that's going to be out of caution. He's well off the track, but we'll take the replay of it right here. Brandon Kilgore to the inside. He tried to tighten up, and he did make contact with Paul O'Brien, and right there in front of him was that tire selection. And he elected, and what I didn't I didn't notice right there. He turned the tires the opposite direction and unfortunately turned his wheel to the left, and he collected those tires, and he's stuck there until somebody moves. We can see him. He's still there.
Yeah, that's a tough break for him. That's going to definitely hurt his points chances.
Oh, great. Let him out right in front of our race leaders.
Yeah, he's a lap down, but he's right in the pack where he was originally when he spun.
Yeah, great job.
He's loving life right now. He's just going to go play with the boys.
I would hope that Brandon Kilgore, no offense, I love Brandon Kilgore, but I'd like to see Brandon Kilgore get out the way and let O'Brien and Jason Weller have that battle that they were having.
Well, Weller all the way up on the side there, coming down that big embankment.
Well, you know, I've talked about another dynamic about the SR1 guys. These guys are all friends. So, man, I would be surprised if Paul O'Brien doesn't come up to Brandon at the end of the race and say, dude, why didn't you let us have our battle? You were a lap down. But if they don't, that's on them because they're friends and they know each other's ins and outs. So that's on them.
You know, the thing here too is Kilgore's running a race pace. He was in this mix.
Sure.
He's a lap down because of the tires. So he's really not holding anybody up. He's making it a little tougher on O'Brien for
that's
sure.
That's what I'm saying. Just let them have their race. I mean, Kilgore, just get out of one position. That's all you got to do. Let O'Brien and Weller.
Look at Weller with the mistake there on the embankment.
Wow.
He's being pushed pretty hard, though. White flag is out for Jason Weller. 1 to go. Trying to make it perfect today. Pole position, and he's led 9 of 10 laps. O'Brien in second.
Well, you know, these guys know best. That's what I said. These guys are friends. They've been friends for a long, long time. So, again, I'm going to say it's on them, but great job. Jason able to extend his lead now. Well over Paul O'Brien, number 2. Even though Brandon Kilgore's in the second position, he's a lap down.
Yeah, that is Paul O'Brien there in the second spot. Looks like he's just going to sit back and take the spot. You know, and all of his challengers are behind him. Jason Weller way back in the points. He's not a factor in this, so the smart money for Paul O'Brien is to do exactly what he's doing here.
Stay right there.
To finish second and stay where he's at.
Yeah, I have to agree with you. And look at this. The old man's going to find himself in third place of that podium. Great job, Scott Webster.
Well, he dropped back early all the way to the back on the first lap, and the Max's tires checkered flag comes out, and Webster is going to find his way to the podium one way or another.
I wonder if Paul O'Brien's over there waving his fist or not, but oh well. We'll see how this shapes up. One of the many pits that I will visit before I leave is the SR1. We'll get the story for tomorrow's broadcast. I'll see what was going on here.
Well, the truth of the matter is the 18 Weller Racing entry of Jason Weller led that thing wire to wire, and he was just absolutely flying out there. Looking at his fast lap, was a good second faster than anybody else on the course.
Yeah, Jason Weller very dominant out there, and good job, Jason Weller. And Paul O'Brien, you know, he's used to usually getting out front and just driving his own pace, but it looks like Paul O'Brien said, man, I really, really had to get crazy to get on the bumper of Jason Weller.
All right, so we are going to take a short commercial break. We come back, we're going to wrap up this SR1 race with some podium interviews, and then yet to come is Pro Light, where we return here to round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series at Firebird.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by K&N Filters. More air, more power, more response.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
Yeah, I got that right turn. We're good. Meet up at the front down group up. I turn 4. Oh, that jump was huge. Yeah, for sure, dog. Good little driver and straight on through.
You ain't seen nothing yet.
something has awakened. The horsepower and torque you always knew was there, just waiting to make every drive thrilling. Track tested, off-road proven, performance for everything you drive. Drive better with K&N.
And welcome back here to Firebird Motorsports Park, round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver and Mark Wright getting a look there at our top 3 finishers in the SR1 division, which is going to bring us to our results, brought to you by Liqui Moly, and it's going to be Jason Weller on top in the number 1 spot. Paul O'Brien battling back through some lap traffic to finish up in second, and Scott Webster, eventful race for Scott, dropping all the way to the back on lap 1 and finding his way to the podium to round out our top 3, Mark.
Well, Paul O'Brien used to leading these races and having everybody chase him, but he had to be the chasee this time. Not our chaser, not the chasee, rather. But what a great job from all of the competitors out here in the SR1 class. Jason Weller, great job leading it wire to wire, and he did a great job out there.
Well, speaking of our top 3, Tiffany Stone is standing by with our podium finishers in SR1.
Scott Webster, nice job over here for you. Yesterday we had a chance to talk, and we were just talking about consistency and that you felt like you're going to need a little bit more points with Paul over here, but you're still adding to that. You know, we still got 3 more rounds after this one. Anything could possibly happen. Obviously, we've got tomorrow. We know how the track conditions are going to be a little bit different than what we predicted for the weekend. It did dry out a lot quicker. How was this race for you?
It was a great race. We anticipated a really, really muddy three or four laps in the beginning, and the track was amazing. So couldn't ask for a better track. The crew did a great job there. I wanted to get in front of Paul, but it didn't happen, so I'll take third.
Well, you've done it here. Who would you like to thank for round 7?
My wife, Susie, all my friends and family that come out. Max's tires were killing it. Cam, my spotter, he did a hell of a job. Congratulations to these two, and Network Automotive, Network Collision, Network Class.
Well, we've got another round coming up just for you, round 8, so you never know. I know Paul's down there, but Paul, Scott said he's coming for you. He's coming for you. Nice job. Hop up on number 3. We're going to head over here to our second-place finisher, Paul O'Brien. Now, Paul, obviously going into the round 7, you did have a little bit of a lead going in. You were about 13 points, obviously adding some more points, so still continuing that gap. For you, you know, as a seasoned driver, especially in SR1s, how important are the next few rounds to ensure that you can continue this and come away with a championship?
You know, I'm at a point where I got to watch the points. We had a rough weekend at Glen Helen. We came in prepared, but you know, race gremlins take over, brakes, and a few other issues. And, you know, even I should have been a little smarter about some points there. I left some on the table. So just be smart racing. That race, I literally had to back it down because, you know, there was a back marker that came in between us. And I don't know what the deal with that was. Maybe he was trying to stay on the lead lap. But I would have sided with the guys that were coming around leading, and I would have moved over. So, you know, no problem. Jason ran a great race. He was going fast to where I was really having to push, and I knew where Scott was. I knew kind of where Brandon was, so I was trying to balance that. And it's hard. As a racer, you want to win, but I got to be smart. It's close to the end here.
Well, you've done it here, showing true vet moves right over here, especially with that, knowing that we've still got round 8, 9, 10, and obviously you want to keep the SR1 together. Who would you like to thank for round 7?
You know, my wife, first and foremost. We got a lot going on outside of here, and we're traveling light this weekend. She came in with a big headache, so this win is for her. I got to thank Weller Racing. You know, last round I had problems. Jason, he pitched in the off season, or in between, he pitched in and helped me out. 2X Motorsports, they helped me out. Without companies like them that help racers, this doesn't go anywhere. So my advice, link in with these guys that help racers, and you know, and I got to thank CORR. And really thank CORR for giving Calvin some chance to go prep that track, because I was shocked at how good that track was.
Well, nice job. Congratulations. Hop up on number 2. And taking that top spot, Jason Weller. The guys in the booth were just curious. Did you gain some extra speed between Glen Helen and now? Because you were on a roll, putting a clinic, showing what the SR1s can do, showing what Weller Racing can do, and why we brought back the SR1s to race in this, because it is a fun class. Tell me about anything that changed, or did you change any setups from Glen Helen over here? Because, this is your kind of home track, so you're very familiar with what's going on.
Yeah, I used to be fast in the SR1, and then we switched over to the X3, and it's four-wheel drive, it's turbo, it's totally different. And I think I just got really in tune with the X3, and I was really good at that. And then coming back to the SR1, it was pretty shocking. Like, it was my first race back. I was a squirrel, and I was just trying to overdrive it. And so it's really, I think, just, a pro driver like Corey in my ear, like, hey, you can't go do that. Like, you need to, work it out. So spent Glen Helen working it out. And then I think, just seat time coming out here. And it's really easy to overdrive them. So especially a track like that, it was great. Awesome track having. But it gets kind of ruddy at the end. It's easy to spin out. You saw CORR spin out. It's so easy just to breathe on that throttle, and it just wants to come around. So it's two-wheel drive. It's 26-inch tire. It revs to 14,000 RPM. It's like nothing you've ever driven. And to get in it, it's not easy. So it even me, it took me, this is like 3 weekends now to get back into it and get up here. But huge shout out to these guys for making it look easy. And going into turn one, it's a lot different in this class. You go into turn one and you don't feel like you're going to get taken out. You don't feel like you're going to get T-boned. So we're rubbing and we're smooth. It's not like you're getting hard hits, and good racing, and it's a good race the whole time, and it's definitely fun. So huge shout out to these guys for running clean races. Our pit crew, Tim, Braden, Fred's out here, my spotter Corey, Weller Racing, the guys at the shop that let us do this. All our fans and customers, we have the greatest space. And CORR for putting this on, bringing the SR1s here. It's a fun class. It's building. It seems like every race there's more and more. So let's keep doing it.
Well, I love that. I really feel like the SR1s is a nice ballet of what you need to do once you get behind the wheel. You showed everybody what an SR1 can do. Hop up on number one. One more big round of applause for your top three finishers in this class. And back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And that was a great run. And it's interesting to say, it was seat time. It's all Jason said. It's seat time. And, as somebody who's driven an SR1, I've driven other side-by-sides, pro-level side-by-sides. There is a big difference. It's a learning curve to drive an SR1. Like he said, it's unlike anything you've ever driven before.
Yeah, man, absolutely. I was talking earlier about the Yamaha YXZ and how you have to shift it and things. And you think, okay, the Yamaha YXZ, very similar to the SR1. Nope, not even close. Still two different beasts altogether. Although you have to shift them, it's just a different thing in the SR1 class. These things they're powerful. They're short. They're not that wide. It's an old chassis. That is the Yamaha Rhino. They remember the Rhino? They only had a 660cc engine, the biggest engine they got. And somebody decided, hey, let's put a Yamaha R1 engine in these things, and let's shift them and make it go. And here it is. The result is the SR1.
Well, and you heard Paul O'Brien in that talk a little bit about Weller Racing and everything they do for the sport, one of our great partners here in CORR. Another one of our great partners here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series is our partners at Liqui Moly and AEI. And earlier on this weekend, we were able to catch up with Tyler Herzog. Jim B, we're out here at Firebird Motorsports Park getting ready for the next rounds of racing here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. But right here, I've got Tyler Herzog, who is pulling double duty this weekend. We've got America's Energy and Liqui Moly, as well as behind the wheel of the race car. Tell us a little bit about the involvement in CORR and also your race program.
We love being a part of CORR. We've been around for a couple of years now. We used to help do some drone work with them. So lucky to be out here behind the wheel again. America's Energy, we're a distributor in Phoenix. We distribute the Liqui Moly products, and we're excited to just come out, support, be a part of the off-road community, and help everyone just make this a better place.
Well, and I see obviously this car wrap with America's Energy, Liqui Moly. How are you feeling about this weekend?
Feeling really good. This car, it's working great. We did some big suspension changes, and the heat's going to be challenging. During qualifying, we were talking about engine temps, things like that. Shocks have been dialed. The Liqui Moly products in here, those are holding temps good. We don't have any shock fade, so fingers crossed we stay out of the carnage and wait till after the caution, and then we'll let it eat.
All right, we'll be on the lookout for Liqui Moly, America's Energy, as well as Tyler Herzog. Yeah, big thanks to Liqui Moly and AEI for everything they're doing for the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Getting a look there at that track. We got a little moisture in there now because, Mark, we got one race left to go. We got some V8s. Been playing around with the side-by-sides all day, but it's time to take her up a notch, get some V8s cranking out here. It is time for Pro Light.
If you came out here to see the truck racing action, it is your time. And, this is the races right here that when you see the trucks out here, it'll really stop traffic that you see out there on that freeway. I've seen cars pull over just to watch some of the V8 races out here.
As we get a look here at the Liqui Moly R&R Steel Racing Pro Light points, Johnny Holcher out front with 256 points. Got Tobias Chevalier there, 31 points back. Tony Crease in the third spot, 90 points back. Michael Funk, Nick Brandon, Brian Cannon, Benjamin Kennedy, and Brent Smith also in the mix.
Well, I'm great to see Tony Crease back out here in a truck that was owned originally by Mark Pino, so Mark Pino's paying attention. Now, what's really cool with the Holter crew is Dalton Bach is his teammate. It's one of his crew members out here. You can see the truck. I believe it actually says test on the side of the truck.
Brings us to our Liqui Moly Pro Light starting grid. Our points leader and pole sitter, one and the same, Johnny Holcher, the man to beat so far this season. Outside row number one, it is Dalton Bach. And then we've got Tony Crease in the third and final spot.
Yeah, this is still going to be a lot of fun. You can see Johnny right there getting a little sideways. Got a chance to get caught up with him and talk about that truck and all those things that he did out there. It was great to get an interview with him. I did it a little more casual. It's on my channel. It's not on the CORR channel. But if you want to see the flip side to that, go check it out on my page. Just type in Mark Wright. You'll see a picture of me, and I was able to talk with him. So that's where I got that information from, that the truck right there is one of his crew members out there. He said, hey, we know the numbers were light, so we got our backup truck out here as well.
All right, so Holcher going to be taking us to the green flag. We got that Jones Ford Pace truck. Going to be seeing them for the final time today. This is our final race of the day. Those of you tuning in at home, we will be back here tomorrow, same time, for more racing action for round number 8.
Love hearing those V8s spool up on here. It takes me right back to the old days when we'd have all these trucks out here on this exact course.
All right, so working their way through the inside of this. I got to tell you, that moisture in the track's going to go away in a hurry when you start unleashing these V8s onto there.
Yeah, by about lap 3.
So Pace truck pulling off. Thank you, Jones Ford. Johnny Holcher going to be bringing us to the green flag. 10 laps here in Pro Light. Mandatory competition caution will be coming at some point.
Oh,
the test truck.
That's a truck of Dalton Bach.
The test didn't go so well.
No, and he's going to have to get that car refired. He actually stalled it coming in there into that gravitational pull I've been talking about in turn 1. That turn 1's getting kind of crazy. That wall has collected a lot of vehicles out here this weekend.
Yeah, it looks like Johnny Holcher out front now. Going to see if Tony Crease got a little something in the tank to try and catch Holcher, one of the best in the world when it comes to Pro Light racing.
Yeah, Tony Crease, man, he wasn't able to make the curtain call out in San Bernardino. He was there, but you can see he only came with one set of body panels with that truck, and now he's down even one more panel thanks to Dalton Bach.
Yeah, sliding around there.
Well, Johnny Holcher right now doing a great job at showing you what the Pro Light class is all about. He's taking the short way around the course, but Tony Crease doing a fabulous job as well. And he's getting a little squirrely in that truck, but it's great to still watch this V8 power out here on the course.
Yeah, in about a month and a half, Johnny Holcher getting crucial seat time. He's going to be moving to Pro 2 for the Midwest Series races. So Johnny Holcher out here getting a lot of seat time and around this full season here on the West Coast. Great to have him out here.
Johnny Holcher, 25 years old, and I'm not sure this is the right number, but he looks like he's 6'4", 6'5".
Yeah, definitely very tall, as that's the number 33 there of Crease. Working his way around.
Yeah, it's a buddy of mine's truck, and the first time I saw it out here, I was calling it as the wrong truck, and he's texting me, telling me, "You dummy, that's my truck." Mark Pinna was out there, and he's probably watching right now, so I'm surprised I haven't got a text message, but at least now I know whose truck it is, and I know how to call it correctly with Tony Crease.
Yeah, the test truck of Bach in the third spot. Big air there for Johnny Holcher. Well, excuse me, for Bach in the Holcher-backed entry. Gotta love the sound of these trucks. Looks like he's starting to get a feel for things.
Yes, indeed. When I was interviewing him, I said, he told me, he said, "Yeah, I'm going to have one of my crew members drive the other truck." And I said, "Well, I wish I was a crew member." I would gladly. I know it'd be an unfair advantage, but I'd be glad to take the Pro 2 out here in this, because I'd be slow, obviously. And so why not give me the fastest truck out here? Just give me the Pro 2, and I'll see what I can do.
Yeah, look at that. Number 44, Holcher, sliding in, looking pretty.
Well, you know, one other thing that's going to happen, if you're out here and you can hear us out here at the track, if you want to stick around, I'll bet you Johnny Holcher is going to bring his Pro 2 out here immediately following this event right here. So if you want to see a Pro 2, we did it at the last race, and I have a feeling he's going to do it again here today. He's going to bring the Pro 2 out for a few laps.
That's 44 working his way around this course. Approaching the midway point. After lap number 5, right at the beginning of 6, we are going to throw a mandatory competition caution. So we're going to have Bach and Crease get bunched back up with Johnny Holcher. Look at those beautiful lines he's running. Just no mistakes. Just flowing around this course.
Well, now Bach doing a great job, obviously getting used to the truck, because he's starting to make it ground on Tony Crease.
Big air there for Holcher.
Picture perfect there, coming around turn 2.
Look there, our K&N leaderboard. K&N Filters, another partner in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Haven't talked a lot about them today, but jumping on board here mid-season. Great to have K&N Filters on board.
That Yokohama tire Pro Light of Johnny Holcher doing a great job. Going to bring it around this time, and I do believe he's going to get the competition caution here on this lap. And we'll bunch them up and see what they can do here in the second half.
Big air there for Holcher.
Yeah, I was mistaken. No caution on that one.
It should be next time by. Big thanks to him. Things a little warm out here. We mentioned K&N Filters. Also got to mention our partners at Cactus Splash Pools. Obviously, things getting a little warm out here in the desert, so Cactus Splash can get you dialed in. And speaking of warm weather, we got Looney Cooling on board as well. So big thanks to all of our partners out here in the Championship Off-Road Racing Series.
Yeah, but a lot of new sponsors coming on. Great to have Maxxis Tires out here as well. They were really busy yesterday during qualifying getting those tires mounted for a lot of drivers out here that needed new tires.
So Holcher burning off some laps, continuing his points lead. He's going to bring it to the mandatory competition caution. I just love the way he just flows in and out of those turns.
Yeah, you can see him working the steering wheel, and you can definitely see that truck has a steering quickener on it, because about a quarter turn, he's already full stop on that turning radius.
So competition caution is flying out here. For Pro Light, means we're a little past the halfway point.
Yeah, great job. Tony Crease still too, a great job. And Dalton Bach, hey, he's a crew member, but now he's going to have a little different understanding on what it takes to get these cars dialed in.
All right, they are going to get finished up here. See if they got time to regain the lead group. Shows you how far ahead Holcher was over the rest of this field.
Yeah, the Jones Ford truck, pace truck's going to have to just crawl here to let the field get up.
Yeah, they're going to reach Holcher about the time he hits the gas pedal again.
That's about right.
I don't think they've slowed down yet.
No. No, they haven't. Look, they're literally racing to get to the bumper of Johnny Holcher.
All right. We got that step up that for the faster drivers can be a triple. Got the test truck there.
I wonder what that is. I've never seen that, and I think that's a great job. You know, your backup truck has the word test on it. Does that just mean it's not my truck, it's my pre-runner, it's my test? What is that? I've never seen that.
Got some prototype features going on there in ProLite.
I have a feeling that's not a prototype. I have a feeling that's a 10-year-old truck, at least.
All right, so we got the Jones Ford Pace truck. Going to pull off for the final time. Holcher going to bring us to the green flag. There goes the Pace truck. It's going to be Holcher, Bach, and Crease looking for that green flag. Green flag out, and we're back racing in ProLite. 4 laps remaining. Johnny Holcher, your leader. Look at that test truck looking a little stronger that time.
Yeah, you know, he stalled it on the first half, so he was able to get back up to Tony Crease. But I have a feeling now he's at least going to be a little bit closer to his boss there of Johnny Holcher. So far, he's looking good. Yeah. Might have just found a natural here in ProLite.
Yeah, he's definitely looking pretty strong. Hadn't dropped back near as quickly as we thought. But look at that big jump to the bottom. The test truck trying to get dicey with the boss man.
Yeah, that was a great. He got the step up.
As we say that, he about over rotates. Crease almost getting into it with Bach.
That was actually a great move by Crease. He actually had to turn out to avoid collision right there.
All right, Holcher there, just roost coming off the back tires of that truck.
Yeah, I think Holcher was experimenting right there, trying to get out in the loose dirt, and I think it paid off. You know, and that's what you want to do out here. In my experience of racing, I would use practice to definitely explore the whole track, the inside, the outside, because you never know, you might find yourself right there in that position, and you got to make sure that you know where the fast line is if you find yourself outside.
Crease now trying to hunt down Bach in the second spot. Holcher way out front.
Well, yeah, like I said, man, make sure you guys stick around, because if Johnny Holcher stays true to form, he's going to be bringing out the Pro 2. He did it out at Glen Helen. I have a feeling he's going to do it today, so might want to stick around after the interview, give him another 10, 20 minutes, and he'll be out here in the Pro 2. I almost guarantee it.
Holcher working his way around. Got a couple of laps remaining here. Down the front stretch. Gonna have about 2 to go this time by. White flag should be out next time. Beautiful lines there.
Yeah, he's definitely found the right line around this track. If he had 10 more trucks out here with him, I think his line choice is actually the right one out here. You know, I said it when we got here. I said, yeah, everything looks really wide. Wide. But now watching these faster trucks out here, this course doesn't look all that wide.
All right, so we got truck stalled up there, way up top on the cushion.
I think we're going to be all right, though. I don't think he's in any place where we have to run a caution. Maybe a local caution, but, you know, Johnny Holcher, you can see a lot of the racers not even going that far up in turn 2.
Holcher now coming down in front of the front stretch.
I think they'll wait there in turn 2. Maybe a local caution. Maybe the spotter will say, hey, check up a little bit.
White flag's out.
Yep.
Yeah, we're going to do a local caution here.
Yep. Good call.
Yeah, with so few trucks out on course, makes sense just to do the local caution.
Yeah, I think that's a great thing to do. They'll probably have him out of the way here. Once Crease gets around, they'll probably have him out of the way here within 10 seconds.
All right, so local caution is done, and we got Johnny Holcher now with a couple corners remaining, looking to become victorious yet again in Pro Light.
I wonder if Johnny Holcher was driving by his truck and going, uh-oh, what did you do? What did you do to my truck?
Coming down in front of the stands, going to be taking that Maxxis Tires checkered flag, and I'm assuming the Maxxis Tires Fast Lap Award as well.
Goes to Tony Crease.
Tony Crease going to come through, taking the checkered flag as well, going to wrap things up, and we are going to have Dalton Bach in the third spot.
Well, great job by Tony Crease. I know I was just teasing there, but a great job. That truck, there's a better budget over there at Johnny Holcher's crew. So great job, Tony Crease. Again, he is a garage driver. He preps everything in his garage, and he comes out here and he races. And at least he's racing.
All right, so we are going to take a short break, and when we come back, we're going to wrap up things here with our Pro Light podiums and say goodbye here from Firebird Motorsports Park and round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Back after this.
The Championship Off-Road Racing Series is brought to you by Maxxis Tires. Tread victoriously.
How many kings have we got racing today? All of them. I got nothing to lose.
As you can see, we've had another beautiful day on the Isle of Man. We'll do some racing this weekend. It's going to be a blast.
Checkered flags through dust, rocks, mud, and worse. We've crowned champions, racked up wins in places where tires go to die. And we're still just getting started. From hammering at hammers to Baja bangers. If it's brutal, beautiful, or just plain ridiculous, we're there. So whether you're bombing through the desert or just dodging potholes in rush hour, tread victoriously with Maxxis Tires. Built for whatever you're chasing.
Welcome back here to Chandler, Arizona, Firebird Motorsports Park, and round number 7 of the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. Jim Beaver joined by Mark Wright, and we just got done with our Pro Light feature, which Johnny Holcher once again walking away victorious, our current points leader for Pro Light. And, that one was very much uneventful, but Johnny Holcher doing what Johnny Holcher does.
Yeah, still a great day of racing out here. The Pro side-by-sides did not disappoint at all. SR1s, they put it down. Great race out there and all the way for the rest of the day. But you know what? What a great ending to a great day of racing with Johnny Holcher on top out here in Pro Light.
Which brings us to our results for a Pro Light this weekend. As we get a look here at our top 3 in Pro Light, it was Johnny Holcher on top, followed by Bach in the second spot, as well as Tony Crease rounding out our top 3. Thanks to those results brought to you by Maxxis and Liquid Moly. Was Holcher up front, Tony Crease in second, Dalton Bach in the third spot.
Dalton Bach, that's a great name. It sounds like just all one name right there, all one word. But great job by Dalton Bach. He actually had to retire there in turn 2. But Tony Crease, great job out there holding it on. And we're going to talk with Johnny and Tony here as they get on the podium.
Yeah, definitely. Bit of a clinic there by Johnny Holcher, but one of the best Pro Light drivers in the world, hands down. We've seen him time and time again, both here in our series and various other series, come away victorious. But speaking of Johnny Holcher and our podium finishers, Tiffany Stone is standing by.
Thanks, guys. Down here with our third place finisher. Now, obviously, we've seen some things that was going on, but obviously, you're still here, and I love this. Talk to me about this race.
I started, it's my first race, and I went and, I spun out, and then I got her going again, and then I passed, I didn't get his name quite yet, Tony, and then I landed on the back straight off that jump, and I had no turning, and I was like, well, this is where she lies.
This is where she lies, and we got Johnny Holcher right over here just saying, I don't know. But he said, listen, we're able to fix this, bring you back out for round 8, so it's going to be wonderful. Who would you like to thank today?
I can't thank Don and Jennifer Holcher enough, and John and all the guys that help out working on the truck. It's been fun. I got family back home watching in Wisconsin. It's very cold there. It's really hot here, guys. It's like 100. So enjoy it. And, yeah, I can't thank you guys enough. Thank you.
Nice job. Hop up on number 3. Great job, Dalton. Heading over here to Tony Crease. Now, Tony, it's so good to see you. Obviously, we're more than halfway through the season. You've got a few more rounds, but you're still learning each time. It looks like you've got a great lap times down. You know what lines you need to pick, and obviously you've got Johnny Holcher, who's won a few championships, but holding on with Johnny is pretty nice to see. How was it for you?
Yeah, it was a good weekend. Pretty honored to race with these guys. So I'm new this year, so I had a great weekend. Can't thank everybody enough that helped out at CORR and everybody here, yeah.
Well, for somebody that is their first season, obviously, staying together with Johnny Holcher is a feat in itself. So nice job. Be super proud of yourself. We've got round 8, 9, 10, a few more for the season. Great job.
I'd like to thank Lawless Mobile Auto Service, Maxxis Tires, and Prolific Brewing for all the help this year. Thank you.
Wonderful. Hop up on number 2. And taking that top spot, adding some more points to the season. Obviously, Johnny Holcher, you know exactly what to do. You're a champion. You know exactly how to hold your lines, keep everything going. How was your day for you?
Yeah, no, it was really good. I was just kind of out there running my own race. But, yeah, this Arizona heat, it's really, really taking its toll on the trucks. I mean, I've been seeing some numbers on the dash that I haven't seen in a while. So it's really, really testing our cooling system. But it's all good. We're having fun. The truck count was a little bit down, so I handed the keys to one of my crew guys and said have fun. But we're just having a good weekend. So I couldn't do this without my whole family, my mom and dad, my grandma and grandpa, my girlfriend, HBI, Yokohama, Scray's Cheese, R&R Insurance, Shape of You, Action Sports Canopy, and, everyone that helps me out. And my guys. Can't forget about them. Thank you.
Well, we've got one more award for you for the end of the day. The Maxxis Fast Lap Award. Nice job over there, Johnny Holcher. Hop up on number 1. Top 3 finishers for Pro Light, and back up to you guys.
Thanks a lot, Tiffany. And what a way to cap things off. Johnny Holcher on top of the box. Commanding points lead this season, Mark. But all day long, I mean, this was a great day of racing. Very clean racing. Very, very few caution flags today.
Yeah, an incredible race today. Great on the pro side-by-side. Great by the SR1s and great by these pro lights. I absolutely love Dalton Bach when he said, hey, guys, I know you're watching back home in Wisconsin. It's 100 degrees out here. It's real hot. Well, hey, Dalton, stick around. It's about to be 130 degrees here in about another month.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be a warm one out here. But tell you what, action was hot today. Action's going to be really hot tomorrow. We go back live at 8:45 a.m. Pacific time tomorrow. That would be, let me do the math real quick, 11:45 Eastern for those of you tuning in at home. Racer Network, Racer Plus app. We will be back tomorrow doing the same thing again out here with the Championship Off-Road Racing Series. On behalf of Tiffany Stone and Mark Wright, I am Jim Beaver. We will see you tomorrow here at Chandler at Firebird Motorsports Park.